Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. When 17-year-old Laurel Jean Mitchell left work one warm summer evening in 1975 in the quiet town of North Webster, Indiana, she disappeared without a trace. Her dead body was discovered floating in a nearby river the following day. Who could have done something so heinous? Her murder went unsolved for almost 50 years, leaving the community haunted and her family devastated. However, a discovery in 2023 finally clarified the sinister mystery surrounding Laurel's premature passing. Who was to blame for what happened to Laurel that fateful night? You might be surprised by the answers. Now, let's explore the narrative. Do you know those places where people know your name and things are a little more laid back? That's North Webster, Indiana, to put it briefly. This small town in Kosciuszko County, which is encircled by serene lakes and beautiful scenery, is a place where neighbors become family. As families enjoy the outdoors and friends pause to talk, life moves at a leisurely pace. North Webster's allure goes beyond its lake view, with Friday night lights bringing the community together. The town proudly supports its Whipco Wildcat sports teams. North Webster's love of basketball is unrivaled, even though Indiana is well known for its basketball heritage. Who knows, this hoops-loving town may produce the next Gordon Hayward or Larry Bird. But there's more to this story than meets the eye. This close-knit community has experienced its fair share of tragedy and heartache. The community's resilience has been put to the test, and severe wounds have been caused by crimes. The murder of Laurel Jean Mitchell is one heartbreaking instance. Her life was cruelly ended, leaving her neighbors, friends, and family in shock. Laurel Mitchell was born on May 24, 1958, into a loving family as the second child of Richard and Wilma Mitchell. Her younger sister, Sarah, was only 5 years behind her older brother, Bruce, who was in California serving in the Army. Every part of their home was filled with laughter and family time, as Laurel grew up surrounded by the warmth of a loving family. Through family customs and adventures, Laurel and her siblings created lifelong memories while laughing and crying. The ability to truly connect with people was Laurel's unique gift. She became well-liked in the community because of her easy charm and kind disposition. Laurel's passions were dance and music. She was a committed dance student who honed her skills at a nearby studio. She also had a lovely voice and sang in the choir at her church. For Laurel, dancing and music were more than just pastimes. They were a way for her to express herself, find joy, and celebrate life. Her future appeared to be extremely bright. As she neared her senior year at Wawasee High School, her dreams seemed to go on forever, full of possibilities and adventure. She accepted a job at the Cokesbury Inn, a quaint eatery on the shores of Webster Lake, to add even more excitement to her summer. For a teenager, it was the ideal job, and Laurel enjoyed her job. She became very friendly with her co-workers and made customers happy with her upbeat demeanor. For the Mitchell family, that August day started out just like any other. Laurel, her younger sister Sarah, and a guest got up early and got to work on their morning tasks. The kitchen reverberated with the familiar sounds of laughter and breakfast preparation. Unaware that the day would soon turn into an unthinkable tragedy, Richard and Wilma hurried to finish their tasks and got ready to leave for work. With a cheerful smile and a positive attitude, Laurel left for her shift at the Cokesbury Inn by mid-afternoon. She enjoyed interacting with her coworkers and serving customers at her job, which she loved. She added warmth to the bustling restaurant as she moved about, laughing and joking with the regulars. Unaware of the horror that would soon be revealed, Laurel settled into the steady pace of the evening shift. Adventureland, a nearby amusement park only 0.5 miles from her place of employment, was where Laurel intended to meet up with friends following her shift. With her sights set on the exciting evening, she graciously declined a coworker's offer to drive her home after the restaurant closed. Laurel left the office at 10:15 p.m., bid farewell to her coworkers, and ventured out into the balmy summer evening. The sounds of summer filled the streets. Unaware that it would be her final moment, Laurel ventured into the darkness. Nobody saw her again after that. Laurel's parents thought she was out having fun with friends when they got home. They thought she was at the amusement park as scheduled and had no reason to be concerned. Her friends, meanwhile, believed she had left work to go home. For a responsible girl like Laurel, it was a fair assumption. Unbeknownst to everyone, though, The group had decided against going to the amusement park and instead would be attending the county fair in Warsaw. They would think about this misunderstanding a lot in the days ahead. Fear took hold as the night grew darker. Her heart raced when she realized Laurel hadn't arrived home when one of her friends came back to the Mitchell residence at around midnight. Being a responsible person, Laurel would never stay out past curfew without informing her family. Panic set in and their hearts started to race. The Mitchells made the decision to wait a little while longer in the hopes that Laurel would arrive at any moment, despite their mounting anxiety. They engaged in tense conversation in an attempt to block out the depressing thought that something was seriously amiss. But as the minutes passed, and the minutes became hours, their fear became a pervasive dread. Uncertainty weighed down the once friendly and cozy house, and shadows appeared to grow in the recesses of their thoughts. They ultimately made the decision to report Laurel missing to the police at around 4 in the morning. In the close-knit community, word of Laurel's disappearance quickly spread, causing anxiety to permeate every home. In order to find Laurel, neighbors, friends, and even complete strangers banded together and combed through streets, roadsides, and woods. As they brought ropes, flashlights, and a strong will to find any sign of Laurel, their voices filled the still night. Officers were sent to conduct a canvass of the area after the police took the report seriously. But as the hours passed, Laurel was nowhere to be seen. A growing sense of dread took the place of hope. When Sarah awoke at home, she saw her parents upset, their faces marked with anxiety. Unspoken fear pervaded the air, and the morning routine had been upended. Sarah felt that something was seriously amiss, even though she was meant to be at a softball practice that morning. In an attempt to protect her from the growing panic that had swept the house, her parents encouraged her to leave anyhow. With a forced smile that did little to conceal her own nervousness, her mother said, "Just try to focus on your game." Sarah departed for practice with a heavy heart, but she couldn't get rid of the thought that her sister wouldn't be returning home. As she made her way to the field along the same route, the unsettling thought persisted. About 15 miles from Laurel's place of employment, Glenn Dixon and his son Hager started fishing on the Elkhart River. Instead of a calm morning as they had hoped, they discovered something terrible. A fully clothed body was spotted floating in the river. They were stopped in their tracks by the sight, and they quickly realized that they were not witnessing an accident. It was obvious that this was no accident because the body had been in the water for a while. They phoned the police right away. Glenn and Hager made a desperate call, and officers swiftly arrived. Officers quickly filled the once serene riverbank, their radios blaring with urgent calls. Knowing they were going to break the heartbreaking news to a family, they retrieved the body with a combination of professionalism and solemn respect. There was a noticeable tension in the air as they attempted to identify the victim. Laurel Mitchell was the one. The news was like receiving a kick to the stomach. Her life ended suddenly, and the intelligent, vivacious girl who loved dancing and music was gone. The news was devastating to the Mitchell family. Richard sobbed when the officers came to deliver the heartbreaking news because he couldn't believe his beloved daughter was no longer with him. Wilma was distraught, her sorrow so deep that it seemed to consume her whole being. Known for their close ties and mutual laughter, the family felt disoriented and broken all of a sudden. Sarah felt a wave of dread when she saw the police cars parked outside their house after practice. She had a gut feeling that something was seriously amiss. Her heart was pounding as she entered, each beat echoing the fear that was building inside of her. The truth of their loss started to set in, and their world had been irrevocably destroyed. When the autopsy report was delivered a few days after Laurel's body was discovered, it brought a terrifying sense of closure. Although Laurel had drowned, the report also mentioned that she had fought back against her assailant, as evidenced by the bruises on her hands and shoulders. The confirmation of sexual assault was the most shocking discovery. Questions about how this could occur in their small town caused conversations to become heated and urgent. Who would do such a horrible thing to Laurel, who was so innocent and kind? The community's hearts were troubled for years by the case's unresolved status. The community was left feeling frustrated and hopeless as the investigation stalled despite the police's best efforts. People wanted justice for Laurel and answers. However, everything changed almost 48 years later in 2023. The community was rocked by the arrest of two elderly men who had lived in the same neighborhood and were teenagers at the time of the incident. With a mixture of grief and relief, this moment rekindled hope and was a pivotal moment in the healing process. How did this occur? It's difficult to think that after all these years, a breakthrough would eventually occur. Usually used to calm and serene days, the little town of North Webster was thrown into a state of chaos. Frank Overmeyer, one witness, remembered hearing a car's trunk slam close to when Laurel vanished. He believed the vehicle to be an Oldsmobile at the time. He didn't think it would be important later, and it didn't seem like a crucial piece of information. Investigators diligently gathered all of Laurel's possessions, including her favorite sweatshirt, shoes, a silver necklace, one earring, and clothing. The fact that her blue jeans were discovered unbuttoned and unzipped among these items added to the mystery surrounding her passing. But nobody knew what could be done with the evidence, and the technology at the time was very limited. No one in the town would soon forget the solemn occasion that was Laurel's funeral. Friends, neighbors, and classmates filled the large church, all grieving the untimely death of a young girl. With their hands clasped together, Sarah sat between her father and her older brother, Bruce. She only remembered the excruciating pain that overcame her. She had few memories of the service itself. She was struck with the realization that her confidant, her sister, was no longer there. There was no longer any sense in the world. The case was abandoned. Weeks became months, and months became years, but no answers were found despite the community's efforts and detectives' diligent work. It seemed as though Laurel's murderer had disappeared, leaving an enduring mystery in their wake. Laurel's loving parents, Richard and Wilma Mitchell, never gave up on pursuing justice. In the hopes that someone would eventually come forward with the truth, they kept the case in the public eye. Unfortunately, their health started to deteriorate, and they both died in 2012, 4 months apart. Unfortunately, they never found out who killed their daughter. The case sat on a shelf for years, gathering dust and losing its significance. But in 2007, Captain Kevin Smith of the Indiana State Police was put in charge of the inquiry. He was committed to giving Laurel's family justice. He jumped right into the cold case, carefully going over all the interviews and supporting documentation. He did not, however, discover any new leads, just like his predecessors. Only in 2013 did a woman named Renee Sexton come forward, giving the case the much-needed bombshell it needed. She described a frightening encounter she had in 1975 with a man named John Lehman. Lehman had admitted to helping his friend Fred Bandy commit a murder. Even though he didn't give any information at the time, Renee's disclosure gave the investigation new life. The community started to dare to hope that justice might finally be within reach after this new lead gave new life to a case that had previously seemed hopeless. A year later, a man by the name of Bill McDonald provided yet another important tip. He remembered that in 1975, at a party, Fred Bandy had admitted to a crime close to the river where Laurel's body was eventually found. Fred Bandy seemed more suspicious the more detectives looked into his past. They were unaware of Bandy's problematic criminal history. Red flags were raised when he was found guilty of abusing a minor in 2001. This information was sufficient to enable investigators to delve further into his background and relationships, even though it was not proof of his involvement in Laurel's case. According to a report on July 3, 2014, Bandy claimed to have committed the crime at Mallard's Roost, a public access location next to the location where Laurel's body was discovered. The Noble County Sheriff's Department was notified on September 25, 2019, that Bandy claimed he and Lehman had killed Laurel together at a high school party years prior. In 2019, Captain Smith made the decision to take a new look at the evidence in Laurel's case. He sent Laurel's clothes for DNA testing since, by that time, forensic technology had advanced. Smith believed that the answers they had been looking for decades might finally be found thanks to scientific advancements. Forensic scientists examined the clothing in great detail for weeks. Their perseverance eventually paid off, as a male DNA profile was found on the fabric. Detectives were able to rule out a number of possible suspects thanks to this discovery, which revitalized the investigation. 2 men were the main focus of the detectives' attention: John Lehman and Fred Bandy. The investigation was now more precisely directed by the detectives, but they still required more hard proof. They went to Fred Bandy's home on December 5, 2022, in order to get a DNA sample. Unexpectedly helpful, Bandy, who is now 67 years old, gave the sample without hesitation. He obviously didn't realize how serious the situation was. On January 13, 2023, the results were given to the authorities. According to a certificate of analysis, Bandy had a 13 billion-fold higher probability than any other unidentified individual of contributing to the DNA discovered on Laurel's clothing. Before proceeding with Fred's arrest, the detectives knew that questioning John Lehman was an essential first step. They were aware of the urgency, but they also knew that more information was needed because Fred was strongly implicated in the crime by DNA evidence. It was imperative that both men face consequences for their heinous deed. Detectives learned that Fred had owned an Oldsmobile in 1975. As the investigation went on, Frank Overmeyer, a witness who claimed to have heard someone violently close a car trunk the night Laurel vanished, made an intriguing connection between this detail and his testimony. Fred Bandy and John Lehman were taken into custody and accused of first-degree murder on February 6, 2023-3. The news brought both relief and sadness to Laurel's family. The fact that justice was at last within their grasp gave Sarah and Bruce a sense of closure, but they were deeply troubled by their parents' absence at this time. Sarah felt a range of emotions when Captain Smith called her to tell her the news. Despite both men's not guilty pleas in court, the evidence against them was indisputable. The detectives' meticulous investigation, witness accounts, and DNA matches painted a somber picture of what most likely transpired on that fateful night in August 1975. Investigators thought that Laurel had been kidnapped, beaten, and then driven to the river where she was drowned by Fred and John. The courtroom was rocked by the disturbing details of the crime. Laurel's family prepared for the lengthy journey ahead, while Fred and John awaited their trial. Although justice was on the way, Laurel would not return. Sarah would always feel the anguish of losing her sister. Now that justice was at hand, the reality of it all felt almost unreal after decades of waiting for answers. The first hearing between Bandy and Lehman was originally set for Wednesday, February 8, 2023, in the Noble Circuit Court. Fred Bandy Jr., now 68, was charged with first-degree murder and was set to go on trial by jury for 5 days. Bandy's last pretrial conference was also set for July 29, 2024, at 3 p.m. However, no outcomes have been made public as of yet. On February 5, 2024, he attended another pretrial conference in Noble County, where trial dates were scheduled for October 7 to 11, 2024. John W. Lehman, his 68-year-old co-defendant, is involved in his own legal proceedings. At 1 p.m. on February 26, 2024, he had a pretrial conference. A hearing for a change of plea was also scheduled for June 18, at 11:30 a.m. in the Circuit Court of Noble. It was anticipated that Lehman would enter a guilty plea to the charges against him at this hearing, renouncing his not guilty plea. Lehman recently agreed to a plea agreement on August 15, 2024, which could drastically lower his sentence. The deal would sentence him to 8 years in a state prison in Indiana and drop the first-degree murder charge in favor of conspiracy to commit murder. However, this agreement is contingent upon a judge's approval, which will be decided at a hearing on October 11. This development could provide closure to the impacted families and represents a significant turning point in the case. The hearing's outcome, which will decide whether Lehman's plea agreement is accepted or if the initial charges remain, will be closely monitored. The trial for Bandy is still set for October. There is an unfillable void left by the tragically short life of Laurel Mitchell. But because of Captain Smith and his team's unwavering commitment, her killers will not escape punishment. For a community that has been waiting far too long, their unwavering efforts have ensured that justice is served. The impact of Laurel goes well beyond her sad destiny. She will live on as a testament to tenacity, optimism, and an inspirational spirit. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Lynette Dawson's seemingly ideal life was upended in January 1982, when she vanished without a trace in the quiet suburb of Bayview on Sydney's northern beaches. Lynette was a warm, loving wife, mother, and friend, so her family and friends were shocked by her abrupt absence. Lynette left her 2 young daughters behind when she left the family, according to her husband, Chris Dawson, a dynamic former rugby league player who is now a teacher. However, his story almost immediately sparked troubling questions. Why would a loving mother desert her kids? Why didn't she take any cash, clothing, or even a note with her? Let's explore the complex network of love, treachery, and unresolved issues that characterize Lynette's tale, a tragedy that defies extinction. Lynette Dawson, whose real name was Lynette Joy Sims, was born into a close, kin and affectionate family. She was the second of 4 children in the Sims family, which included an older brother named Greg and younger siblings Pat and Philip, and she grew up in Sydney's eastern suburbs. Lynette was well known from an early age for her good nature, upbeat demeanor, and strong bonds with her family. A short stroll from their house, Clovelly Beach is a charming spot where the Sims family frequently spent their weekends. For Lynette and her siblings, the beach, with its crystal-clear waters and expansive views of the coast, became a special place, where they created innumerable memories of swimming, family vacations, and spending time together. Lynette married Chris Dawson, a dynamic and athletic man who had gained early notoriety as a rugby league player for the Newtown Jets in March 1970 when she was just 19 years old. The pair appeared to have a dreamlike romance, and Chris was well known for his athletic ability and attractive appearance. Lynette, who was deeply in love with Chris, helped him with his career while they were starting a family. Their union seemed to be a match made in heaven. The couple chose Bayview, a serene and picturesque suburb on Sydney's northern beaches, which is a great area to start a family. Lynette and Chris had 2 daughters, Chanel and Sharon, in the years after their marriage, and the family seemed to lead a happy life. Lynette balanced her commitment to her family with her career as a nurse and then as a childcare provider. She enjoyed taking care of her daughters and keeping their home cozy and loving, and she frequently put their needs ahead of her own. Chris, on the other hand, kept advancing his career by juggling his rugby commitments and teaching job. Chris was the devoted husband and father, and Lynette was the focal point of their seemingly perfect life for many years. But beneath the surface of their contented family life, their marriage was starting to show signs of strain. Chris's relationship with a young student at Cromer High School would soon fall apart due to his growing infatuation with her. Lynette had no idea at the time that her marriage, which had seemed stable, was about to fall apart, and that a string of startling incidents would soon shake the foundation of her family and alter her life forever, ultimately leading to her death. Joanne Curtis first appeared in Chris Dawson's physical education class at Cromer High School when she was 16 years old. Chris was married to Lynette Dawson, had 2 young daughters, and was in his early 30s at the time. They had no idea how Lynette's life would be destroyed by what started out as a teacher-student relationship. Despite the fact that Joanne was a teenager living with her family and that they were very different in age, Chris's love for her grew rapidly. His marriage to Lynette was strained as a result of his growing obsession. She observed his strange behavior and growing distance. In 1980, Chris asked Joanne to move in with the Dawsons while posing as Chanel and Sharon's babysitter. Chris started to express his feelings for Joanne more publicly after she moved into the Dawson residence. He frequently expressed his desire to be with Joanne and put pressure on her to share his feelings. He also diminished Lynette's sense of significance in the family. Concerning the disintegration of her marriage, Lynette confided in her friends. She was very private about her marital issues. Joanne also became aware of Chris's domineering behavior and felt trapped in a situation from which she was unable to quickly get out. Chris, Joanne, and Lynette's tension kept increasing. In response to Lynette's efforts to keep her marriage intact, Chris became increasingly fixated, making it difficult to distinguish between his personal and professional lives. Joanne's emotional struggles caused her to start separating from Chris, which made him even more desperate. Chris's inability to accept losing Joanne or control over the situation resulted in a growing sense of frustration that ultimately led to tragedy. Lynette Dawson vanished without a trace on January 8, 1982. According to Chris Dawson, Lynette abandoned their family and left behind her possessions, which included her wedding band, clothing, and personal effects. Chris said Lynette had called her mother, Helena Sims, multiple times after she left, stating that she needed time away to get her thoughts straight. Lynette had marks around her throat when she returned from marriage counseling the day before she vanished. Lynette explained that Chris had wrapped his hands around her neck in the elevator on the way to counseling when her sister Annette asked her about it. Chris claimed that Lynette left voluntarily, raising the possibility that she did so in order to get away from the demands of family life. Helena Sims was taken aback by the news at first, but she did not immediately doubt her son-in-law's justification. Lynette had always been a family-oriented woman and had been a loving mother to their two young daughters, Chanel and Sharon. Even so, her mother, who had only spoken to Lynette a few days prior to her disappearance, struggled to believe that Lynette would abruptly leave her family. Helena was worried at first, but she had no reason to believe that something darker had happened. Tragically, she accepted Chris's story, which turned out to be untrue. At first, Chris's account of what happened to Lynette's family and the police seemed credible. Lynette had told him she was going to spend some time with friends and would come back when she was ready, he said. However, there were a number of obvious contradictions in his story that were overlooked. First of all, it would have been unusual for Lynette to have taken any cash, credit cards, or identification with her. In addition, if Lynette had really intended to leave, she would have made plans for the care of her kids, but she hadn't. Chris Dawson appeared remarkably unconcerned in the days following Lynette's disappearance, even acting as if nothing had happened. However, Chris Dawson's quick response to Lynette's disappearance was what alarmed her family and friends. He moved Joanne into their bedroom a few weeks after Lynette disappeared. A burgeoning scandal centered on Joanne. Chris had started an affair with Lynette in the months before she vanished. It was an inappropriate relationship that was hard for anyone to overlook. Joanne was living with the Dawsons at the time, and Lynette's family and friends were taken aback by her presence in the house following Lynette's abrupt departure. Those who knew the Dawsons found it unsettling that this move was made so soon after Lynette was reported missing. It seemed less like the acts of a man lamenting the loss of his wife and more like a quick replacement. This development horrified Lynette's family, especially her brother Greg Sims. They found it incomprehensible that Chris could move on so fast, especially in such dubious conditions. Greg remembered being extremely uneasy as he watched what was happening. He and the rest of the family started to suspect that Chris was concealing something. Initially dismissed as a straightforward case of a wife abandoning her family, Lynette's disappearance started to take on a much darker appearance. Serious questions were raised by Chris Dawson's actions, particularly his inability to give consistent explanations for his wife's disappearance. Although he was adamant that Lynette had left on her own volition, his actions gave the impression that she had not. Furthermore, the fact that Lynette had always been a responsible mother who would never abandon her kids without a trace added to the family's growing suspicions. Lynette's family rejected Chris Dawson's story as time went on, and no new information surfaced. They started their own investigation because they thought something was amiss and wanted to find out the truth. They had no idea that the investigation into Lynette Dawson's disappearance would take decades, during which time Chris Dawson would continue to claim innocence, while details of his role in her demise would eventually surface. Lynette's family battled to learn the truth about her disappearance over the years. They were left heartbroken and perplexed at the time, but their quest for answers would ultimately result in a trial and a conviction. They clung to hope while pondering countless questions as they attempted to make sense of the bizarre and unsettling circumstances surrounding Lynette's abrupt disappearance. Lynette Dawson's disappearance was initially handled like any other missing persons case. When Lynette's friends and family started to voice their concerns, the police dismissed them, claiming that Lynette was an adult and could leave if she so desired. The investigation's initial dismissiveness and lack of urgency irritated Lynette's family, who knew her well and thought there might be more to the story. Chris Dawson's story went mostly uncontested, leaving them to deal with their mounting misgivings and anxieties. Chris's 1984 marriage to Joanne heightened suspicions that he was responsible for Lynette's disappearance. However, the toxic and domineering nature of their relationship was a major factor in their 1990 divorce. In subsequent interviews, Joanne talked about how she felt trapped and controlled by Dawson during their time together, particularly after Lynette vanished. Chris, however, insisted that Lynette had left willingly, and even said she had joined a religious commune. However, his actions seemed inconsistent with his story, as he quickly rebuilt his life with Joanne and filed for divorce a year after she vanished. This time was especially difficult for Chanel and Sharon, Lynette's daughters. In her memoir, My Mother's Eyes, Chanel, who was only 4 when her mother disappeared, later talked about feeling abandoned and unloved by Joanne. This complicated family dynamics and left long-lasting emotional scars. Time and a dearth of hard evidence caused Lynette's case to essentially stagnate between 1984 and 2001. Notwithstanding the disturbing allegations of Chris Dawson's domineering and violent conduct, the inquiry was unsuccessful. Concerns expressed by friends and family were ignored because authorities found it difficult to go beyond rumors and conjecture. Key leads that might have provided insight into Lynette's fate were either ignored or not sufficiently pursued, and the police made little headway. Throughout these years, Chris insisted that Lynette had left on her own volition, despite growing skepticism about his story. Lynette's family endured heartache and frustration during this time, but they persisted in their quest for information. To preserve her memory, they relentlessly pushed for the reopening of her case. The first judicial investigation into her case was carried out by the New South Wales Coroner's Court in 2001, marking a turning point despite the absence of official action. The fact that Lynette had no evidence of her own free will was one of the main issues brought up by the investigation. Additionally, it examined Chris Dawson's actions closely and raised the possibility that he was complicit in her disappearance. According to the coroner, Lynette was probably dead, and Chris Dawson ought to be held accountable for her alleged murder. However, since there was still no concrete evidence connecting Chris to her death or disappearance, the authorities did not immediately pursue the case further in spite of these findings. In 2003, a second court investigation was conducted as a result of persistent pressure from public advocates and Lynette's family. The inconsistencies in Chris Dawson's testimony and the pervasive suspicion surrounding his relationship with Joanne were the main topics of this inquest once more. Once more, the coroner found that there was a high probability that Chris killed Lynette, but the evidence was insufficient to reach a firm conclusion. Consequently, Chris Dawson was not charged by the Director of Public Prosecutions, DPP. The DPP refused to file charges on both occasions, stating that there was insufficient evidence. The family of Lynette was devastated. Despite the coroner's conclusion that Chris Dawson most likely killed Lynette, no charges were brought, leaving them in deep frustration and sadness as years went by without justice for her disappearance. They wouldn't give up, though. By 2018, most people had forgotten about the Lynette Dawson case. The young mother's tragic disappearance appeared to have remained unsolved for more than 30 years, with little chance of justice for her family. But that year, Hedley Thomas, an investigative journalist, reignited interest in Lynette's case with his groundbreaking podcast, The Teacher's Pet. Hedley Thomas uncovered important new information that challenged Chris Dawson's assertions and clarified hitherto unconsidered facets of the case. Thomas studied the chronology of Lynette's disappearance, spoke with witnesses, and reviewed police reports. His research exposed serious inconsistencies in Chris Dawson's statements, casting doubt on his assertion that Lynette had left her family on her own volition. Friends and relatives' testimonies depicted a failing marriage in which Chris was enamored with Joanne. The problematic dynamics of Chris and Joanne's relationship were also revealed in the podcast. Thomas emphasized the rapid escalation of their affair. Important insights were revealed by Joanne during the podcast, including her admission of Chris's domineering actions and the chronology of their relationship. This testimony turned out to be crucial to comprehending what transpired before Lynette vanished. The Teacher's Pet examined the emotional toll that Lynette's disappearance had on her family, in addition to pointing out contradictions in Chris's account. Her loved ones' voices were heard, especially those of her brother Greg Sims, who had fought for justice for decades. Listeners were made aware of the heartache and frustration that Lynette's family went through when the initial investigation was unsuccessful. The podcast also examined the initial police investigation's flaws. Thomas disclosed how important evidence was missed, and how authorities were unable to make the connection between Lynette's abrupt disappearance, Chris's infidelity, and his desire to be with Joanne. Chris Dawson was able to avoid suspicion for years because of this lack of thoroughness. The Teacher's Pet had a significant impact despite the dubious circumstances. It brought Lynette's case back into the spotlight in Australia, sparking protests and demands for justice. After listening to the podcast, a number of people who had been silent for years came forward with fresh testimonies that clarified the case. Legal action was sparked by the podcast, which greatly increased the pressure on authorities to re-examine Lynette's disappearance. Chris Dawson was detained and accused of Lynette's murder in 2018, partly as a result of the disclosures made in The Teacher's Pet. The case eventually went to trial, which was a major turning point. In addition to uncovering fresh evidence, the podcast inspired public support, demonstrating the ability of investigative journalism to advance justice. Chris Dawson was residing in Queensland when he was arrested. Following his arrest, Dawson's attorneys issued a statement asserting his innocence and vowing to fight the charges. Dawson insisted that Lynette's disappearance was voluntary and that she had deserted her family. He persisted in denying any role in her demise. In 2022, Chris Dawson's trial for his wife's murder got underway in the Supreme Court of New South Wales, which was chaired by Justice Ian Harrison. Because of the case's widespread pre-trial publicity, the trial was held without a jury. Due in large part to the disclosures made public by the Teacher's Pet podcast, Dawson had gained national attention. Without tangible proof, like Lynette's body, the prosecution had a difficult time establishing their case. Rather, they relied on key witness testimony, circumstantial evidence, and a thorough analysis of Chris Dawson's actions prior to and following Lynette's disappearance. Joanne was one of the most important witnesses. Since she had already cut ties with Dawson in 1990, she mustered the guts to tell the truth, which was a pivotal moment in assembling the evidence against him. According to Joanne's damning testimony, Dawson had once brought her to see a hitman to talk about killing Lynette, but he later changed his mind. According to Joanne's story, he was prepared to go to great lengths to get rid of his wife. She also talked about how his domineering and cunning actions intensified following Lynette's disappearance. Joanne recalled how Dawson had moved her into the bedroom soon after Lynette disappeared, highlighting how quickly their relationship had developed and how he seemed unconcerned about his missing wife. Patricia Jenkins, Lynette's sister, provided more details about the Dawsons' tumultuous marriage. She testified that Lynette had told her about Chris's abusive tendencies and erratic temper. Patricia claims that Lynette said Chris was often irate and had black eyes flashing when they argued. In addition, Lynette had voiced concerns about the status of their marriage and her increasing sense of helplessness. Lynette's co-workers attested to her attempts to save the marriage in its last moments. They recalled how, following a counseling session, Lynette and Chris arrived at work hand in hand on January 8, 1982. Lynette vanished a few days later in spite of these efforts, and Chris's subsequent behavior sparked suspicions. Witnesses detailed his repeated assertions that Lynette had left voluntarily, leaving her children unaccounted for, and his lack of urgency in reporting her missing. Since Lynette Dawson's body was never located, the case against Chris Dawson was primarily based on circumstantial evidence. Nevertheless, the prosecution made a strong case based on the testimony of witnesses. When examined more closely, Chris's assertion that Lynette had voluntarily left her family to join a religious commune was refuted. It was mentioned that Lynette abandoned everything she owned, including money and most significantly her 2 daughters, a completely uncharacteristic behavior for a loving mother. Additionally, the court viewed his quick decision to put Joanne Curtis in his bedroom and his divorce filing within a year of Lynette's disappearance as extremely suspicious, indicating a clear motivation to get rid of Lynette and begin a new life with Joanne. Justice Ian Harrison rejected the defense's claim that Lynette had voluntarily left, even though her body was not present. He declared the alleged sightings of her to be untrustworthy and emphasized how Chris's claims were false. The court was persuaded by this evidence that Chris Dawson killed Lynette in order to end his marriage and start dating Joanne. Chris Dawson was convicted of Lynette's murder on August 30, 2022, and given a 24-year prison term without the possibility of release until 2040, when he would be 92 years old. Although Lynette's family received some justice as a result of the conviction, they are still devastated that her body has never been located. In order to properly honor her memory and achieve complete closure, they still hold out hope that her remains will one day be found. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In May 2007, a suspect was formally identified by Portuguese police looking into the disappearance of 3-year-old Madeleine McCann, who vanished while on vacation in the Algarve 15 years ago. 3-year-old Madeleine McCann disappeared from her family's vacation rental in Praia da Luz, Portugal, on May 3, 2007. The investigation reached a number of dead ends, in spite of extensive worldwide media coverage and extensive searches conducted in several nations, including Portugal, the UK, Spain, Germany, and Morocco. Time and resources were wasted as a result of the deluge of misleading hints, unreliable reports, and unconfirmed tips. Every lead was followed by major media outlets like the BBC, Sky News, and The Guardian, but none of them produced the breakthrough that everyone had been hoping for. Did authorities discover her whereabouts years later? Why has this case remained one of the most perplexing disappearances in history? And what went wrong? Now, let's explore the narrative. Interest in the enigmatic disappearance of Madeleine McCann has been rekindled by a new search in a new location. When she was a toddler on a family vacation in Portugal in 2007, she vanished. Every family wished for a vacation like this one. Kate and Jerry McCann, both in their late 30s, had been putting in a lot of effort in their respective medical professions. They decided it was time for a break after years of juggling their family and work lives. They made travel arrangements to Portugal's Algarve, a well-liked vacation spot for British families. On May 3, 2007, they left for what was supposed to be a quiet week at the Ocean Club Resort in Praia da Luz with their 3 kids, twins Sean and Amélie, as well as their oldest daughter, Madeleine. At the time, Madeleine, their 3rd child, was 3 years old. The family stayed at the resort in a spacious, cozy apartment. Despite the basic lodging, the location was ideal for a restful vacation. The McCanns were a close-knit, loving, and well-educated family that was perfect in many respects. In addition to being doctors, Kate and Jerry were also loving parents who were very involved in their kids' lives. They chose a family-friendly resort with a kids' club and lots of activities because they had carefully planned their trip. They weren't the kind to take chances or neglect the security of their kids. Actually, the resort was known for being safe, so they were at ease knowing that their kids would be protected while they spent some peaceful time together. But everything would change on the night of May 3, 2007. A night that nobody could have foreseen. After spending the day at the resort, Kate and Jerry McCann made the decision to have a quiet dinner with friends at a nearby tapas restaurant on the evening of May 3, 2007. In their apartment, their 3 kids, Madeleine, Amélie, and Sean, were fast asleep. The couple took turns checking on them and felt at ease leaving them alone for brief periods of time. Kate checked on the children at 9:30 p.m. She discovered that everything was in order. Madeleine seemed to be sleeping soundly in her bed, and Sean and Amélie were both sleeping soundly. Their friend, who was staying next door, Matthew Oldfield, later offered to come see how the kids were doing. The door to the children's bedroom was open when he went to check on himself, but he didn't look any further and couldn't remember if the window or shutter was open. Kate returned to see how the kids were doing at around 10 o'clock at night. The patio doors were unlocked when she stepped inside. Due to an open window, the door of the children's bedroom slammed shut on its own as she attempted to close it. At that moment, she noticed that Madeleine was gone and that the window and its shutter were open. Kate yelled, "Madeleine's gone," as she hurried back to the restaurant in panic. "She's been taken." Approximately 10:10 p.m., Matthew Oldfield was asked by Jerry McCann to go to the resort's reception and call the police on May 3, 2007. At 10:30, hotel employees and visitors started the resort's missing child procedure by looking around for Madeleine. After searching for hours, they still couldn't find her, although at first they thought she might have gone missing. Together with their friends, the McCanns broadened their search by calling Madeleine's name and knocking on doors. Panic increased as the evening wore on. Their fear only grew as each minute seemed to drag on for an hour. Even though Kate and Jerry were desperate to find their daughter, it seemed to be getting harder as time went on. Despite their best efforts to remain strong for their other children, they were overcome with pain and anxiety, and the uncertainty was nearly unbearable. But the police's reaction wasn't the best. Around 11:10 p.m., two Guardia Nacional Republicana (GNR) officers showed up at the resort. Following a quick search, they called the criminal police, or Policia Judiciaria (PJ), who showed up at around 1 in the morning. Search dogs were brought in by 2 a.m., and by 8 a.m. the police had broadened their search to include nearby caves, wells, and waterways. But during what are referred to as the golden hours of a missing person case, errors were made. Roadblocks did not appear right away, and it took hours for Border and Marine Police to be notified. Numerous resort employees were never interviewed, and important surveillance footage was never requested. After samples were sent to 3 forensic labs, Madeleine's bedroom was found to contain the DNA of an unidentified stranger. However, the evidence might have been compromised because by the time the apartment was sealed off, about 20 people had already entered the room. The investigation was further delayed when Interpol took 5 days to issue a global missing person alert. It was useless by the time the police put tape across the door at 3 in the morning. Crowds were reportedly assembling outside the apartment, including close to the window of the kid's bedroom, which is where the kidnapper may have entered. Even police officers contaminated the scene by handling the evidence improperly. One even dusted the window shutter for fingerprints without gloves. Robert Murat, a British-Portuguese property consultant, was the first suspect 12 days after Madeleine McCann vanished. Murat, who had been involved in the case and offered to assist with translations, lived close to the McCannans' apartment. He was questioned and his house and possessions were searched extensively, but no evidence connected him to Madeleine's disappearance was found. After his suspect status was revoked in July 2008, he was awarded hefty damages for defamation. Portuguese police did not take the McCann's suggestion in June 2007 to use a former police officer's matter orientation system to help find their daughter seriously. The Portuguese police responded by writing to the British government to request more help. As a result, Keela and Eddie, 2 British sniffer dogs, arrived in July 2007. The investigation took a darker turn, despite the fact that there was no proof whatsoever that Madeleine was dead or that the McCannses were responsible for her disappearance. A number of witnesses reported seeing suspicious people in the vicinity of apartment 5A in the days preceding Madeleine's disappearance, including a man acting strangely close to the apartment and men collecting money for fictitious charities. A man with blonde hair was also frequently spotted observing the McCannans' block. In spite of this, the investigation did not immediately make any progress. However, what took place that evening? Was a random crime the cause of Madeleine's disappearance? Or was there a darker motive at work? The reasons behind her disappearance have been the subject of several theories, some of which we will discuss later. Let's examine the DNA analysis in more detail for the time being. Hair and fibers from apartment 5A and the McCann's vehicle were sent for DNA analysis in August 2007. The findings on August 8 moved the investigation from kidnapping to murder. The forensic lab employed a contentious, easily contaminated low-copy number DNA technique. A partial match to Madeleine's DNA was discovered in the car's boot on September 3, but the findings were not conclusive. This raised questions about the validity of the results by implying that the DNA might belong to several different people. The McCanns were formally designated as arguidos, suspects, by September 2007. Although DNA evidence from the apartment and their rental car was provided, the findings were ambiguous and complicated. In spite of this, the Portuguese police urged the McCanns to confess and speculated that Madeleine might have died in an accident. Due to a lack of evidence, the case was later archived in 2008 after receiving progressively negative media coverage. A thorough police investigation was warranted for Madeleine McCann. A dearth of evidence presented significant difficulties for the investigation in the days after Madeleine McCann vanished. No forensic evidence indicated a crime scene, no indications of forced entry into the apartment, and no definitive answers regarding Madeleine's fate were found. The following theories surfaced. 1. During an abduction by a sex offender, many initially thought that Madeleine had been kidnapped by a sex offender who had broken into the apartment while the McCanns were eating. The door to the children's bedroom was discovered ajar, and suspicious men were spotted all over the resort. But there were concerns about how the kidnapper could have gotten in undetected. or without leaving any evidence of forced entry. 2. Robbery wrong. According to a different theory, Madeleine was taken during a robbery that went awry. It's possible that thieves broke into the apartment to take valuables, but when they discovered the kids inside, they kidnapped Madeleine. Witnesses reported seeing suspicious men around the apartment, and there had been several reported burglaries in the area. 3. Accident and cover-up. According to this theory, Madeleine may have overdosed on medication or died in another accident while she was in the apartment. The McCanns may have attempted to conceal the death and make it seem like an abduction in a panic. Although some investigators noted discrepancies in the McCanns' account, this theory was not substantiated by any tangible evidence. 4. Suspicious woman. On the evening of May 3, 2007, a number of witnesses claimed to have seen an odd woman close to the McCanns' apartment. Although she was said to be acting strangely and wearing a purple top, there was no evidence linking her to Madeleine's disappearance. Though each theory had its proponents, none of them was able to provide a definitive explanation for Madeleine's disappearance. The mystery remained unsolved, despite the investigation's continued exploration of every potential lead. The disappearance of Madeleine McCann swiftly gained international media attention. What began as a missing child story quickly became a worldwide event. The media started to doubt the McCannans' involvement as the investigation was postponed, with some conjecturing that they might be concealing something. According to reports, a police dog picked up the smell of blood in the McCannans' rental car and apartment, which heightened suspicions that they might be behind Madeleine's disappearance. A media frenzy ensued, with the world waiting for answers that never materialized, from what began as sympathy for the McCanns. On September 9, 2007, the McCannans left the UK, even though they were named as suspects in their daughter's disappearance case. Chief Inspector Tavares de Almeida came to the conclusion in a report on September 10, 2007, that Madeleine had died inadvertently in the family's apartment, and that the McCannans had staged the kidnapping with the assistance of their friends. A leaked diplomatic cable from September 28, 2007, which showed that US and UK authorities were cooperating on the case, provided more evidence in support of this theory. Tensions with the McCanns grew when they declined to take part in a police reconstruction. Even though Portuguese police had broadened their investigation in October 2007, when the Portuguese Attorney General declared on July 21, 2008, that there was no evidence connecting the McCannans or Robert Murat to Madeleine's disappearance, the investigation was declared closed. But only a few weeks later, on August 4, 2008, the authorities acknowledged the lack of conclusive evidence and made thousands of pages of case files public. Following Madeleine McCann's disappearance, her parents established the Madeleine's Fund, which by March 2008 had amassed over PS 1.8 million. With assistance from individuals such as J.K., the fund provided a PS 2.5 million reward for leads, including Rowling and Simon Cowell. Control Risks and Mateto 3, two private investigators the McCanns hired, may have produced some results in Morocco. In 2008, tensions grew between the McCannans and the Portuguese police. They hired Oakley International, which produced e-fits of a suspect, 4 PS 500,000. When Scotland Yard released these e-fits in 2013, they caused a stir because they had been kept secret until then. The Sunday Times later paid the McCannans PS 55,000 in damages for publishing the story. The McCanns met with British Home Secretary Alan Johnson in 2009 to ask that Madeleine's case be reviewed. Jim Gamble's 2010 report, which criticized the British and Portuguese authorities' lack of coordination and suggested closer cooperation, was the result of this. The British government began Operation Grange, a thorough investigation of the case by Scotland Yard, in May 2011 under Home Secretary Theresa May. A petition from the Sun newspaper served as one of the catalysts for this. By July 2013, the investigation had grown from a team of 29 detectives to a full-scale operation. Over the years, the team looked into hundreds of potential sightings and sex offenders, translated documents, and published age-progressed photos. The investigation's scope was reduced by 2016, but in 2018, the Home Secretary authorized more funding, raising the overall cost to PS 11.6 million. In order to continue the investigation, There were additional extensions in 2018 and 2019. Calls made close to the Ocean Club around the time Madeleine vanished were tracked by police in 2014 using mobile phone tracking. After being questioned, the former bus driver and his associates denied any involvement. Euclid Monteiro, a former employee of the Ocean Club whose phone was found close to the scene, was another important person. No evidence connected him to Madeleine's case, despite the fact that he had previously been questioned about break-ins, and he passed away in 2009. During the same raid on Scotland Yard, believing Monteiro was responsible, issued a request for information in March 2014 regarding a man implicated in sexual assaults in vacation homes in the Algarve. Interviews with 4 Portuguese nationals produced no leads, and a thorough search in Praia da Luz in June 2014 produced no fresh evidence. 11 individuals, including Robert Murat's associates, were questioned later in December, but once more, no significant results were obtained. More than 8,600 sightings of Madeleine had been reported globally by 2016, but none of them were deemed credible. Scotland Yard kept investigating every lead, but she was nowhere to be found. Authorities were hopeful that the remaining pieces of the puzzle, including cell site data and leads about possible suspects, including local suspects offenders, would eventually come together as the investigation continued. 10 years after Madeleine vanished, in 2017, her parents continued to hold out hope. They felt that someone out there knew what had happened, so they vowed to keep looking for as long as it took. Meanwhile, authorities in Braunschweig, Germany, got a vital tip regarding Christian B., who allegedly admitted to a friend in 2017 that he was aware of Madeleine's fate. German police made a shocking announcement in June 2020. They had a new top suspect in Madeleine McCann's disappearance. Christian Bruckner, the suspect, was a 43-year-old convicted sexual offender with a history of unsettling offenses. This new lead gave the investigation new hope after years of dead ends. Bruckner had a troubling criminal history. He had a lengthy criminal history that included drug trafficking, sexual abuse, and burglaries during the previous 30 years. Authorities characterized him as an empathetic psychopath who preyed on defenseless girls. When Bruckner was found guilty of sexual abuse in Germany in 1994, his criminal career officially began. He carried on committing crimes after fleeing to Portugal, such as robbing hotels and vacation rentals close to the Praia da Luz resort. Bruckner's actions on the night of Madeleine's disappearance were connected by German police. 3 primary suspects, 2 men and a woman, who were spotted with a girl who looked like Madeleine, are the subject of the most recent development. Investigators found that Bruckner's cell phone had made a call close to the resort an hour prior to her disappearance. The day after Madeleine vanished, investigators discovered that Bruckner had left Portugal and registered his vehicle to someone else. Did he know more than he was revealing, or was this merely a coincidence? When investigators found troubling evidence connecting Bruckner to other crimes, it appeared that his involvement was even more likely. Bruckner was discovered to have posted about his fantasies of abusing children in a Skype pedophile chat room in 2013. It raised suspicions even though he didn't bring up Madeleine. Then, in 2016, investigators discovered images and videos of child abuse in an abandoned factory that had once belonged to Bruckner. Police took years to link Bruckner to Madeleine's case even though he was a known criminal, but when they looked further, they discovered that he had 68 videos and 391 pictures of child pornography. Christian Bruckner was given a 7-year prison sentence in December 2019 for the 2005 rape of a 72-year-old American woman in Portugal, close to Praia da Luz, where Madeleine McCann's family had been lodging. It is thought that Bruckner assaulted the woman, another woman, and a teenager during the assault, which was caught on camera. Portuguese authorities did not disclose the person's identity, but by 2022 they had named him an official suspect in Madeleine's case. Both German and British police had requested the announcement. Whether Bruckner was the suspect or if someone else had surfaced was unclear. Bruckner's criminal record also included drug trafficking sentences. The Barragem do Arade Reservoir, located approximately 30 miles from Praia da Luz, was searched for 3 days by Portuguese and German authorities in May 2023 after Madeleine vanished. In 2008, a lawyer said he had previously searched the area after receiving information from his criminal contacts that Madeleine's body might be there. Bruckner was also on trial in Germany for rape and sexual assault, with the attacks allegedly taking place in Portugal from 2002 to 2017. An email account connected to Madeleine's disappearance was discovered by authorities, according to a German investigator in June 2024. Bruckner was purportedly connected to the account. A second email account used to disseminate pictures of child abuse was also discovered by investigators. Remarkably, the emails associated with this account were erased soon after Madeleine vanished in early 2007. In a separate trial in October 2024, a German court cleared Christian Bruckner, although he has not been charged in Madeleine's case. Bruckner, 47, is currently serving a 7-year prison sentence in Germany for rape. According to the defense, there was not enough proof to find him guilty of the charges. Although no charges have been filed against him in relation to the case, Bruckner is still the main suspect in her disappearance, even though prosecutors had pushed for an additional 15-year sentence. Though they need more proof before they can charge him, German investigators continue to believe Christian Bruckner may have been involved in Madeleine McCann's disappearance. They cite his history of targeting young girls, cell phone records, and suspicious behavior as important connections to the case. "We will never give up hope of finding Madeleine alive," the McCanns wrote on their website, expressing their continued optimism. "But in order to find peace, we must know the truth regardless of the result." The investigation goes on while Bruckner remains silent in prison. Is there more to the story? Or is he the one at fault? We live with this doubt in our hearts, even though we don't know what happened. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We take a look at events that happened in 2019 in the UK. On April 28, 2019, 39-year-old care worker Emma Faulds vanished under mysterious circumstances. After receiving a call from her family 2 days later, the police began a thorough investigation to find out Emma's true fate. 700 square miles had to be searched by the police. In 2019, Emma resided in Kilmarnock. Located in southwest Scotland's East Ayrshire, Kilmarnock is a town and former burgh. There was quiet and comfort in her home, and she was always followed faithfully by her dog Maverick. Emma led a quiet, measured life. In addition to having a good heart, she was well known among her neighbors for her ability to relate to everyone. Emma regarded her dog Maverick, a cute West Highland Terrier, as a son, and more than just a pet. They would enjoy the fresh air and the splendor of nature while taking long walks together in parks and woods. Emma visited her parents on April 25, 2019. Her father, Ian, 70, and mother, Margaret Faulds, 70, were thrilled to see their daughter. Emma always brought a sense of coziness and warmth to her visits with her parents. Emma's parents talked about their plans and memories during dinner. Even though she had heard these stories a lot, she always discovered something fresh and motivational in them. Her parents occasionally reminisced about Emma's early years and how the family used to go on picnics at the lake. The conversation at the table was informal and laid back. Immersed in the recollections of her carefree childhood, Emma shared their laughter. However, the discussion continued. In order to prepare for the future, her parents informed her that they would be traveling to Brighton to see relatives who resided there. Emma remarked to herself how her parents, in spite of their advanced age, made plans with ease and joy, still full of life and adventure. They continued their conversation over a cup of coffee in the living room after dinner. For Emma, this evening served as a reminder of the value of family, of the unseen thread that unites generations, and of what is genuinely important in life, in addition to being a chance to spend time with her loved ones. Nobody could have predicted that the family's tranquility would vanish in a matter of days. Emma informed her parents that on Sunday, April 28th, she would be meeting up with her friend Ross Willocks. Ross and Emma had been friends for 18 years. Both of them were wardens at Kilmarnock Prison when they first met. Emma wanted to visit Ross after telling her parents that he had adopted a dog from a shelter. Emma told her sister via text that she was going to have a bit of a mad one. Ross resided in Moncton's Fairfield Park. Emma texted a friend at around 8 p.m. to let them know she was at Ross's house, where she would be spending the night and enjoying a glass of wine. Emma's phone was referred to as an extension of her arm because she was typically in constant communication with her loved ones. However, Emma didn't text or call any of her family members or friends the following day. Margaret, her mother, said this was completely uncharacteristic. Emma's parents were in Brighton visiting relatives on April 30th. Emma's employers called her mother, Margaret, to inform her that her daughter had failed to show up for work. Emma's parents were immediately aware that something was amiss because she spoke to a friend or family member every day. "We were on edge and decided to report her missing because it was so unlike her," said her dad. Around 4:30 p.m. when police officers broke into Emma's apartment on Fullerton Street in Kilmarnock that day, they found her pet dog, Maverick, home by himself. A neighbor had heard Emma sobbing. Everyone knew Emma well enough to know that she would never leave her dog alone. Emma kept Maverick in a cage during his recovery from a recent operation on his cruciate ligament to prevent him from jumping and running around. The investigation, known as Operation Solzhen, immediately focused on Ross Willox because he was the last person to see her alive. At approximately 11 p.m., Willox informed officers that Emma had made the decision to drive back to her apartment, which was less than 9 miles away. He claimed that while they were at his Moncton home, she became anxious about her recently operated dog and wanted to bring it home. They chose to visit her apartment. He claimed that after traveling with her, he took roughly a dozen lines of cocaine. According to Willox, Emma was cheerful and upbeat and was having fun. She was planning a cruise and discussing her upcoming 40th birthday. At around 7 a.m., he said, he took a taxi home. April 29. After Emma was reported missing, her sister, Myram Faulds, who works in Abu Dhabi, went back to Scotland to assist in the search. On May 1, 2019, she took a plane back to Scotland and started assisting with her sister's search. Emma vanished the following day, leaving a profound sense of unease and uncertainty in her wake. Her family launched a difficult and demanding search for her as soon as they couldn't get in touch with her. The police swiftly acted, coordinating with Emma's friends and relatives. Soon, informational pamphlets with Emma's picture were lining the city's streets. They asked that anyone with information about her contact the police, and they included information about her last known location. On social media, word of Emma's disappearance spread, and every post on her family page drew an increasing number of supportive comments and wishes for her safe return home. Desperate, Emma's family begged for assistance from the public every day. The authors wrote, "Any detail could be crucial. Please help us find Emma." The police also asked for assistance from the town's residents, realizing how urgent it was to solve the case. Private CCTV camera owners were asked to review their footage by detectives. Maybe something suspicious would be captured on camera, or perhaps Emma's figure would be glimpsed among the typical street scenes. A strong feeling of unease was mingled with both hope and fear. Everyone who knew Emma and cared for her, however, remained hopeful. The town was unified by the shared objective of locating Emma and returning her home, despite the fact that hundreds of total strangers did not remain uninterested. The police placed a high premium on gathering evidence related to Emma's disappearance. Every discovery might hold the key to the woman's unexplained disappearance, and every bit of evidence and witness statement added to the puzzle that investigators were attempting to solve. Every little detail had to be considered in their hard work. For detectives, every discussion with neighbors and family members became a source of fresh concepts and theories that might help explain Emma's fate. One of the key success factors was the investigative team's capacity to carefully examine the evidence. They were able to create a tenuous but significant series of events that ultimately led to Emma's demise because of their meticulous attention to detail and unwavering pursuit of the truth. Furthermore, it was critical that the investigators take into account both the psychological and physical evidence. They made an effort to learn more about Emma's personality, relationships with other people, potential enemies, and the reasons behind her actions that most people would find improbable. Emma's vehicle was essential to the chronology. At 5:39 p.m., dashcam footage showed the blue BMW 1 Series parked outside Ross Willox's residence. April 28. Emma's car was parked outside her house the following morning, but strangely it was parked on the other side of the street. Emma always parked her car directly outside her apartment because she suffered from obsessive-compulsive disorder. When the police were able to obtain footage from a private CCTV camera, they were extremely fortunate to discover that Emma was not the driver of the car, but rather a man. Let's examine the video that was made public by the police. If you pay close attention, you can see the driver cleaning the dashboard and steering wheel of the vehicle. Investigators think Ross Woolocks was the driver of Emma's car and was aware of Emma's fate. After Emma was reported missing, her family and friends posted posters and handed out leaflets throughout Ayrshire. But Woolocks chose not to participate. Sarah Falls, Emma's sister, told investigators that she spoke with Woolocks after Emma vanished, and he provided her with 2 different accounts of what transpired. "Hi Ross, I'm just wondering if she's still with you. No one's seen her," she texted Woolocks on April 30, 2019, to which he responded that she wasn't with him. In a subsequent message, Woolocks told Sarah that he had driven Emma home himself. When Sarah inquired about the time of her departure, he replied, "Sunday. Maverick was getting rowdy with my dog, Patty, and Emma was getting stressed." Experts started using CCTV and cell phone analysis to map Woolocks' movements as the hunt for Emma grew more intense. CCTV footage of Woolocks purchasing bleach, rubber gloves, and tins of outdoor disinfectant from multiple stores was found. When we put all those pieces of evidence together, it painted a suspicious picture of Ross Woolocks' movements. They also looked into his background and found that he had previously constructed wind farms in Dumfries and Galloway, close to the Galloway Forest, according to Detective Crombie. When cameras captured 2 trips to the region in the days after Emma vanished, this became crucial. The first was in his Mercedes SUV on April 29. The second was in a Jaguar he purchased for his wife, who was working overseas when Emma disappeared. Later, during the search of the Jaguar, a police dog trained to detect the smell of dead bodies repeatedly barked at the boot area, providing a positive indication. In addition to an officer with extensive local knowledge and experience working as a wind farm liaison, police also called in search specialists from the UK National Crime Agency. According to Detective Crombie, some areas of the 700-square-mile Galloway Forest Park resembled the moon's surface. Woolocks' cell phone was examined by digital forensic specialists, who then superimposed the CCTV footage that was found on the routes he took in the 48 hours following Emma's disappearance. As previously stated, the police dog made a signal when searching Woolocks' Jaguar. Even though investigators knew Emma was dead, they still needed more solid proof to find Woolocks guilty. They had to locate Emma's remains. Police called for assistance from the public once more. The Mercedes on Monday, April 29, and the Jaguar on Tuesday, April 30, were both known to have been on the A714 Girvan to Newton Stewart Road. Detective Martin Fergus, who was in charge of the investigation, stated, "What Emma's family is going through is unimaginable, and our priority is to find her. I am thankful to members of the public who have been in touch and have provided us with valuable information which has led us to explore this area. I believe the A714 route is key to helping us find Emma, and I am appealing again to those who use this route regularly. Please take time to think back and consider if you saw a Mercedes or Jaguar car on this road, or parked up somewhere, or even off-road. If you have dashcam footage, please take the time to go through and check it. You may not realize it, but you could have captured footage of the vehicles in these locations, which could provide us with vital information and assist us in finding Emma." Since Woolocks was the sole suspect in the Emma Falls disappearance case, he was constantly monitored by the police. Neil Moore, Ross Woolocks' best friend, gave the police another crucial lead. Moore claimed that after Woolocks requested to use his device, he noticed the searches on it. On May 8, 2019, Moore told prosecutor Paul Kearney that he discovered searches he had not made on his iPad. They included: do police put tracking devices on cars? Can cars be traced by GPS? And can UK police trace your car without a warrant? Woolocks was being watched when he was taken into custody at his mother's home on May 8 on suspicion of Emma's murder. Declaring that he had no idea where Emma might be, he entered a not guilty plea. The Galloway Forest is roughly 700 square miles in size. However, police were able to concentrate on a search area by employing specialized techniques. During Operation Salzan, in the search of the 700-square-mile Galloway Forest area where Emma's body was suspected to be, Police called in Professor Lorna Dawson. Among other things, the soil expert was asked to inspect Willock's Timberland boots. On June 11th, Professor Dawson presented her findings. Emma's nude remains were discovered 24 hours later, concealed in a section of Glen Truel forest that is not typically traversed by people. When comparing the soil that covered Emma's body to the boots, there was a 92% match. Another potential match from the forest site was discovered beneath the Jaguar car's wheel arch. As a wind farm project manager, Willocks was familiar with the area, but he told police that he was only there to walk his dogs if they saw him. He was also located in and around the area by mobile phone analysis. According to Detective Pakalek, Bear, his dog, who was trained specifically to locate dead bodies, started barking, signaling that he had discovered something. To conduct additional investigation, the officer went back to the location. Pakalek put on sterile gloves and stated, "I lifted the vegetation to see if it was a body part or torso. I could see the lower portion of a naked body." A service was held at Holmesford Bridge Crematorium after hundreds of mourners paid their respects at Kilmarnock's New Lay Kirk. Maverick, Emma's West Highland Terrier, was leading the procession out of the church while sporting a blue bow tie. Emma's relatives posted on the family's butcher shop's social media page that they felt compelled to make a public statement. Only now. They claimed that during this incredibly depressing and agonizing time, they had received fields of flowers, hundreds of messages, and countless cards. This proves that there is a great caring community spirit in Kilmarnock and further afield, indeed worldwide, they stated. The Faulds family and Emma's dog, Maverick, signed off on the message, saying, "Thank you all so much for your support and kindness you have shown us during the past few weeks. We're not there yet, and it will be a long time until we get answers to all the questions that have been haunting us, but knowing that everyone is with us makes it easier to bear." Emma Faulds' murder has been charged against Ross Willocks. In addition, Willocks is accused of trying to thwart the course of justice by concealing Emma's body for several days before disposing of it in a forest, and by trying to conceal his alleged role in her demise from April 28 to May 8, 2019. According to the prosecution, he searched online for information on blood and how to disable vehicle tracking and disposed of Emma's clothes, belongings, and cell phone. Prosecutors also claim Willocks asked officers where Emma was and said he was concerned, leaving voicemails on her phone on multiple occasions while feigning to think she was still alive. Despite Emma's apparent neck injury, jurors were informed that her body was so decomposed that a pathologist was unable to determine what killed her. Dr. John Williams, a pathologist, testified in Glasgow's High Court that he examined Emma Faulds after her death, but because of the state of decomposition, Dr. Williams said he could only determine so much from her remains. He added that he was unable to pinpoint Emma's death date when questioned by prosecutor Paul Kearney. According to Dr. Williams's report, there were no significant natural diseases found, and she did not have any fractures to her arms, legs, or ribs. In response to the question posed by prosecutor Paul Kearney, "So nothing to point to a natural cause, but with the great caveat that your examination was affected by the state of decomposition?" Dr. Williams said, "That is right." It was discovered during the trial that Emma Faulds' toxicology samples included traces of alcohol and painkillers. The jury was informed that the cause of death must be declared undetermined after Dr. Williams read from his report saying, "In summary, the medical cause of death has not been established. The degree of decomposition has limited many aspects of the post-mortem." Joanne Cochran, a forensic scientist, described to the court how, while inspecting the BMW in September 2019, she removed a tape from a seat lever. It matched Ross Willocks' DNA profile, according to the expert. The trial also heard how blood was found in the accused's house. 2 tiny droplets that matched Ross Willocks' father's DNA profile were discovered. According to forensic scientist Joanne Cochran, no additional blood was discovered, but there was a tiny staining of contact blood elsewhere that was thought to match the accused. At the trial, Willocks had denied murder. In his version of events, he claimed to have left Ms. Faulds fit and well after partying with her for a while before they drove to her apartment in Kilmarnock, Ayrshire, which was about 9 miles away. Willocks' attorney, Donald Findlay, stated that it would not be suitable to offer any apologies on behalf of his client, who disputes his own responsibility. According to Findlay, He is not the kind of person I would have expected to have found himself guilty of a crime of murder. The murder of somebody that he knew and cared for. They cared for each other, not in any romantic sense, but as friends. Something catastrophic went wrong in the early hours of the morning and one life was lost. Margaret Faulds, Emma's mother, described the location of her daughter's discovery on the first day of the trial as, "No one would walk there or drive there. You would have to see it to believe how remote it was." Nevertheless, one individual went there with the intention of ensuring that no one would discover what he had done to his friend of nearly 20 years. Professor Lorna Dawson, a soil specialist, presented her results on June 11 after testing the Mercedes and Jaguar vehicles for soil and a pair of Willicks's Timberland boots. Search teams eventually located Emma after refocusing on damp, marshy areas as a result of Professor Dawson's analysis. She informed the trial that the deposition site was not a place you would typically walk through, and that there was no natural path to it. Her words, "You would avoid it." Professor Dawson stated that rather than originating from a similar common bog habitat, the soil recovered from the boots came from the deposition site. A jury convicted Willicks of murder and attempted obstruction of justice following a 6-week trial. Miriam and Sarah, Emma's distraught sisters and parents, were there to hear the decision. The judge stated to Willicks, "You know what the sentence for murder will be. It will be life imprisonment. Be under no misapprehension. This was a foul crime on a young woman loved by her family. You would have visited upon them a lifetime of wondering if she was still alive had her body not been recovered as a result of the sterling work by the police and experts. It was in such a remote place, and you had intended her body would never be recovered." Willicks showed no emotion as he announced the decision. The heartless murderer acknowledged that he was not involved in Emma's search. He maintained that the bleach bottles were not used to remove any traces of a crime, but rather to clean his decking. Only he really knows what caused Emma's death, and it's still unclear what transpired between them at his house that evening. Ross Willicks received a life sentence in prison in June 2021. Before he can apply for parole, he must serve 20 years in prison. Only you will know what happened in your house that night that led to you killing your friend. You were not as clever as you thought you were, Willicks was told by Judge Mulholland. In a statement issued following the guilty verdict, Emma's family stated, "We are absolutely devastated by Emma's death, and her not being with us has left a tremendous void in all our lives. We cannot believe she was taken from us in such a violent way. And what makes it even worse is that Ross Willicks was supposed to be her friend. The last 2 years have been the worst our family has ever experienced, culminating in a 6-week murder trial in the High Court in Glasgow, which ended earlier today. The conclusion, as you are probably aware, is that the man who murdered our beloved Emma has been found guilty. I feel, on behalf of my family, that I should use this message to thank everyone, friends, customers, and the wider community, for their fantastic support, kindness, and help when needed. We know we will never get Emma back, but we feel, with all the professionals involved in the case, we've got justice for her." And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Crime is frequently associated with a particular motivation. Acts by people with mental health conditions, those under the influence of alcohol or other controlled substances, or incidents that happen during periods of severe emotional upheaval may be exceptions. Although the phrase motiveless crime is used, criminologists contend that the majority of these cases have unidentified hidden motives. Ohio as a whole was rocked by the disappearance of college student Emily Murray in 2000. The individual who caused Emily's terrible demise had been hiding in plain sight, helping law enforcement with their investigation, and even providing tips to implicate others, until she was discovered dead a few weeks later. Authorities encountered a bewildering dilemma when they eventually took him into custody. There didn't appear to be any clear reason. Many theories were put forth, but none of them were supported, to explain why he did this. To make things even more confusing, the suspect seemed to like Emily and even to be protective of her, but then something changed and he became a predator. The perpetrator has never disclosed the reason behind his killing of a helpless young woman, even though it has been almost 25 years since the incident. On February 19, 1980, Emily Miranda Murray was born in Sleepy Hollow, a small town in Westchester County, New York. She came from a wealthy family and was the youngest of 4 siblings. Growing up with her 2 older brothers and 1 sister, Emily remained close to them all of her life. Emily's family moved to Shaker Heights, Cuyahoga County, Ohio, when she was 2 years old. Her father quickly rose to the position of head of one of the scientific university's departments after receiving an offer of a distinguished position there. The family's financial stability allowed them to live comfortably, and her mother devoted herself to raising the kids and providing a cozy home environment. The Murray children achieved academic success, graduating with honors from high school and attending prestigious universities. Emily in particular had a strong interest in biology and medicine and hoped to work in these fields. She frequently placed at the top of her class and was acknowledged as a gifted student. Interestingly, Emily was also able to work part-time jobs and donate her earnings to worthy causes. Emily's parents' strong Christian beliefs had a significant impact on her upbringing. Emily followed the family's example by attending church on a regular basis and being always willing to lend a helping hand to those in need, both verbally and physically. She spent a year traveling the world with different humanitarian organizations after graduating from high school. She visited New Zealand, Australia, Japan, and a number of European nations during this trip. Emily Murray moved into the campus residence halls at Kenyon College in Gambier, Ohio, in 1998 to start her studies. According to those who knew her, she was a positive influence on everyone around her, full of vitality and vitality. Emily was very driven, kind, sympathetic, and personable. She did, however, have a sensitive side and frequently displayed moments of melancholy and vulnerability. She wrote down her deepest worries, dreams, and thoughts in a private journal. Emily was in her junior year of college by 2000. She continued to be actively involved in church-based charitable work and worked evening shifts as a waitress at a nearby restaurant in addition to her rigorous academic schedule. She appeared to manage her enormous workload with poise. She even managed to make time for her personal life, going to events that she loved. But soon, it would be evident that her life was more complicated than it seemed. Emily's bed was empty when her 2 roommates in the dorm woke up on Tuesday, November 3, 2000. They couldn't figure it out. Emily was always thoughtful and informed them if she would be spending the night somewhere else. They thought she might have gone straight to class or stayed late at work because her restaurant shift had ended at 2 in the morning. However, things started to feel strange when they discovered that her notes and textbooks were still on her shelf. The roommates asked friends if anyone had seen Emily before leaving for their lectures in the morning. As it happened, she hadn't been seen since the day before and hadn't attended any of her classes. Her friends initially attempted to explain the situation in the hopes that there would be a plausible explanation, even though her absence was disturbing. Emily had been anticipating the celebration of a close friend's 20th birthday for weeks, and it was scheduled for that evening. She had picked out a thoughtful present and even assisted in planning a surprise for the birthday person. Emily could not imagine missing the party, but her friends became increasingly concerned when she failed to appear. They contacted Emily's family in a desperate attempt to get answers, believing that she might have returned home because of an emergency. When her parents learned that she had disappeared, they became very upset. Desperate to learn what had happened to their daughter, they drove to Gambier that same evening to participate in the search. The Murrays and their older children had reached the campus by morning, and they were desperately attempting to determine what might have happened to their youngest daughter. By then, the college community had become aware of Emily's disappearance. She was not found despite the efforts of several volunteer groups, friends, and classmates. She appeared to have disappeared completely. Emily's car, a dark green Subaru Outback that her father had given her for her 20th birthday, was also found to be missing. The Murrays immediately contacted campus security to report the missing student and ask for assistance in setting up a search, but their worries were dismissed with indifference. Security personnel waved away their concerns, speculating that Emily was probably hanging out alone with a boyfriend and would be back shortly. The family was told to wait a bit longer, even though they insisted Emily would never leave without telling anyone. Emily had not been seen for over 24 hours, and her family was becoming more and more desperate. They reported a missing person to the local police after realizing that campus security would not be able to assist, They were shocked to learn that police initially appeared to minimize the incident as well, assuming Emily might have taken an unplanned break or gone off on her own. She was a 20-year-old college student after all, and they didn't have to explain her every action. Nevertheless, the police finally consented to check Emily's dorm room. At that point, they learned she had forgotten her identification, bank cards, and personal items. It appeared that she hadn't changed since leaving her job because she had last been spotted in her restaurant shift uniform. This cast doubt on the notion that she had taken an unplanned break or gone off to hang out with a boyfriend. It was improbable that Emily would depart without cash or necessities. Emily was officially listed as missing on the second day following her disappearance, which was also her last day of employment. By that point, her friends, family, and community members who were worried were already searching on their own, distributing flyers featuring her picture throughout the town and searching the neighborhoods. The investigation started at the eatery across the street from the campus where Emily was last seen. The Pirates Cove was a well-liked hangout for students because of its convenient location and reasonably priced menu. Emily's shift that night turned out to be her final one. Overburdened by her demanding schedule, she had resigned from her job that evening. She had made the decision to reduce her workload. She had been finding it difficult to balance her rigorous coursework, her part-time evening shifts, and her volunteer work at the church. Her personal life had suffered as a result of her hectic schedule. She had broken up with her boyfriend Adam just a month prior because they hardly ever had time together. Many of Emily's friends came to the Pirates Cove that night to cheer her on her last day of work. However, since they had classes the following morning, nobody stayed up too late. Emily stayed for an extra half hour to complete some tasks, even though her shift ended at 2 in the morning. As a result, her coworkers were the last to see her, and the police would use their testimonies to piece together what happened that night. During those last moments at the restaurant, Emily wasn't by herself. She was assisted in closing up by her friend Olivia, who was also a waitress, and a bartender named David Cale. Around 2:45 a.m., they completed cleaning the dining area together. Everyone started to head home shortly after that. Gregory McKnight, a 24-year-old cook who was the last to depart and shut down the restaurant at 3:15 a.m., confirmed this. Nothing out of the ordinary caught the attention of her colleagues. Emily was being kind, happy, and courteous as usual. She told them she was just going back to her dorm to get some sleep before her morning classes, without mentioning any plans for the rest of the evening. Investigators discovered Emily's personal journal, which had disturbing entries, when they searched her dorm room. Emily had been fighting a protracted bout of depression, which she had kept a secret and attempted to handle on her own, despite her cheerful and amiable manner. Emily was well known for being sensitive and sympathetic, and she frequently internalized other people's suffering, which made her both emotionally vulnerable and incredibly compassionate. Emily was frequently exposed to the harsh realities of life, such as tales of cruelty and injustice, through her charitable work. She gave her all to helping those in need, but she felt helpless in the face of the world's more powerful forces, which frustrated her. She described in her journal how difficult it was for her to handle the weight of her empathy and how overwhelming these feelings could be. Detectives were unable to completely rule out the possibility that Emily may have made the decision to leave her life, even though the journal made no explicit mention of plans to harm herself or take extreme measures. Emily's close friends and family were extremely offended by this theory. They vehemently denied the notion, stating that Emily would never entertain such an act because her faith was so important to her. Because of her strong religious convictions, such behavior was considered an unforgivable sin. In addition, Emily had detailed her aspirational plans for the future in her journal. She drew a picture of her ideal life in one entry, which included a big house, her future spouse, their 5 kids, and a dozen dogs. Her desire to create a life focused on community, family, and love seemed to inspire her daily. At first, investigators thought Emily might have run away because she had vanished along with her car. They speculated that she may have chosen to leave town to contemplate her life due to her battles with depression. This is a reasonable explanation for her disappearance, because it could have been made worse by her recent breakup with her boyfriend and resignation from her job. Adam, Emily's ex-boyfriend, was the first person investigators focused on, which makes sense in situations like this. Their relationship had been turbulent, with several breakups and reconciliations, but it had lasted for roughly a year and a half. But this time, Emily had made the decision to permanently break things off. and she had told Adam so in what seemed to be a peaceful and friendly exchange. Investigators couldn't help but wonder what if Adam hadn't been able to let her go. They decided to stay friends. When contacted, Adam voluntarily went to the police station. He seemed truly upset and genuinely concerned about Emily's welfare. He clarified that he and his roommate had visited the Pirates Cove the night before Emily vanished, but they had departed at midnight. Other students attested to seeing them when they returned to their dorm. According to two other roommates, Adam and his roommate spent the remainder of the night inside. Adam was promptly ruled out as a suspect because he had a strong alibi and no evidence of involvement. After that, investigators focused on Emily's colleagues. In the course of their investigation, one of the Pirates Cove's cooks revealed an unexpected fact. Emily was rumored to have rejected the romantic feelings that the bartender David Cale had for her. Emily and Cale worked the same shift, stayed late to close, and left the restaurant 10 minutes apart on the night of Emily's disappearance. After she turned him down, could Cale have waited for her outside and hurt her in some way? They brought David in for another round of interrogation. He acknowledged that he had once asked Emily out, but he had never brought up the subject again after she declined. He insisted that their relationship was merely cordial and business. In addition, David gave what investigators considered a very strong alibi. He was picked up from the restaurant by his father after his shift, and they immediately drove to another state to attend his sister's wedding. Investigators had no evidence to connect him to Emily's disappearance after the alibi was confirmed. The same cook, Greg McKnight, gave detectives a new lead after the bartender was ruled out as a suspect. He implied that Dave Yoakum, another cook, was also strangely attracted to Emily. Dave had a reputation for having trouble relating to women. When rejected, he was prone to losing his temper and was awkward and rude. This behavior was corroborated by other waitresses, who also reported that Dave had awkwardly approached them. He frequently made scathing comments in response to his attempts being rejected and acted in a generally disrespectful manner. Additionally, investigators found it highly suspicious that Yoakum was fired from the restaurant after a heated argument just 4 days after Emily vanished. Yoakum had not been at the restaurant the night Emily disappeared because he was off work, but detectives had to question him and find out where he was. When asked, Dave said he was genuinely shocked to be named as a suspect in the case. He gave a convincing alibi by claiming that he had gone to a rock band concert in a nearby city that evening with friends who corroborated his account. The investigation came to a standstill after all suspects were exonerated and no fresh evidence surfaced. Emily's friends and family prayed for her safe return home and clung to hope, but seasoned investigators suspected she was dead and feared the worst. Let's go back to an incident that at first glance appeared to have nothing to do with Emily's case, which occurred around a month prior to her disappearance. A small car accident happened on the outskirts of Harrison, a small town in Vinton County, Ohio, on October 1, 2000. Ronaldo Hopkins was on his way home when an old Buick swerved into his lane and collided with him. When Hopkins exited his vehicle to inspect the damage, he discovered a gun in the trunk of the other car, which had exploded from the collision. He was so alarmed that he reported the incident to the police right away. Authorities permitted the other driver to depart, even though he was fined for the collision, and the gun was seized. That same driver was accused of participating in a theft on December 9, 2000, more than 2 months later. He lived in a remote trailer park according to the case documents, so 2 officers were sent to deliver a court summons demanding that he come in for interrogation. Officers discovered the trailer in a remote location, far from the other homes in the park. When they got there, 2 rusted, damaged cars that looked unlikely to ever run again were parked in front of the property, which gave the impression that it was deserted. But the officers found a dark green Subaru Outback behind the trailer, which didn't fit the scene. They verified that it was Emily Murray's car, which was reported missing along with its owner, after searching the license plates through their database. The name of the resident of the property where Emily's car was found, as well as information about the car's discovery, were promptly forwarded to the Gambier Division looking into her case. The cook from the restaurant where Emily had worked, Gregory McKnight, was that person. In the past, McKnight had tried to deflect suspicion from his colleagues while evading personal scrutiny. In record time, a police team was sent to the scene and a search warrant for McKnight's trailer was obtained. 2 officers went inside to start their search because the door lock was broken. The foul stench of decay overcame them almost immediately. They located the source of the smell, a young woman's body covered in a carpet, by following it to the rear of the trailer. Emily's remains were immediately thought to be hers, and forensic analysis quickly verified this. A gunshot wound to the head was the cause of death. The weapon had been pressed against the right side of her skull, and the bullet had been fired at close range. The fact that there was a large amount of blood and spent shell casings at the scene suggested that the crime had been committed inside the trailer. Detectives now focused on apprehending and interrogating McKnight, their main suspect. Later that day, Gregory McKnight was arrested on suspicion of participating in an armed robbery, which was initially unrelated to Emily's death. But when they told him about the discovery in his trailer, he fell silent, refused to comment, and asked for a lawyer right away. Police detained him pending additional investigation, even though there was no concrete evidence at the time connecting him to Emily's death. Investigators were informed by the trailer park's neighbors that they had not heard or seen anything strange. Considering how far away McKnight's trailer was from the other houses, this wasn't shocking. The property itself was in poor condition, with rusted, dilapidated cars all around it and trash all over it. Investigators searched the area extensively in the hopes of finding more evidence. They soon discovered a small, overgrown well beneath a sheet of metal that was weighed down by a fallen tree. After draining the well, researchers found a human skeleton at the bottom that seemed to be that of a man. Other bone fragments were discovered nearby, dispersed throughout the property. All of the remains belonged to a single person whose identity was still unknown, according to forensic analysis. Police quickly linked the discovery to a 6-month-old missing person case, though McKnight's friend, a 20-year-old student named Glenn Julius, had disappeared. According to Glenn's girlfriend, he was planning to go to a party with McKnight the last time she saw him. Following the start of the Glenn Julius search, Gregory McKnight emerged as the main suspect, but according to McKnight, Glenn and he got into a fight at the event, and Glenn drove off with a few new friends. No one saw him again after that. Although they couldn't find any hard evidence to link McKnight to the disappearance, investigators also couldn't find any evidence to back up his story. Thus, he was set free. Later, pieces of Glenn's belts and clothes that were found in the well were recognized by his girlfriend. Dental records from his family attested to the fact that Glenn's remains were present. Inside McKnight's trailer, a number of his personal belongings were also found. Shortly after Glenn vanished, McKnight sold his car illegally, according to additional investigation. Associates who were also connected to an armed robbery case purchased the car. The car's license plates had been replaced with fake ones, and it had been hurriedly repainted. Authorities found the car after one of McKnight's accomplices was taken into custody. They discovered sizable amounts of cleaned-up blood in the trunk, which forensic analysis verified belonged to Glenn. This implied that Glenn had been carried in the trunk, either injured or dead. The work had been done sloppily, probably with homemade tools, and Glenn's body had been partially dismembered. The bones were deeply scratched, like saw marks. Investigators discovered an axe, a shovel, and several other tools inside McKnight's trailer. These were all removed for forensic analysis. Although unidentifiable marks were left by other tools, it was definitively established that the axe had been used during the dismemberment. On November 12, 1976, Gregory McKnight was born in a poor Columbus, Ohio suburb. He was raised in a big, impoverished family without a father, where everyone was left to fend for themselves. McKnight began stealing when he was a young boy, and at the age of 14 he first came to the notice of the police. He had committed his first deadly crime at the age of 15, a poorly executed robbery. The jury was lenient toward McKnight because his accomplices were older, and he was given a comparatively light sentence. He was placed in a juvenile detention center and given a sentence of only 6 years. After being freed in 1997, he quickly wed Catherine, who went on to have 2 children. Before McKnight saved up enough cash to purchase his trailer, the couple briefly resided with Catherine's parents, but they never made the move to their new home. Gregory McKnight killed Glenn Julius in May 2000 and concealed his body in the well behind his trailer. He then abducted and murdered Emily Murray in November of that year, leaving her body to decay inside the trailer. Catherine, McKnight's wife, acknowledged during interrogation that she had begun to have doubts about the trailer. Her husband refused to allow her to visit or even come near the property, and he often went there by himself. She believed that he was either using the area to meet potential lovers or to hide his criminal associates from the authorities. She had thought of a lot of things, but she had never thought of him keeping human remains there. The majority of the evidence against McKnight was circumstantial, despite the fact that it was substantial. The precise manner and location of Julius's death were unknown to the authorities. Consequently, the prosecution was unable to pursue the death penalty for that specific offense. Emily's case appeared to be simpler. There were obvious traces connecting her and McKnight to the trailer when her body was discovered at the scene, but there was no apparent reason for such a heinous act, and the murder weapon was never found. Emily had not been robbed, she had not been assaulted, and even her car had been left behind the trailer. Why McKnight would perpetrate such a heinous act against the young college student was still a mystery. Several colleagues attested that McKnight had consistently treated Emily with dignity. He was said to be courteous, and once he had even intervened to shield her from an inebriated patron who had mistreated her. Even McKnight declined to assist investigators. He gave no information about either crime and denied all charges. The prosecution contended that McKnight had tricked Emily into falling into a trap following her work at the restaurant. Given her kindness and trustworthiness, he may have asked her for assistance, and Emily, oblivious to the danger, was powerless to refuse. He may have shown romantic feelings for her once he was inside the trailer, but he went into a rage and committed the crime after she rejected him. A psychiatric evaluation found that McKnight was fully aware of his actions and could be held accountable, despite the defense's attempt to claim that he was mentally unfit. By changing strategies, McKnight's lawyers attempted to portray Emily as a suicidal person with severe depression, alleging that McKnight only helped her carry out a purported death wish. Emily's loved ones were incensed by this argument, but it didn't change the court's decision. Gregory McKnight was convicted of 2 indictments of first-degree murder, kidnapping, and armed robbery in 2002. He was placed on death row to await execution after being given a death by lethal injection sentence. Every appeal and clemency request was turned down. Gregory McKnight, who said in 2015 that he would sooner die than rot in prison while awaiting execution, asked that his sentence be carried out. He quickly had second thoughts, though, and made another unsuccessful attempt to appeal the sentence. McKnight filed a lawsuit in 2020, claiming that he was subjected to unfair treatment and racism during his trial. He maintained that the punishment was unduly severe because the jury and the judge were both white and had acted biasly against him. Gregory McKnight is still waiting to be executed on death row as of right now. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A complex network of forbidden feelings and erratic relationships is known as a love triangle. Such circumstances frequently result in emotional upheaval and fierce conflict, which can occasionally escalate to threats against the participants' physical and mental health. When someone is caught in this web without realizing it until it's too late, it's even more terrifying. The plot of Henry Stange's story, which involves passion, deceit, a double life, and struggles with dependency, develops like an engrossing detective thriller. Given their age difference, Henry thought he had found true love with a much younger woman, a relationship that might have been viewed as unusual. Unbeknownst to him, though, the woman was also entangled in another romantic relationship. She deftly used both men to further her own agenda for months before her well-planned house of cards fell apart. Marcus, a hiking enthusiast and amateur photographer, was exploring the desolate terrain of Joshua Tree National Park in Southeast California at around 7 a.m. on Friday, June 5, 2018. Marcus saw a sizable group of vultures scavenging over something as he veered off a main trail. He decided to stay away, assuming it was the carcass of a large animal. Marcus chose to photograph the birds circling in the barren desert using a small camera that he usually used for landscape photography. After taking a few pictures, he forgot about the strange sight and resumed his hike. The next day, as Marcus moved the pictures from his camera to their home computer, He told his wife about his hike. His wife's face changed dramatically as she looked at the pictures. She gestured to one of the pictures and beckoned Marcus over. Zooming in, it was startlingly obvious that beneath the vultures, something like a human leg was partially buried in the sand. The couple, shaken, immediately reported what they had witnessed to the local authorities. Marcus gave them all the pictures and explained the precise spot where he had seen the birds. Investigators found the area, which was close to one of the park's main roads, with relative ease. A seemingly ordinary discovery became the subject of one of the most intricate and astounding criminal investigations in recent memory. A pair of coyotes and a group of vultures stood out in sharp contrast to the barren desert about 30 feet from the roadside. Seeing coyotes scavenging in the middle of the day was unusual, and the officers became suspicious right away. After pulling their car to the shoulder, they got out and went to the scene. They discovered a shallow grave there that was less than 2 feet deep and had been hastily dug into the dry ground. The site had already been disturbed by local wildlife, revealing its squalid contents. This was obviously not a natural occurrence when forensic experts showed up to exhume the remains. The remains belonged to a white middle-aged man who had been interred there for approximately a week. In order to make the body accessible to scavengers, the lower half of the body had been partially unearthed. There were several horrific wounds visible. Multiple fractures in the man's skull were consistent with blows from a blunt, heavy object. The scene depicted a violent and intentional act in a terrifying way. The perpetrator had been in a hurry, judging by the shallow grave's closeness to the road and its hasty construction. The body might have stayed hidden for years if they had dug a little deeper hole and gone deeper into the desert. Rather, they made the hasty decision to hide the crime and fled the scene carelessly. According to forensic analysis, the crime most likely happened somewhere else. Despite the severe wounds, there were very few blood traces in the grave, indicating that the body was moved after death. This inference led investigators to the unsettling conclusion that the crime was, at least in part, meticulously planned. But in spite of their seeming haste, the criminal had left no clear evidence or hints for investigators to follow. The medical examiner concluded that severe blunt force trauma to the head was the cause of death. The blow's force and the attacker's extreme aggression pointed to a very personal motivation. The victim's identity and the circumstances surrounding his death were unknown, although investigators conjectured that the crime was motivated by hatred or a personal grudge. Investigators were able to recover multiple fingerprints from the remains despite the body's state, which was deteriorated by scavenging wildlife and decomposition. No matches were found when the prints were scanned through criminal databases. The absence of previous records indicated that the victim had never before encountered legal issues. However, investigators were able to identify the victim after uploading the prints to the Department of Motor Vehicles database. Henry Stange, a 54-year-old resident of the Californian suburb of Murrieta in Riverside County, was the owner of the remains. About 90 miles separated Henry's home and the location of his body's discovery. In an attempt to learn more about how and why his life had ended so tragically in the isolated Joshua Tree wilderness, investigators immediately went to his home. Henry Stange lived alone in a messy bachelor pad that mirrored his solitary way of life. Empty pizza boxes and takeout containers littered countertops, and personal items were strewn all over the house. There were no indications of forced entry, theft, or a struggle, but the place lacked the coziness of a home that had been inhabited. Whatever had happened to Henry had obviously happened somewhere else. The most disturbing finding was waiting for investigators in the house's attached garage. This area, which was probably the location of the crime, told a graphic tale. The storage boxes, tools, and walls were all covered in dried blood splatter. A sizable pool of congealed blood lay on the floor, partially smeared as if someone had tried to clean it but quickly gave up, as indicated by the empty bottle thrown close by. There was a heap of blood-soaked rags in the garage corner that had been heavily bleached. Investigators discovered what looked to be the weapon used in the crime, a heavy dumbbell smeared with dried blood near the front door of the house. Wires hanging overhead indicated that a security camera had been taken out by force. Additional cameras were discovered, torn from their mounts in the living room and hallway upon closer examination of the house. The perpetrator of this heinous act was aware of the camera locations and had taken them to remove any possible proof. Regretfully, Investigators had little evidence left by the offender. No shoe prints or foreign fingerprints were found, and Henry was the only one with blood or DNA. Detectives had more questions than answers because the scene appeared to have been painstakingly cleaned. There were no known legal issues with Henry. He had no apparent enemies, lived alone, and was divorced. He was a quiet, amiable man who kept to himself most of the time, but was always courteous, according to his neighbors. But given how vicious the crime was, it begged the question, who would do such a barbaric thing? Did it have anything to do with Henry's odd pastimes? Or was it someone from his past? Most concerning of all, why hadn't he been reported missing earlier? Henry was raised in a close-knit household that placed a high importance on relationships and respect. In a nearby town, his mother and two younger sisters resided with their families. Through frequent phone conversations and sporadic visits, the family regularly maintained communication, but Henry had grown more reclusive in recent months, talking less to his loved ones and keeping personal information private. Though they tried not to overreact, his family was concerned about him. They became more worried when he didn't get back to them for a week or so, but they chose to hold off on setting off an alarm. Henry's mother and sisters were devastated to learn of his violent death. Heartbroken and shocked, they immediately volunteered to help investigators by providing any information they could, in the hopes that it would aid in the case's resolution. At one time, Henry Stange was a man of energy and athleticism. He enjoyed hiking, traveling, having outdoor adventures, and being in nature. Henry was a gifted guitarist and a passionate motorsports fan who loved his motorcycle, a valuable asset that had taken him across several states. However, everything changed in the spring of 2014. One day, as Henry was getting ready to go for a ride, a pickup truck with an inebriated driver collided with his motorcycle. It was a devastating collision. Before coming to a halt, the driver pulled Henry for almost 300 feet. Henry miraculously lived, but his injuries changed his life. Henry's legs were severely damaged in the collision, necessitating several major surgeries. He had to go through months of exhausting rehabilitation in order to be able to walk again. But the physical pain continued. No relief was provided by over-the-counter medication. Strong painkillers were prescribed by doctors to treat his illness, but the drugs soon caused dependency, which in turn led to a crippling addiction. Henry had been married for more than 10 years and was raising 2 children with his spouse at the time of the accident. At first, his wife helped him through his recovery and increasing reliance on medicine, but the strain was too great. In order to be nearer to her family, she moved to a nearby town and filed for divorce in 2016, taking their kids with her. She remained friendly with Henry in spite of their separation, enabling him to continue being active in their children's lives. Due to his physical limitations following the accident, Henry was forced to give up many of his prior interests. Rather, he focused on his passion for electronics and technology. He converted one room of his house into a fully functional radio studio by spending a lot of time tinkering with devices and equipment. Henry then started a podcast, using it as a forum to talk about current affairs and express his frequently frank and unvarnished views. Henry started broadcasting every day. He freely voiced his opinions, frequently venturing into philosophical reflections or daring remarks on contentious subjects. His show's lack of censorship attracted a devoted audience, garnering him both ardent supporters and ardent detractors. He started to be purposefully provoked by some listeners, especially those who held opposing opinions, which caused him to lose his temper. Videos of these outbursts were captured and circulated on social media, frequently edited to portray Henry negatively. Investigators discovered a particularly antagonistic person who appeared to have a deep-seated grudge against Henry in one online community for amateur radio enthusiasts. This individual regularly made fun of Henry's remarks, posted edited snippets of his broadcasts, and insulted him. However, it soon became clear that Henry was not the only one who exhibited this behavior. As a kind of amusement, the user frequently attacked and disparaged prominent members of the community on the platform. Although it was clear that they were hostile toward Henry, it was unclear if this online animosity was related to the crime. 4 months prior to the tragedy, in late January 2018, Henry Stange went through a terrifying ordeal. His family claims that while he was asleep, someone broke into his house in the middle of the night. After breaking in through a window, the intruder struck Henry repeatedly in the head with a hammer. Since nothing was taken from the house, it is obvious that a personal grudge was more likely to have been the motivation than robbery. When they left, the assailant took the hammer that they had brought. Henry surprisingly chose not to call the police to report the incident. He installed covert security cameras all over his house instead, taking matters into his own hands. The person who broke into his house the second time was aware of the camera's locations. Henry's last known broadcast was broadcast on the evening of Thursday, May 24, 2018, according to investigators piecing together his last days. After that, his utilities showed no activity, no text messages, and no records of incoming or outgoing calls. Investigators concluded that Henry's death occurred on this day because neither electricity nor water had been used since that evening. Those closest to Henry were interviewed by detectives as the first step in their investigation. They found out that he was still going through the divorce process. After the split, the couple had been embroiled in a contentious legal dispute over Henry's residence, despite his and his ex-wife's best efforts to keep things civil for the benefit of their 2 kids. In the meantime, his ex-wife had moved in with her mother along with their kids. When it was discovered that Henry's ex-wife had been paying the house's utility bills, the tension increased. Henry survived on a meager disability allowance following the accident that prevented him from working, but it was insufficient to cover all of his expenses. She continued to provide financial support to him even after they split up. Henry's ex-wife reportedly paid him occasional visits, according to the neighbors, most likely to settle their property dispute. However, the couple's shouting matches could be heard all over the neighborhood, as these visits frequently turned into loud arguments. An important question was brought up by the Discord. Was the mother of Henry's children really so desperate to settle their dispute over the house that she went to such lengths? Henry's ex-wife emerged as the main suspect at this stage of the inquiry. She gave a somber account of their relationship when detectives brought her in for interrogation. After Henry's motorcycle accident, his ex-wife claims that their once happy and stable marriage took a drastic turn. The prolonged use of prescription drugs changed his personality and made him more challenging to live with, despite her best efforts to help him heal and adjust to his new life. After a while, she felt compelled to depart. She made sure he had a roof over his head by continuing to support him by paying his bills, even after they parted ways. It was challenging for investigators to ascertain whether she could have committed such a horrible act because of her financial support and loyalty. The investigators needed to do more research. Even though Henry's ex-wife continued to be interesting, her story presented a more nuanced picture that necessitated more research into Henry's tense relationships and unspoken conflicts. At first, Henry's ex-wife tried to settle their property dispute amicably, but when Henry brought a young girlfriend into his life, things drastically changed. Conflict arose when he declared that he and his new partner would be living in the house. Henry seemed so consumed by his passion that he completely forgot about his children's needs. Despite their disagreements, Henry's ex-wife didn't seem to have any reason to hurt him. Instead, she was sympathetic to her ex-husband. She also had a strong alibi for the day that investigators thought the crime was committed. She was in another state for a week-long business trip. Now that she was no longer under suspicion, investigators focused on the enigmatic young lady Henry had fallen so deeply in love with. According to Henry's mother, her son started dating Ashley Stapp, a much younger woman who was only in her early 20s, approximately 10 months prior to his passing. Both Henry's mother and his sisters disapproved of Ashley because they thought her actions were strange and her motivations were unclear. It was difficult to see why the young college student had chosen Henry, considering his age, disability, and dependence on a meager disability allowance. Even though Ashley didn't seem financially driven, it was clear that she had personal motivations for keeping the relationship going. As the romance developed quickly, Henry's family became concerned and made an effort to alert him to possible dangers. But Henry brushed their worries aside, announcing with pride that Ashley was his perfect woman. Further information was given by a neighbor who mentioned that Ashley frequently visited Henry's house and that they had spoken on multiple occasions. In particular, the neighbor remembered Ashley driving a unique blue Chevrolet with a big dent on the back passenger door. Ashley was seen once more on the day that police searched Henry's house. She appeared to watch the scene from a distance, as witnesses saw her drive slowly past the house before accelerating away without stopping. Her behavior sparked suspicion. Why didn't she ask what was going on if she had seen police at Henry's house after noticing that he hadn't communicated for a week? Investigators wanted to talk to her because of her suspicious behavior. Ashley's social media profile showed a shocking turn as investigators dug deeper into her past. Henry was not mentioned in her public images or posts. Rather, it seemed that she was in a committed relationship with another man, a young, healthy American. Marine, the man in question turned out to be U.S. Marine Corps Lieutenant Curtis Kruger, who was 30 years old. Images of Ashley and Henry together showed them smiling and embracing, but there was no sign that Ashley was involved with Henry. This disclosure raised serious concerns about Ashley's genuine motivations and the dynamics of her relationships with both men, by implying a complex web of lies and deceit. It was now up to investigators to ascertain whether the violent crime that killed Henry was caused by the unstable conditions of this covert love triangle. Due to his military career, Curtis Kruger was constantly on the move and rarely had the opportunity to see Ashley Stapp. Weekend visits made up the majority of their relationship, and even those were not assured. When they were able to get together, they frequently went out of town to spend time together privately. Ashley blended in with Curtis's world, occasionally visiting him on base for family days and other military functions. In fact, the couple had already started organizing their wedding. Curtis frequently talked about Ashley being the woman of his dreams and how he would never want to lose her, but there were still questions in his mind. He told his sister about Ashley's repeated disappearances, her inability to return his calls, and her lack of justifications. Curtis put tracking software on Ashley's phone out of suspicion in order to keep tabs on her whereabouts. Before long, he had discovered the truth. At a gas station close to Henry Stange's house, Curtis confronted Ashley. She gave Curtis the address and, under duress, acknowledged where she had been spending her time. But instead of admitting to being unfaithful, she disclosed a concerning secret. Ashley stated that she had become dependent on strong painkillers as a result of a hip injury she had suffered years prior. She added that Henry had been attempting to cut back on his use because he was also struggling with a similar addiction. He had a lot of medicine left over from this effort, which Ashley had been taking for herself. She accused Henry of being abusive and said he made her give something in exchange for the medicine. Her story infuriated Curtis, who decided to take matters into his own hands. On a chilly January night, armed with a hammer, he broke into Henry's house and assaulted him while he slept. Curtis later confessed his actions to his sister, who would later become a crucial witness, after he thought he had killed Henry. Curtis was unaware that Henry had survived the assault. Henry believed the assault was connected to his vocal podcasting, so he chose not to notify the authorities. He was unaware that the attack was focused on his girlfriend and her double life. Detectives had a problem because Curtis and Ashley were the main suspects. Both suspects could have requested legal representation and exercised their right to remain silent, which could have delayed the investigation, and they did not have enough evidence to make an arrest. To get around this, the police came up with a cunning scheme to surprise the two, a trap that would eventually reveal the truth. In order to monitor Curtis and Ashley's phone conversations, the authorities first secured a court order. Officers then went to Ashley's brother and asked him if he recognized anyone in a picture of her with Henry. He said he didn't know the man next to her, but he recognized his sister right away. The officers clarified that they needed to identify the man in the picture because they were looking into a serious crime. In order to learn more, they asked the brother to email Ashley the photo. She reacted rapidly. Ashley said she didn't know who the man was or anything about a crime when she called her brother. Ashley called Curtis in a panic shortly after. She explained that the police had somehow linked her to the investigation during the tearful conversation. Confident that they had hidden the body in the desert and removed the cameras to cover their tracks, the two suspects expressed bewilderment over how this had occurred. Although they refrained from using overt language regarding the crime, they did discuss certain details that would only be known by someone who was directly involved in the events. Curtis and Ashley were taken to the station separately for interrogation after being arrested on the same day. Curtis asked for a lawyer and instantly refused to talk, but Ashley found herself facing the taped version of her chat with Curtis. She started confessing after realizing she couldn't deny her involvement. At first, Ashley's remarks were ambiguous and inconsistent. Although she acknowledged being at the scene of the crime the night of the attack, she denied seeing the assailant. She initially claimed that Henry was ambushed in the garage after he went to investigate a break-in at the house. Ashley's story changed when investigators showed evidence that her and Curtis's phones were tracked to Henry's house the night of the crime. She acknowledged having a romantic relationship with both men for almost 10 months. Curtis made the decision to confront him after learning of her relationship with Henry. Ashley admitted that he thought Ashley would avoid Henry after Curtis attacked him in January and seriously hurt him. Curtis, however, was furious to find out that she was still seeing him. Curtis drove to Henry's house the night of the crime and attacked him once more. Ashley acknowledged that she had assisted Curtis in hiding the crime. She disclosed that she had guided him to the location of Henry's security cameras, assisted him in taking them down, and helped conceal Henry's body in the desert. At last, Ashley revealed where Curtis had used the hammer in the January initial attack. When found, this weapon still contained traces of Curtis's fingerprints and Henry's blood, which was crucial evidence in the case. In August 2020, Curtis Kruger and Ashley Stapp's trial got underway. Curtis insisted that he was protecting his fiance's honor and denied any wrongdoing. According to his lawyer, Ashley was the real catalyst, living a double life and controlling both men for her personal gain. The defense also emphasized that Ashley had stolen all of Henry's prescription drugs from his house for her own use following the heinous crime. Curtis was convicted in September 2020 of assaulting Henry, second-degree murder, and tampering with evidence. He was given an 18-year prison term with no chance of release until 2031. Ashley agreed to a plea bargain, acknowledging that she had obstructed justice and tampered with evidence. She received a sentence that included 2 years of probation, 9 months in jail, and treatment for her substance abuse problems. After only 4 months of service, Ashley was released. However, she broke the conditions of her probation and was returned to prison to complete the remaining 5 months of her sentence. Although Ashley has been free for a while, no trustworthy information regarding her life or current location is available. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Born on May 23, 1973, in a small Tennessee town, Matthew Winkler came from a family where religion was very important. His life was centered around church activities from a young age, and his parents, who were devout Christians, gave him a solid moral foundation grounded in Christian principles. Matthew was taught the value and strength of faith at a young age, and it seems that his relationship with God served as his beacon. He was the youngest of 4 children, and despite their lack of wealth, the family was content, despite their financial struggles. Although Matthew enjoyed his studies, it wasn't until he was in his teens that he realized his true calling when he started participating in church ministries and assisting with youth events. He exuded confidence, charm, and a unique ability to connect with others. He made the decision to become a pastor at the age of 18, having already completed his education. Following his high school graduation, Matthew enrolled at Henderson, Tennessee's Freed-Hardeman College. Students from all over the nation who were looking for a theological education were drawn to this university because of its strong Christian tradition. Despite his concentration on his studies, Matthew remembered to engage in extracurricular activities. He served as the soccer team's captain. He frequently planned events for students and took an active part in campus life. He immediately made a name for himself as a leader among his peers thanks to his enthusiasm and drive. He met Mary, his future wife, at the same college. Despite attending the same college, Mary's personality was very different from Matthew's. She was quiet and unassuming, and even though their paths crossed at different occasions, she did not receive the same level of attention as he did. Born in Tennessee, Mary came from a traditional family. Her family always upheld modest values, and she had a mild upbringing. She was more concerned with building a family hearth than she was with ambition, unlike Matthew. However, they were united by their shared religious convictions and a desire to serve God. Matthew first became acquainted with Mary while she was volunteering for student council-organized projects on campus. Her kindness and gentleness of heart impressed him. Mary wasn't looking for attention. She was not overlooked. He started their friendship, which swiftly developed into a more committed partnership for someone with Matthew's charm. Surprisingly, Matthew's vivacious personality was ideally matched by Mary's serene and prudent disposition. They were soon inseparable. The couple started assisting the underprivileged, volunteering at community events, and working together on church projects. In addition to being his wife, Matthew viewed Mary as a ministry partner who shared his philosophy of life. Mary, however, believed she had found a man who shared her beliefs and was supportive. After graduating from college, they got married and relocated to Selmer, where Matthew accepted a position as a pastor at the nearby Church of Christ. There was more to the Church of Christ in Selmer than just worship. It served as the town's most significant hub for activity. It was situated on a hill with a lovely garden all around, and the congregation always congregated there. The entire town seemed to have assembled for prayer. Matthew immediately won over the locals with his innate charm and talent for communication. He planned a lot of charity concerts, youth classes, and events to aid the underprivileged. Everyone was talking about him, and he rose to prominence in the community. Mary actively assisted him in this ministry in spite of her modesty. She was present when Matthew took care of the house, assisted with event planning, and delivered significant announcements to the congregation. She stayed in the background, unlike her husband, but everyone could always see how much she loved and cared for her family. The Winklers seemed to be the ideal family. Patricia, Mary, Alice, and Brianna are the three daughters that Matthew and Mary raised. You could frequently hear the children's laughter reverberating throughout the house because they were energetic and full of fun. The sisters were close and, even though they were young, already exhibited the same Christian values as their parents, but there was a very bad life going on behind the closed doors of their home. The tension between Matthew and Mary was occasionally apparent to those who knew the family a little better. Although some claimed that Matthew was an overly strict man, the rumors never spread beyond a small circle. Matthew was a man of strong character. In a small town, people hardly ever talked about such things openly, but their children, who were always happy and gregarious, showed no signs of trouble for most of them. The Winklers were still a role model. It started out as a typical spring morning on March 22, as the Christchurch congregation started to assemble for services. The town was just starting to awaken. The air was filled with the aroma of freshly cut grass and coffee poured into thermoses that residents frequently brought to meetings. But soon after, the unsettling news that Pastor Matthew had failed to arrive at church broke the stillness of that morning. He never skipped Sunday services, so this was out of the ordinary. After unsuccessful attempts to contact him, a number of parishioners visited his home to check on him. They saw that the door was unlocked and the windows were draped as they got closer to the house. Given how strict the Winkler family had always been about security, this seemed strange. They knew something had gone wrong as soon as they were inside. It was too quiet in the house. A distressing call was placed to emergency number 91 at 9 a.m. Matthew Winkler was the pastor of the Church of Christ, where James Barker, the caller, was a parishioner. Barker stated that because Matthew had not shown up for the morning service, he and a few other churchgoers who were worried about the pastor had made the decision to pay him a visit at his house. A few minutes after the call, Barker found Matthew's body in his bedroom, and police officers quickly arrived on the scene. In order to avoid interfering with the investigation, Barker and other parishioners had already left the house. The house appeared to be in good condition upon first inspection, but the atmosphere was strange. The only evidence of violence or damage in the house was the fight in the bedroom. There was no sign of the family's presence, as if they had just left the house. The police officers were astounded by the house's unremarkable appearance as soon as they entered it. There was an incomplete breakfast in the kitchen, toys on the floor, and cups of leftover coffee on the table in the living room. However, the initially seemingly normal atmosphere did not match what the police officers soon learned when they entered the bedroom. They saw Matthew Winkler's body right away. He was on the bed, face down, in pajamas that showed obvious signs of abuse. Death had finally caught up with him, as was later revealed. The pastor had a noticeable large wound on his back a few hours prior, which was clearly caused by a gunshot, but the gun itself was not present in the room. The police observed that the gunshot shell casing was on the ground as they placed Matthew's body down. This immediately suggested the presence of a firearm, but none was found. There was evidence of a struggle in the bedroom. The nightstand had been knocked over, and books and personal items were all over the floor. As though someone had attempted to hide or flee, The sheet was partially hanging off the bed, and the bedding was wrinkled. This implied that at the time of the crime, the victim and the offender were engaged in combat. A few crucial details were also noted by forensic investigators who arrived soon after the police. The family had gotten up early that day and was getting ready for their morning duties, as evidenced by the empty bottles of shampoo and shower gel in the bathroom. But there were concerns about Matthew's own death in the bedroom and his absence from the church service. The shoe tracks that did not match Matthew's shoes, however, were the most interesting discovery. Someone was in the room when the crime was committed, as evidenced by prints found on the carpet near the bed. The pastor's shoes were not the same size as these footprints. This suggested a potential offender who might have been both directly involved in the incident and a witness to the murder. On one of the night tables, police also discovered a partial palm print that they later determined belonged to Mary Winkler. Her whereabouts were unknown at the time of the murder, but the print provided unmistakable proof that she was present at the scene, making this fact contentious. A child's note was left on the kitchen refrigerator by the family's eldest daughter. The paper said, "Daddy, you are loved." In the midst of the tragedy, the message was especially poignant and made investigators wonder about the motivations behind the crime. After examining the house and documenting important evidence, police started questioning. James Barker, who saw the first events, was the first person interviewed. Barker attested that he and a number of parishioners visited the residence early on March 22 in order to locate the pastor, who had not arrived for service. The next question posed by a neighbor is whether the perpetrator knew the family, because he also stated that there were no indications of violence or forced entry in the house, who also claimed that he saw Mary Winkler on March 21st in the evening. According to him, there were no indications of tension or conflict, and the Winkler family seemed friendly and at ease. The Winkler family was described by numerous witnesses as calm and amiable, so this turned out to be a crucial point. Soon after, the police started interrogating the church employees, who also attested to the absence of any indications of disputes or questionable activities, but it soon became apparent that nobody had any clue as to where Mary and the kids might have gone. The main thing that caught people's attention right away was that Mary and the Winkler kids were nowhere to be found. The family may have been kidnapped or on the run because their car was out of place. This turned into the primary query that investigators were attempting to address. Following the discovery of Matthew's body, a massive search was launched for the Winkler's vehicle, and hotels and gas stations were inspected for possible routes Mary might have taken. When police learned that the Nissan Quest minivan had vanished, they immediately began a manhunt for it. Every patrol team within a few hundred kilometers was told to keep an eye out for vehicles that fit the description. Investigators also asked for surveillance footage from gas stations and major highways. Because Selmer is a small town, there were few options for escape routes, which gave police hope that the missing men would be found soon. The car was seen on a surveillance camera at a gas station in northern Alabama, roughly 200 kilometers from the crime scene, a few hours after the search started. 3 kids were in the backseat of the car, and the driver was a woman, according to the video. Although her motivations were still unknown, this discovery was the first concrete indication that Mary had left the state with the kids. Police started looking through Mary's cell phone's messages and calls while they searched for the car. Cellular carrier's information indicated that her phone was in operation in the Jackson, Alabama area. During the time that the car was spotted, Mary made a number of brief phone calls, none of which were to friends or family. This demonstrated her prudence and desire to avoid leaving an overt trace. Calls made the day before the murder were also examined by investigators. One significant discovery was that Mary had spoken with the bank where the family had a loan about their financial troubles. Based on this information, police theorized that strange financial relationships might have been the driving force behind the crime. Examining Mary's financial activity was another crucial area of attention. The family booked accommodations at a small Jackson motel using their credit card. Police were able to further focus their search as a result, and on March 23, 2006, just over 24 hours after Matthew Winkler's body was found, they went straight to the address that was provided. Mary Winkler and her 3 kids were discovered by police in a motel in Jackson. A tiny room with 2 beds was occupied by the family. Mary opened the door almost instantly when the officers knocked. She didn't appear panicked, but she did look exhausted. She later discovered that she had purchased the toys her 3 daughters were playing with on the way in. There was no opposition to Mary's arrest. After giving him a hug, the woman calmly climbed into the police car. The investigators were taken aback by her actions. She didn't try to escape or defend herself. She merely said, "I knew you would find us." This was a crucial detail because it showed that she was aware that she was going to be arrested. The kids were treated by psychologists at a nearby social assistance center. They looked healthy at first glance, but they were confused and didn't know what was going on. Patricia, the oldest daughter, informed center employees that her mother had asked them to be obedient while they were on a brief vacation. Investigators also spoke with people who knew the Winklers, including Mary. While neighbors characterized the family as amiable and successful, others noted that Mary had recently appeared to be depressed. According to one of her friends, she hardly ever interacted with people outside of her family and church. According to Matthew's church colleagues, he was a strict man, particularly when it came to family matters. This was inconsistent with the public portrayal of their happy marriage. The Winklers had substantial debts, according to officials at the bank where the family's loan was arranged, and a member of the congregation remembered that Mary had appeared distracted and depressed the day before. The bank sent a letter requesting repayment shortly before the tragedy. The family may have become tense as a result of this. The testimony of witnesses and the evidence collected suggested that the couple's relationship was not as perfect as it seemed. According to Mary, Matthew was emotionally harsh and frequently chastised her, but at the time following Mary's wink, there was no proof of physical abuse. Was taken into custody by police at a motel in Jackson Township. Investigators sought to ascertain her involvement in her husband's murder, and she consented to an interview. Despite appearing exhausted and depressed, the woman maintained her composure. She maintained that what happened was an accident, but her confession became the main focus of the case. Mary made it clear right away during her initial interrogation that she had no intention of concealing her role in the incidents. "It was an accident, but I did it." Her voice trembled as she told investigators about Matthew's death, but she responded to inquiries promptly and clearly. Although she acknowledged that she had picked up a shotgun the night of the murder, she maintained that she had no plans to kill her husband. Mary said it was a tense night. She claimed that she and Matthew had argued about money issues that had been accumulating for months. She claimed that Matthew had accused her of mishandling their finances and of keeping bank correspondence about their debt hidden from him. Mary remembered him telling her that I had ruined everything. Following her husband's remarks that evening, Mary disclosed that she felt depressed and humiliated. According to her, Matthew was frequently severe and insisted on complete order in the home. However, his criticism had gotten especially harsh in the last few months. He allegedly discussed that evening how her behavior had put the family in danger of going bankrupt. Following that altercation, Mary acknowledged that she felt confined. She said that in order to get her husband to listen, she took a shotgun. She claims that she only wanted him to stop yelling and had no intention of hurting him. He was standing by the bed when she came up to him, explaining that she had taken the weapon from a closet in the bedroom. "I wanted him to see me in a new light. I wished he would stop yelling." She said. Mary said she had no idea how the weapon operated. She claimed she didn't have time to realize anything because it happened so fast. "All I can recall is the sound. It was really noisy." She recalled realizing what had happened when she watched Matthew fall onto the bed following the shooting. Mary recalled that she first froze in place after the shooting because she was in shock and unsure of what to do next. She couldn't get close to her husband to check on him. Instead, she hurried to the children's rooms, where they were already asleep, woke them up, hurriedly packed her things, and walked out of the house. Mary claimed she was in total shock and was worried that no one would comprehend her when investigators questioned her about why she didn't call the police or an ambulance. With no specific objective in mind, she simply wanted to get as far away as she could, so she climbed into the family minivan and drove off, taking her kids with her. According to her, Mary denied that she was attempting to conceal or get away with it. She claims that she chose to simply leave because she was unsure of what to do. She added that protecting her kids was her first priority. Mary's confession raised a lot of questions, but also provided investigators with a foundation for prosecution. The shotgun needed a lot of force to pull the trigger and remove the safety, according to forensic specialists who examined the weapon. The fact that Mary brought the gun with her raised suspicions among the police, who began to wonder if the shooting was really an accident. Investigators suspected this was a deliberate choice or an attempt to conceal evidence after the murder. Despite being emotional, Mary's own confession did not rule out a premeditated crime. In an interview with psychologists, Patricia, the family's eldest daughter, claimed to have heard her parents talking loudly the night before the trip. The girl remembered that her mother had later entered the room, woken her up, and informed her that they were leaving, but she did not understand what was being said. Mary's claim that she left the house right away after the murder was supported by this testimony. To prevent traumatizing the children, the investigation used their testimony with caution. They did, however, support the idea that Mary acted emotionally, even though her actions following the shooting continued to be unpredictable. Investigators concluded that Mary's confession contained enough evidence to bring charges of second-degree murder. Her acknowledgement that she fired the shot herself, the fingerprints found at the scene, and the fact that the gun was found in the car's trunk were the primary contributing factors. After conducting interviews and compiling evidence, investigators also explained her attempts to escape to another state and her escape with her children, which they viewed as avoidance behavior. Prosecutors intended to present the case in a way that would demonstrate Mary's actions went beyond chance, so she was moved to the county jail to await trial. What was ahead was a trial that would spark extensive public outrage and become a national conversation point not just in Tennessee. The trial had a national impact. In the spring of 2007, Mary Winkler's trial got underway in the Tennessee District Court. The case immediately sparked widespread public interest. Journalists from across the nation attended the hearings, in addition to Selmer residents. On the one hand, Mary was portrayed by the prosecution as a cold-blooded killer. The defense, however, contended that Mary suffered from years of emotional suppression and domestic abuse, which ultimately caused the tragic result. From the outset of the trial, the prosecution adopted a tough posture. Using evidence from forensic experts, prosecutors contended that Mary Winkler killed her husband voluntarily. They presented evidence that Mary's behavior the night of the murder was motivated and purposeful. The necessity of removing the safety and purposefully pulling the trigger on the weapon that fired the shot was one of the main points of contention. According to experts, the shotgun was operational and difficult to fire, so this was not an accident. Prosecutors also emphasized Mary's actions following the murder, including her running from the scene, disappearing with her kids, and trying to escape to another state, all of which suggested that she knew what she had done. In order to demonstrate that Mary's actions were intentional, the prosecution presented surveillance footage of her filling up her car and using a bank card as proof. Prosecutors contended that she fled in an effort to escape accountability rather than phoning the police or an ambulance. According to the prosecution, the couple's relationship tensions stemming from financial difficulties were the driving force behind the crime. The family's significant debts were disclosed by the bank in court documents. The prosecution claims that Mary concealed letters from creditors, which sparked a dispute the night of the murder. Prosecutors tried to show that the woman's decision to divorce her husband was ultimately prompted by this circumstance because they felt he controlled her and put psychological pressure on her. Mary's choice to hide the weapon in the car trunk following the murder caught the attention of the prosecution. Prosecutors emphasized throughout the trial that a person who unintentionally fired a shot would not have taken such actions, and that this was not only an attempt to conceal evidence, but also another sign that her actions were conscious. In contrast, Mary's defense centered on her emotional state and the aspects of her family life that might have contributed to the tragedy. Mary acted rashly under intense stress and fear, according to the defense lawyers. They attempted to demonstrate that the flight was the product of shock and panic, and that the shooting was an accident. The assertion that Mary had been experiencing emotional and psychological distress served as the primary defense. She told the court for years that her husband dominated every part of her life, frequently criticized her, and made decisions for the whole family. Mary's lawyers claimed that these situations made her feel scared and powerless, which ultimately caused her to lose it during her testimony. Mary stated that she took the shotgun that evening to persuade her husband to listen to her and cease the abuse, not to murder him. She maintained that the shooting was unintentional. Mary could have acted under the influence of stress and emotional distress, according to a psychologist the defense brought to the trial. The expert pointed out that people frequently do things they wouldn't normally do when they're depressed and afraid. Her actions following the murder were another area of focus for the attorneys. They maintained that she did not intentionally try to hide the crime when she fled. Mary's instinctive defense was to leave the scene of the tragedy with her children because she was afraid that no one would understand her. Mary appeared depressed long before the tragedy, according to defense witnesses, some of whom were close friends of Mary. They recalled that she seldom expressed her emotions, but occasionally brought up the fact that her husband could be too strict. These testimonies enhanced the overall picture of the family's relationship, even though they were insufficient to prove abuse. The jury deliberated for several hours before rendering a decision. Mary Winkler's manslaughter conviction was upheld, although her behavior following the shooting suggested responsibility for what transpired. The court believed there was not enough evidence to consider her actions fully conscious. Due to a scheduling conflict with one of the attorneys on June 8, 2007, the sentencing phase was postponed from its original start date of May 18, 2007. A judge in Tennessee sent a yeas on the manslaughter charge. Mary Winkler received a sentence of 210 days in prison. According to her record, she had already completed 5 months of that time, and the judge permitted her to spend up to 60 days in a Tennessee mental health facility. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Bryce Rhodes, 25, is the man you just saw on the screen. He acts in a reprehensible manner and shows no remorse or guilt for his actions. He is charged with the murders of 2 brothers, 14-year-old Larry Ordway and 16-year-old Maurice Gordon, whose bodies were found after the authorities were alerted by a disturbing 911 call. Elizabeth Wren, their mother, was devastated by the news, and her entire world fell apart. However, the horrific manner in which her sons were murdered only served to exacerbate the suffering. Before their bodies were burned, they were repeatedly stabbed in the chest. The police had to stop Elizabeth from seeing her sons for the final time because it was so graphic. However, why would anyone commit such a heinous act? Bryce claims that the boys were aware of a secret of his that could endanger his life. What might that secret be? And why would it cause 2 young lives to end so horribly? And why did Bryce act so reprehensibly in front of the police? On the 4000 block of River Park Drive in the Shawnee neighborhood of West Louisville, on May 21, 2016, a 22-year-old girl was riding her bike past an old abandoned building. However, that day was different because she noticed something odd. The structure, which had appeared fine the day before, was now completely destroyed by fire. Curious about what had actually transpired there, she made the decision to look into it more. She noticed an odd shape that didn't seem to belong in the ruins of the burned-out building. Her heart raced with terror as she approached and realized it was a dead body. The surprises didn't stop there, though. She discovered another body nearby, both of them severely burned. She immediately called the police for assistance because she was so terrified. Police officers were soon swarming the scene, attempting to determine what enigmatic events had transpired there the previous evening. The police described the crime scene as the most horrific they had ever seen because it was so graphic. Even one of the officers felt so moved and compelled to shake his head in shock as he covered the 2 dead bodies with a white cloth because it was so unsettling. Pathologists hurried the bodies to the hospital for an autopsy. The remaining officers, meanwhile, remained at the scene and cautiously looked for any additional hints that might aid in their investigation. Following the autopsies, it was discovered that something even more heinous was the cause of death rather than the fire. A document made public by the coroner's office stated that both boys had been stabbed in the chest and had suffered severe blunt force trauma to their heads. The fact that they had already passed away hours before their bodies were burned and abandoned at the scene makes it even more horrifying. The police now had to identify the boys and determine why someone would hurt them in such a horrible way before they could start their murder investigation and collect evidence. The police were fortunate to be able to draw sketches of the boys despite the fact that the bodies were severely burned. The public was given access to these sketches along with an appeal for anyone who might be able to identify them to come forward. However, they went beyond simple sketches. Unfortunately, They were unable to locate any missing persons reports that had been filed a few days prior and that fit the victims' descriptions after searching through their records. Despite Monday coming and going, no one came forward to identify the boys, and days went by. Elizabeth Wren, a worried woman, hurried to the police station the next day, May 23, 2016, when she informed the officers that the sketches they had made public featured her sons, 14-year-old Larry Ordway and 16-year-old Maurice Gordon. She was clearly nervous. When the officers broke the devastating news that her sons' bodies had been discovered fully burned, Elizabeth was taken aback. She was informed by the police that they suspected foul play and thought the murder was a well-planned one rather than a simple accident. The officers had to politely turn down Elizabeth's fervent wish to see her sons one last time. It would not have been suitable for a mother to see the bodies in such a terrible condition. Even though she felt completely powerless, Elizabeth mustered the courage to share an important piece of information. When Elizabeth spoke with the police, she described how her sons had told her that they were going out with some friends she had never liked on the evening of May 21, 2016. In the past, she'd tried to stop her sons from spending time with these friends, but they continued to do so. They went to a party that evening with 3 people: 25-year-old Bryce Rhodes, 15-year-old Anjuan Carter, and 17-year-old Jacory Taylor. Elizabeth voiced her worries about Bryce, who had a concerning criminal record that included a number of serious crimes, including physical assault, domestic abuse, kidnapping, and even abuse. Elizabeth didn't worry too much because the boys assured her they would return soon, despite the fact that days had gone by with no sign of them. They would frequently go out to parties and not return home for days at a time. Therefore, she assumed it was just another instance of that kind. She had no idea, though, that this time would bring heartbreaking news that would permanently alter her life. The entire group was quickly located by the police. Anjuan Carter was promptly located and taken in for interrogation. They kept looking for Bryce in the meantime, and by Tuesday, May 24, 2016, they had also found him. In a brief period of time, Jacory Taylor, another group member, was also captured that same day. While Bryce and Jacory spoke separately with detectives regarding Larry and Maurice, they were detained by the police for hours. In an attempt to elicit information about the killings, the detectives showed Jacory pictures of the 2 brothers' crime scenes in an attempt to frighten him. Jacory, however, only claimed to be friends with the brothers and to have had no involvement in their deaths. However, Bryce persisted in telling the police that he didn't know the brothers' whereabouts and ultimately asked for legal assistance. The police changed their strategy after Jacory and Bryce failed to provide any helpful information. They observed a shift in Anjuan's behavior during their individual interviews with him. Anjuan eventually talked about what had actually transpired on the evening of May 21 at that point. He clarified that evening, Bryce had summoned him and Jacory to his apartment. There, Bryce told them his biggest secret, that he was afraid Larry and Maurice might tell the police about something they had seen on May 4, 2016. In order to get Jacory and Anjuan to help him with a plan, Bryce was able to convince them to do something horrible, kill the brothers on the evening of May 21. Telling the brothers that Bryce was taking them to a party, Jacory went to their house and persuaded them to come out. After a period of hesitation, Larry and Maurice consented to go along. They promised their mother, Elizabeth, that they would return later that evening as they left the house. Since his mother was out of town that weekend, the group had driven to Bryce's house, which he shared with her. Like any other party, the boys settled in and started hanging out and having a good time, but Larry and Maurice were unaware that something sinister was simmering in the background. Unexpectedly, a dispute erupted among the group, ruining the enjoyable party atmosphere. Jacory accused the brothers of stealing money from Bryce, according to Anjuan, who told the police. Maurice became enraged when Jacory confronted him about the theft. The whole situation escalated when Maurice felt threatened and sensed danger, reaching for a knife to protect himself and his brother. Jacory lunged in and took the knife away from Maurice when he saw him carrying it, according to Anjuan. After that, they both succeeded in subduing the brothers and belting them. To prevent either brother from defending themselves, they separated Larry and Maurice, leaving Larry in the bathroom while Bryce brought Maurice to his knees in the living room. Bryce insisted that Maurice ask for forgiveness, even though he pleaded for their lives. As Jacory and Anjuan watched Maurice tearfully plead for forgiveness in an attempt to protect himself and his brother from whatever was going to happen next, It was a tense moment. Bryce was unrestrained in his cruelty. He placed a blanket on the floor beneath Maurice, pulled stockings over his head, and stuffed a rag in his mouth. Then, in a startling display of violence, Bryce repeatedly stabbed Maurice in the chest and started beating him viciously. The graphic and horrifying scene in front of them frightened and unsettled the other teenagers who were watching. With his intimidating manner, Bryce intimidated the boys who were watching the horror and coerced Anjuan into giving Maurice a single stab wound to the chest. Anjuan reluctantly followed Bryce's orders and stabbed Maurice out of fear for his wrath. Anjuan went on to tell his terrifying story, revealing that after Maurice died, Bryce dragged Larry from the bathroom into the living room, where his brother's blood was all over the floor. Larry was devastated to learn that his brother was no longer alive. Bryce shifted his focus to Larry, pushing aside Maurice's lifeless body. Anjuan could still clearly recall Larry's agonized voice as he begged Bryce to spare him, but he was unsuccessful. Like his brother, Larry endured the same horrifying treatment. Before Bryce shockingly stabbed Larry 20 times in the chest, Anjuan could still hear his frantic cries. Bryce coerced Ja'Cory into stabbing Larry by threatening him once more. Now that Maurice and Larry were dead, Bryce called a friend to help dispose of them and loaded their bodies into the car. Bryce left Anjuan and Ja'Cory in the apartment to clean up the gory scene while he and his friend drove away with the brothers' lifeless bodies in the back seat. Bryce drove their dead bodies to an abandoned lot and burned them. Anjuan disclosed as he continued his confession. Maurice and Larry's bodies burned that fateful night as the flames consumed them. Fortunately, though, their bodies had not burned to ashes. The police eventually learned the terrible truth about Larry and Maurice's terrible demise after questioning Nguyen, but they still had unanswered questions. What was the brothers' relationship to Bryce, and what was the secret that brought the siblings such a terrible end? Despite being stepbrothers, Larry and Maurice had a close relationship and were just typical teenagers who loved life. However, things changed when they met Bryce in 2015, and they were immediately drawn to his laid-back demeanor. Bryce was a rapper who appeared extremely wealthy and successful in a number of music videos that were posted online. His charisma and way of life captivated Larry and Maurice, who quickly became enmeshed in his world. As they grew closer, Bryce introduced them to Ja'Cory Taylor, a 17-year-old friend. A fourth teen, 14-year-old Anjuan Carter, joined the group as the three boys spent more and more time with Bryce. They all spent a lot of time with Bryce in 2015. He would take them places, buy them food and clothing, and even give them money to spend however they wanted. According to Ja'Cory's police interview, Bryce used to assure them that if they followed in his footsteps, they would become famous. The boys appeared to adopt Bryce's gangster lifestyle more and more over time. They even made an appearance in a few of his music videos, which suggested that they were taking up his mindset. During this time, Elizabeth observed a shift in their conduct. Images of them smoking cigars, flaunting stacks of cash, posing with fictitious weapons, and featuring women began to flood their social media accounts. They also started going to parties frequently, sometimes staying out for days at a time. Late on May 4, 2016, they were making their way back from one of these parties. Maurice was driving Bryce's car at around 12:30 a.m., with Anjuan in a truck following them, Ja'Cory in the passenger seat, and Bryce and Larry in the back. When Maurice noticed a man strolling on the sidewalk in the 800 block of South 43rd Street in Louisville, Kentucky, Bryce abruptly forced Maurice to apply the brakes. He struggled to recall where he had known him, but it quickly became clear that he was Christopher Jones, the 40-year-old man targeted by neighborhood gangs. However, Bryce made a grave error. He mistook Christopher for someone else, attempting to pick up the prize that had been placed on his head. It was such a mistake that it abruptly altered everything. Bryce jerked out his gun in a panic and fired a bullet from the car window into Christopher's chest. All of the teenagers were in disbelief as they saw a murder unfold before their very eyes as Christopher fell. Fearful and pumped with adrenaline, they drove as quickly as they could out of there without even pausing to think. Christopher was taken to emergency surgery after the shooting, but he tragically passed away during the procedure. Larry and Maurice couldn't get over the horror of what they'd witnessed for the next 2 weeks, even after Bryce had driven the boys home and told them not to speak about what had happened that night. They became uncomfortable around Bryce and began to avoid him more and more. Bryce, meanwhile, was experiencing anxiety as well. He was concerned that he would be in big trouble if the brothers told everyone about the shooting. Thus, on the evening of May 21, 2016, he decided to take their lives. Bryce made the terrible choice to kill 3 people in a short amount of time, all in self-defense. The repercussions of his actions, however, are now bearing down on him. Both Jacori and Anjouan confessed to 3 charges of aiding and abetting murder and tampering with evidence after the interrogations. They were sentenced to 10 years in juvenile detention facilities because they were under the age of 18, with the remaining time to be spent in adult prisons after they reached the age of 18. They also had to testify against Bryce at his trial as part of their agreements. Bryce has ruined the court proceedings ever since he was taken into custody. The relatives of the victims believed he did it intentionally. He knew the prosecution wanted the death penalty, so they thought he was trying to stir up trouble. He reasoned that they might not execute him if he caused enough trouble and slowed down the procedure. Bryce did something startling at first. When he discovered that his court-appointed lawyer was friends with the victim's grandfather, he spat on him. Due to a conflict of interest, this created a significant issue and forced the lawyer to withdraw from the case. The court footage even shows the fight that broke out later between Bryce and the lawyer. Bryce even threatened to "see you when I get out." As a result, Bryce was forced to wear a spit mask and be restrained to his chair during subsequent court appearances. However, his behavior did not change despite these actions. He even threatened the judge and her family during one hearing. Bryce's courtroom antics continued after that. He frequently asserted that he didn't trust his lawyer and wouldn't allow them to speak for him. As a result, he even had 3 different state-appointed lawyers. It seemed as though he was adamant about doing things his own way, regardless of what other people thought. Following this court appearance in 2017, Bryce dug a hole in his cell in an attempt to break out of jail. Officers discovered the hole, though, along with a threatening note he had sent to Jacori. "Rats get exposed," the note said. "This demonstrated Bryce's will to control even while incarcerated. Prove to me that you're not a rat." Another shocking incident that was caught on court video showed Bryce acting shamelessly as he was seen blowing kisses at the victim's mother. It was an unsettling demonstration of his lack of regret or shame for what he had done. The trial was repeatedly delayed, and Elizabeth was growing more and more irritated with Bryce's demeanor in the courtroom, as well as the delays. She had to leave the courtroom during one hearing because her emotions got the better of her. She later told reporters that she was still grieving over the loss of her 2 boys to this monster, even though she was attempting to find forgiveness through her faith. Her description of Bryce as ill and a demon made clear how deeply she felt pained and angry with him. Justice was finally done. In 2022, after Bryce's absurd actions and dramatic courtroom proceedings lasted for 6 long years, Bryce Rhodes was found guilty of killing 2 teenage brothers, Maurice Gordon, 16, and Larry Ordway, 14, by stabbing them and setting their bodies on fire. They allegedly saw him shoot and kill 40-year-old Christopher Jones in 2016, which prompted this horrific act. The jury also found Bryce guilty of 2 counts of abuse of a corpse and tampering with physical evidence, in addition to the 3 murder charges. The jury suggested a life sentence without the possibility of parole for the killings. They also proposed a 5-year sentence for evidence tampering and a 1-year sentence for each count of corpse abuse. Although Bryce was not eligible for the death penalty, his sentences will be served concurrently, meaning that unless his defense prevails in an appeal, he will be imprisoned for the remainder of his life. Deborah Wren, the grandmother of the teenage brothers, spoke tearfully about her memories following the verdict. The jury had to consider Bryce Rhodes' mental state during the trial in order to determine the appropriate punishment for him. According to psychologists consulted by the defense, Rhodes had an intellectual disability. They added that he had bipolar disorder and ADHD, but they felt he hadn't gotten the help or instruction he required to cope with these issues. The jury chose to side with the prosecution and the victims in spite of these arguments. How do you feel about the case? How did the teenage boys in the case become more vulnerable as a result of the absence of positive adult role models? What steps can be taken to stop future instances of violence and manipulation among young people who are already at risk? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, What part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Despite the busy city streets and crowded malls, Lois Pearson always favored the quiet solitude of her childhood home, a modest wooden house tucked away among verdant hills. Lois rarely left her ancestral home, where her family had resided since her birth in 1949. Leasing her land to a man who used it to graze his cattle allowed her to live on a meager income. Lois became more dependent on her own resources following the death of her mother. She chose to use water from a well instead of running water when her pipes froze a few years ago. She carried a single lamp from room to room on a long cord for her everyday activities. Lois went to church every Sunday, and once a month went to Mineral Wells, the closest town, to do her laundry at a self-service laundromat and buy groceries. She always felt more at ease around animals and in the outdoors, frequently going for days at a time without speaking to anyone. Lois never had a romantic partner. Not even a doctor had ever seen her undressed in front of a man. In 2001, Lois met Jeffrey Maxwell soon after he purchased land west of her property in Weatherford, Texas. Lois was a little over 50 at the time, and Maxwell was just under 50. Sometimes they spoke to each other, and he would wave to her when he went by her house. Maxwell once asked her to join him for lunch. Lois was taken aback by the invitation and politely declined, as she always does. Another time, he arrived at her house, hopped out of his car, and abruptly requested a kiss. In particular, the expectant smirk on his face offended Lois. She insisted that he never return to her home. He moved away in 2005, but to her utter amazement, they reconnected just before he left. They had a quick, unhurried conversation. He came by to say goodbye and to show her photos of a modular house he was constructing in Corsicana. Lois had no idea that she would see Jeffrey Maxwell again after this farewell visit. Lois was getting ready for her usual grocery run in the afternoon of March 1, 2011. A silver Chevy Trailblazer pulled up behind her, 1970 Nova, as she was about to leave. He would have missed her if he had come 5 minutes later. Maxwell grinned and gave Lois a warm greeting. He got out of his car and started talking to her about the church. He moved slowly toward her as she responded, and she began to move away. They soon found themselves in the rear of her house. Lois tried to nudge Maxwell back toward the driveway, feeling a little ashamed of the well water containers nearby. She saw an odd change in his expression all of a sudden. It was so obvious that they both fell silent. Maxwell pulled a strange-looking container out of his coat pocket and held it up to Lois's face. He tried to hit both of her eyes with a stream of pepper spray before she could say anything, but the spray did not work. Lois sprinted in the direction of the barbed wire fence close to her vehicle. When he caught up to her, Lois had just made it to the fence and placed her hands on the top wire. He caught her and pulled her to her feet, but she clung to the wire despite the spikes digging into her fingers and the blood dripping from her hands. He was able to throw her to the ground in front of his SUV, though, because he was too strong. Lois tried to scream as loudly as she could, but nobody was around and her house was remote. Maxwell picked Lois up once more, placed her in what appeared to be handcuffs, and opened his car's rear door. He shoved her into the car and she fought to get out. He took her mother's wooden rolling pin off the kitchen table and hit Lois in the left side of the head. He struck her more forcefully on the right side when she failed to fall. The blow knocked her to the ground this time. Almost immediately, Lois's eyelids began to swell, but she persisted in trying to get away until he reached for a big kitchen knife. Silently, she sat down and felt the lightheadedness and blood. Maxwell inquired about her duct tape storage. She said nothing. He asked again, but received no answer. Then he tied Lois to the door handle of the living room and sliced the cord of her lamp into pieces. He went to his car outside. For a few seconds he was gone, but she was able to free her wrists, which had always been rather thin. She leaped to her feet and sprinted out the door. Even with ankle cuffs on, Lois had already run a few hundred yards down the road when he got back to the house, realized she was gone, and got into his car. Maxwell followed, stopping directly in front of her and obstructing her way. With a gun in his hand, he exited the vehicle. He stated, "Now we're moving on to Plan B," with a chilly look on his face. He pushed her inside his car after opening the rear door and refastened her handcuffs. He then covered her mouth with a tiny piece of duct tape. He smiled and said, "Are you a virgin?" She began to cry at that point. He slammed the door and got behind the wheel after laughing at her tears. He told her he would have to return and set her house on fire as he drove off. Lois heard the vehicle enter the freeway. She considered trying to raise her feet in the hopes that oncoming cars would see her handcuffs and assist her, but she felt completely powerless when she realized the car had tinted windows and that other drivers wouldn't be able to see her. She thought about using a tire iron to strike Maxwell, but she knew it would only make him more angry. She also considered rolling out onto the road and opening the back door, but she was unable to locate the handle. Maxwell listened to her prayer and assured her that she would no longer believe in God once he was done with her. The vehicle went off course. Lois was not familiar with the terrain. The kidnapper took her into a house's garage and shut the door after her. Cluttered with various objects, including patio furniture, a lawnmower, a lot of tools, a washing machine, and a dryer in the corner, she looked around the room. Maxwell took her handcuffs off. He started taking off all of Lois's clothing, cutting off her bra with a knife. Then he fastened her hands to the ends of a steel pole that was chained from the ceiling. She watched without understanding what was going on as he flipped a switch on the yellow control panel that was connected to the ceiling by a cable at the same location as the chains. She felt her shoulders suddenly rise, followed by her arms. As she climbed higher and higher, the ceiling motor hummed. Lois felt her bare legs hanging futilely in midair as Maxwell flipped the switch once more, causing the motor to go silent. Jeffrey Maxwell was renowned for his ability to get out of any predicament, be it shooting cattle to prevent them from being fed, burning down his own home to get insurance money, or something much darker. In the early 1980s, Maxwell corresponded with Martha Martinez, who was from Mexico. After many years of correspondence, Jeffrey finally went to Mexico and asked her to marry him. Because he deftly exploited her fears and lack of confidence, her family didn't like him at first. The 29-year-old woman felt that this was her opportunity to marry and have a child, despite her family's entreaties not to do so. She married Maxwell, had a son, and moved to Watauga, a Fort Worth, Texas suburb, with him. Maxwell had 3 children. When Rita, his girlfriend, became pregnant at the age of 18, he married her. However, they separated in 1,979 days following the birth of their second child. Martha managed to conceal her husband's actions from her family, but she was unable to conceal from her friends the bruises that appeared to be from shackles on her arms and legs. However, this paled in comparison to the horror Martha would later encounter. A deputy sheriff from Ardmore, Oklahoma, called the Watauga, Texas police station on Sunday, April 19, 1987. They had discovered a woman on the road early that morning, he reported. A deep wound on her neck had caused her to lose a lot of blood after being severely beaten. Martha Maxwell was the woman. When the police arrived at the family's house, they asked Maxwell when he had last seen his wife. He said he hadn't seen her since the previous evening and was shocked to learn that Martha was hurt but still alive. Thankfully, medical professionals were able to save her life. When she regained consciousness, she described the argument she had with her husband. She dozed off on the couch after he beat her, only to awaken bound with duct tape. Following more mistreatment, Maxwell made her drink a substance that instantly put her to sleep. In the hospital, she awoke. Martha initially assisted the police, but she abruptly stopped speaking with investigators after her husband was arrested and charged with kidnapping. Since a search of the house and car turned up no evidence, the police were unable to charge Maxwell with anything without her testimony. Once more, Jeffrey Maxwell slipped through the gaps. Martha traveled to Mexico with her son. Her husband, however, was not going to let her go so readily. Playing on her Catholic background, he pounded her with letters, even accusing her of the incident. Martha was living with Jeffrey again a month after the charges against him were dropped, despite her family's entreaties for her to stay away. The family's life appeared to be returning to normal. They purchased a new home, and Martha started college. However, it was only the quiet before the storm. She, or allegedly from her, sent letters to 2 family members on May 10, 1992. In her letter, Martha stated that she would not be communicating with her son or husband for some time. Her relatives didn't think Martha was the sender of the letters. First of all, she typically just gave them a call. Second, she would have written a letter in Spanish rather than English if she had. Maxwell hung up the phone after Martha's brother informed him that Martha had left. In order to report his sister missing, he had to travel to Texas. Since she would never have left without money, documents, a car, and most importantly her cherished son, he was certain that she was dead and that her husband was to blame. But the hunt for Martha was unsuccessful. When police questioned him years later about whether he had done anything that could have caused his wife Martha's death, Maxwell said, "Not intentionally." Jeffrey filed for divorce a few years after she vanished. He remarried Rita, his first wife, as soon as the divorce was finalized, and she moved in with him along with her 3 daughters from her second marriage. The girls soon started griping about their stepfather's advances at school, and Rita's best friend disclosed that Maxwell had beaten her 2 days prior to their wedding. But Rita didn't take the kids, leave the state, change her name, and flee, until the police came to the family's house after her youngest daughter complained about her stepfather's actions. Maxwell started shouting at Lois as he lifted her into the air. The fact that she had ignored him in the car still infuriated him. After sensing his hands on her, the woman felt something sharp and hard, like a plastic bullet. It was really painful, and it felt like he was attempting to hurt her with this vibrating object. Maxwell began striking Lois with rods of various sizes, after declaring that they would be together for 2 weeks. He hit her all over, including the painful spot on her chest. All Lois could do was scream in pain. She was barely able to stand when he finally lowered her to the ground. After guiding her to the restroom, Maxwell gave her instructions to wash up. She first noticed that she was covered in bruises. Because she was afraid of losing her eye, her right eyelid was so swollen that she could hardly see. After a hasty shower, the kidnapper himself handed her his jeans. They smelled like Maxwell and were too big for Lois. It was awful, but she knew that if she didn't agitate him over insignificant things, she would live longer. He shut off the lights, laid down next to her, and chained her ankles to the bed that night. Maxwell barely slept, and Lois had trouble shutting her eyes. Even in the dark, she could see his round, owl-like eyes every time she turned to face him. It was the first night she had spent away from home in more than 40 years. On the morning of the second day, Maxwell informed Lois that he had to purchase additional padlocks from the store. He took her to the garage and showed her a wooden box that he had made himself. The wood smelled and looked brand new. He gave her a choice between the box and a torture device. She made up her mind right away that she would stop at nothing to avoid getting on that machine. As a gag, Maxwell put a metal ring in her mouth and fastened it with a strap. Then he put Lois in shackles and handcuffs and told her to lie in the box. She inquired as to whether she would have enough air through the gag. With the lid slightly open, Maxwell positioned a wrench on the box's edge and walked away. After hearing the sound of his car's engine, Lois waited for a few seconds before attempting to exit the box. However, despite her best efforts, she was only able to push the key away and lock herself in total darkness. She didn't realize Maxwell had moved the box beneath a heavy workbench until he came back. When they got home, the kidnapper took Lois to the bedroom and took off her clothes. Lois didn't know what he was doing, and she felt uneasy because her parents had never talked to her about private matters. He asked her if she wanted to go to the garage and hang upside down after she let out a painful scream. Then she made an effort to be silent. After he was done, he once more chained her legs to the bed. She was so tired that night that she was able to sleep. Maxwell had to pay a bill for his son's repair in Dallas early in the morning. As usual, he chained her and placed a gag in her mouth. In the distance, Lois could hear motorboats, motorcycles, and cars. The gag prevented anyone from hearing her screams or calls for assistance. Lois didn't realize Maxwell had broken her front teeth until he came back and took the metal ring out of her mouth. However, she lost something far more significant that day. Maxwell let her watch the news after they displayed a picture of her driver's license on the TV. Lois Pearson was listed as missing after learning that the home where she had grown up and shared many memories was gone. They were trying to find her. The days that followed were all the same. He met his needs with her in the mornings and then left her alone. He made sure she was chained to the bed for a few days, even when he hurried to the mailbox or take a shower. But the kidnapper grew less cautious over time. She discovered one day that he had left his cell phone in the restroom. She considered taking it and calling the police. but she was hesitant because she had never used a cell phone before and was worried about making a mistake. She was afraid that he would use that torture device once more, in addition to losing faith in her. Lois dropped that notion, but she continued to think about a way out, or at least a way to change the balance of power. And after being held captive for a week, she figured out how to resist his persistent advances. She remembered what her parents had said when he lay next to her on the 7th day and pressed his mouth to hers. They had informed her that her oral cavity allegedly contained an agent that caused bronchitis. She never kissed boys when she was younger for this reason, among others. It's difficult to tell what actually happened at the time, but Maxwell woke up the following day with a fever and chills after she let him touch her lips, calling the move a battle of microbes. He could hardly move from his bed and was pale. He never tried to take advantage of her again. He insisted that she write him a check for $500 on the morning of the 8th day. He told her to date it February 2nd, which was more than a month earlier, and explained that groceries cost money. She had already prepared to go shopping in town with the $60 he had taken from her wallet, but she didn't protest, figuring the money would buy her a few more days. The date was March 12, 2011, and when Sergeant Ricky Montgomery and 4 other police officers pulled up to a small home on the shores of a lake in Corsicana, 80 kilometers south of Dallas, it was getting close to 6 o'clock in the evening. They were there to ask the homeowner some questions regarding the missing 62-year-old woman. Search teams started searching the area after her house burned down and her remains were not discovered. After several days, the police concluded that Lois Pearson would not be found alive, despite the use of helicopters equipped with thermal imaging for the search. They brought in pumps to empty 2 ponds and used search dogs trained to locate bodies, but the woman was nowhere to be seen. Then, $500 was taken out of her account 8 days after the fire. The check was dated a few weeks earlier and was made out to Jeffrey Maxwell. Officers traveled more than 160 kilometers to question Maxwell after learning that he also owned a blue SUV that matched the description of the car a neighbor had seen the day of the fire. A judge then issued a search warrant for the vehicle. On Sunday, March 12th, the 12th day of Lois's captivity under Maxwell, everything went according to plan. Maxwell watched television while Lois prayed on the floor. The abductor jumped up and hurriedly led Lois to a far-off room, telling her to keep quiet when they both heard a knock at the door. They heard another more insistent knock before he could put a gag on her or handcuff her. The man rushed toward the exit. Although Lois could hear voices outside, she was unable to understand what they were saying. After escaping the room, she noticed the word sheriff on a car parked by the road through the window. She was shocked when fear first paralyzed her whole body, but she quickly realized it was her opportunity and took off running. Jeffrey Maxwell stepped out of the house and shut the door firmly behind him. His house was in a terrible mess, he said with an apologetic tone while grinning at the policeman. According to Sergeant Ricky Montgomery, they were interrogating anyone who knew Ms. Lois Pearson or had recently visited the area around her home. In response, Maxwell said that although Lois was his neighbor, he hadn't seen her in a while. He also mentioned that Lois owed him money, which is why she sent him a check. When the door swung wide open, Montgomery was still asking Maxwell if he would be willing to come to the sheriff's office. An older woman's feeble voice reached them. With her face bruised and her hair disheveled and tangled, the woman looked weak and stooped. She moved quickly past Maxwell and went up to the cops. Montgomery didn't recognize the missing woman, but he did have a picture of her. He said, "Who are you?" "It's her, Lois Pearson," cried one of the officers behind Montgomery before she could respond, and everyone in the room was momentarily stunned. The police officers collected themselves and put Maxwell in handcuffs. The woman initially claimed to the officers that Maxwell had been her friend and had not harmed her. Her only memory of her rescue is the fear for her life, even though she later learned about the concept of Stockholm Syndrome. Lois told the officers that Maxwell had abducted her, beaten her, and done things to her that she didn't want. When he was removed a few minutes later, when she mentioned the machine, the officers were initially perplexed. But as soon as they searched the house, they discovered the machine she had described, along with a yellow control device that was covered in blood. In addition, they discovered 4 different-sized adult toys, a lot of adhesive tape, whips, handcuffs, and weapons all over the house. Blood was found on several articles of clothing in the house, on the floor in front of the car, and on the bedding. Additionally, a large collection of adult films was found by the police. After being questioned for 3 days, Maxwell admitted to almost everything. February 14, 2012 marked the start of the trial. Maxwell shaved his beard and shed more than 60 pounds in the months between his arrest and the trial. He was a lanky, ghostly figure now, wearing a suit that didn't fit him well. Maxwell was found guilty on all 3 counts by the jury in less than an hour. The jurors heard from Rita's friend, whom Maxwell had beaten 2 days prior to their wedding, despite the judge's ban on discussing his wife Martha's disappearance during the trial. Additionally, Rita's daughters testified about how their stepfather's advances affected them. Lois gave a court testimony as well. Although she had always been reticent to speak in front of others, she now spoke forcefully about the ordeal she had gone through during those 12 days of imprisonment. She recalled the 3 cats that had died in the fire, Bluey, Blackie, and an unnamed kitten, and detailed the wounds that still plagued her a year later. Above all, she believed that she would be rewarded in heaven if she remained innocent all her life. Once more, the defendant was given 3 consecutive life sentences by the jury in less than an hour. Maxwell would be eligible for parole no earlier than 119 years following the verdict, as the judge decided that he would not serve the sentences concurrently. A deputy sheriff led Maxwell out of the courtroom while shackling his ankles and handcuffing his wrists in front of the audience. After the trial, Lois told reporters that she wanted her story to be known so that everyone could hear how her faith had carried her through difficult times. Even though victims of such crimes typically don't want their names mentioned in the media, she occasionally questions why he picked her. Maybe Maxwell knew she would be the ideal victim if she vanished from home for a few days and no one would notice. Someone might have gone looking for her if he hadn't messed up and put her to sleep. She might have been noticed missing by someone. Lois had memories of her previous life after spending 12 days with Jeffrey Maxwell. Her home and the car she cherished were not the only things he took away. He took her mother's sheet music and her piano. She doesn't have a picture of her father anymore, and she doesn't even know if there is one. To purchase a small trailer for her, her church raised more than $17,000. Although it's not the house she grew up in, the trailer is warm and comfortable, and the old house was always cold in the winter and full of pests. She now has a phone, and the church even gave her a new piano. Lois Pearson loves spending time with her new friends, but she still prefers the peace and quiet of nature. She admits, "Before this, I never knew how much I loved people." And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. One of the most terrifying scenes ever filmed is before you. Actual video of a serial killer on the loose. Because its owner was already being watched by the police, fate stepped in before the murder kit could take another life. From a sunny UK resort to a charming southern Italian town, he left a bloody trail in his wake. The criminal mastermind ridiculed the investigators and misled them by leaving obvious clues close to his victim. The man's bizarre fetish ultimately brought about his terrible demise, but it also motivated him to carry out unspeakably cruel deeds. Far from their busy hometown of Potenza, Italy, the Claps family was getting ready for a relaxing Sunday retreat at a small cottage in Tito on September 12, 1993. Luciano, their 20-year-old son, was with their parents, Antonio and Filomena. Gildo Claps, 24, their oldest son, and Elisa Claps, 16, their youngest daughter, were expected to arrive soon. Together with Elisa's friend Eliana D'Alessio, they were scheduled to arrive in the afternoon. Eliana and Elisa had decided to go to the town center church for a service. The girls then intended to head back to Elisa's house before having lunch at the cottage with the rest of the family. Gildo started to worry when the girls hadn't returned after an hour. His sister would call home if she was going to be late, and she was always on time. Eliana was the one who rang the doorbell. Eliana assumed her friend had already gone home after they parted ways at the church. The fact that Elisa was still missing shocked Eliana. Gildo wandered around the town center, worried, trying to find his sister. Elisa was not in the crowd of people that gathered around the church. The The rest of the family returned to Potenza to inquire about the situation after Gildo and Elisa failed to show up by 2 p.m., and they were shocked to learn that the girl had disappeared. Gildo asked Eliana to describe his sister's precise morning movements. Eliana then admitted that she hadn't been entirely truthful. Elisa used the service as a pretext to meet with her friend, 21-year-old Danilo Restivo, a dental technician student, even though they didn't attend. Despite coming from a well-respected family, his father was the director of the local National Library branch. The young man was unpopular and frequently the object of jeering, particularly from girls. Being a good-hearted and sympathetic person, Elisa felt sorry for him, but she made it plain to him that they could not be together. However, he insisted on giving her a gift to celebrate her passing her exams, so she consented to meet him that day. Danilo and Elisa made plans to meet at the church as the service was coming to an end at 11:30 a.m. Eliana unintentionally ran into Angelica, another friend, while she was waiting outside. The girls thought they might have missed Elisa in the crowd, but they didn't see her leave the church. Gildo called Danilo's house and demanded an explanation because he was the last person to see his sister. According to Danilo, they sat at the altar and talked for 15 minutes during their meeting. Restivo stayed behind to pray after Elisa left the church, and that was the last time he saw her. After a few hours, Elisa didn't come home, so her brother Luciano went to see Restivo in person. Danilo's responses showed signs of nervousness and evasiveness. Luciano inquired as to what had happened after noticing a big bandage on his left hand. Restivo described how he cut his hand after tripping at a construction site. "I don't know where the girl is," he repeated. After Elisa's family called the police to report her missing, they asked that Restivo be questioned. However, their request was denied, and they were told to return home and wait for the girl to come back on her own. Gildo went back to the church because he had run out of options, but the door was locked. He made arrangements to enter and conducted another search of the building. He saw another locked door behind the altar, leading to the church's upper floor. When Gildo requested that door be opened as well, he was told that the priest, Father Domenico Sabbia, who had gone to a spa resort for a few days, was the only one with a key. When the police eventually spoke with Danilo 2 days later, after the girl had not returned, he stated that Elisa was unhappy at home and wanted to flee to Naples, but he attempted to talk her out of this plan. According to his version, he remained in the church while she left after their brief conversation. He said he asked her for advice about Paula, another girl he wanted to date, but he didn't mention the gift for Elisa. He returned home after the talk via a construction site where he had been with Paula just days before, where he had cut his hand after falling from an unfinished escalator. Investigators questioned whether Danilo was telling the truth. First of all, his statements were surprisingly accurate. Second, Elisa's desire to flee her devoted family was not supported by any evidence. Lastly, it was unclear how he fell head first from the escalator that was still under construction, only cutting his hand and avoiding breaking his glasses. When the police came to the Restivo's house, they asked to see the clothes their son was wearing that day, but without a warrant, Danilo's father wouldn't cooperate. Persuaded that Restivo was concealing something, the police checked his name in the database before leaving empty-handed. When he attacked other boys while playing with them at the age of 14, it turned out that he had already run afoul of the law. And it wasn't just that. 3 female students who lived close to his home accused him of stalking a few months ago. By calling girls at home and describing their attire, or playing them spooky music from the horror film Profondo Rosso, he obviously enjoyed making them feel afraid. Additionally, investigators learned that Danielo had a very peculiar habit. He enjoyed chopping off random people's hair while they were on public transit. Despite hearing about these incidents, the police were unable to establish Restivo. Meanwhile, word of Elisa Clapp's disappearance spread swiftly across the nation, and pranksters kept calling the family to say they had the girl and she was okay. While some of the messages claimed to have seen the girl in a white Fiat Uno, the police ignored the majority of these calls. The problem is that on that particular day, Elisa's friend Angelica disclosed that Ercilio Gegari, a 20-year-old admirer of hers, was out and about in the city center. Ercilio and his family had just arrived from Albania. Ercilio denied attending the church when he was asked to testify, and he gave the police the names of friends who could verify his alibi. But not only did his friends not believe his account, they also claimed that he was in the city center on the day the girl vanished. Additionally, one witness named Ercilio as the driver of a white Fiat Uno, which is the same model of vehicle that multiple witnesses reported seeing Elisa in on the day of her disappearance. When the police discovered Elisa's diary, which was missing several pages, suspicions of Ercilio's involvement increased. After reconstructing pieces of those pages, forensic specialists found that some words were written in Albanian. Ercilio was questioned again, and each time his account was altered. He once asserted that Danilo Restivo gave him instructions to deny knowing one another. Ercilio was eventually accused of providing false testimony. The police received an anonymous call in December. According to the female caller, she saw Elisa in Rome. Elisa had reportedly been assaulted and coerced into a white Fiat Uno. "Please help her and help me," the voice said toward the end of the call. The recorded call was analyzed and the results were shocking. Eliana was the caller. Because she was known to alter her version of events, investigators had long been suspicious of her statements. She was accused of providing false testimony, just like Ercilio. Detectives eventually concluded that Elisa was dead and that Danilo was to blame for her disappearance, even though they could not totally rule out the possibility that the girl had fled from home. He might have forced other people she knew to tell lies to the police, but they had nothing to accuse him or any other suspect of, other than false testimony in the absence of a body. However, the Claps family believed that powerful individuals, such as Danilo's father's friends and the priest of the church where she vanished, were defending the reputation of their daughter's murderer, even though all other churches were happy to have a box placed in the building where anyone could anonymously leave a note with information about Elisa. Father Domenico Sabia, in particular, forbade anyone from entering the church's attic. He even made an effort to deny ever knowing Danilo, but this was swiftly refuted when a picture of the two of them together on Danilo's 18th birthday appeared. Danilo Restivo was eventually taken into custody for providing false testimony after all the information was gathered. He received a 20-month prison sentence after being found guilty. Gildo was astounded by the legal system after the trial, questioning how someone could be found guilty of providing false testimony and still not be forced to tell the whole truth. However, Danilo was released after serving half of his sentence. There was nothing else the police could accuse him of. Because Eliana and Ersi allegedly gave false testimony out of fear for their own lives, rather than to muddle the investigation, the judge did not find them guilty of perjury. Numerous rumors surfaced on the second anniversary of Elisa's disappearance in Potenza, including claims that she was being sold by human traffickers, was in the hands of the Sicilian mafia, or had a covert relationship with a priest. People who demanded money in exchange for information about the girl harassed the family on a regular basis. Elisa's family actively promoted public interest in the case in spite of the challenges. They developed a website to offer updates on the investigation as the internet started to gain popularity. An email purportedly written by Elisa appeared on the website on April 23, 1999. She said she was living in Brazil after leaving Potenza. The girl explained that she was unhappy and had to leave forever, but she also begged for forgiveness for hurting her family. "This will be my first and last letter to the family," she added. Filomena fervently hoped her daughter was still alive and well. Her sons weren't persuaded, though. They engaged a private investigator to track down the email's IP address because they knew their sister had left the house without cash or a passport, only to find out it was sent from a Potenza internet cafe rather than Brazil. Danilo Restivo was in the cafe when the email was sent, according to a list of all the patrons that day that the cafe staff had provided. Believing that Danilo had come up with this scheme to persuade them to stop looking for the girl, Elisa's family called the police right away and insisted on questioning him. They were informed, nevertheless, that there was nothing further they could do and that the investigation's active phase was over. 2,000 kilometers north of Potenza is the resort town of Bournemouth, which is situated on Britain's southern coast. For the Barnett family in Bournemouth, Tuesday morning, November 12, 2002, began as any other Tuesday morning. After dropping her children, Caitlin, age 11, and Terry, age 14, off at school, Heather Barnett, 48, came home after 8:30 a.m. As usual, Heather was eager to start working and have her morning tea. She made custom pillowcases, curtains, and other items from home. That day was no different from the many orders she always had. Terry and Caitlin came home from school a few hours later. Their mother was undoubtedly at home because her car was parked in the driveway and the radio was on, so the kids were a little uncomfortable with the unlocked front door. Their mother didn't answer. Caitlin called for her brother after looking in every room but the bathroom. She didn't want to enter for some reason. The kids knocked and got no answer, so they pushed the door, which slowly opened to reveal a horrifying scene. Evidently the victim of a very heinous crime, their mother lay on the floor. After phoning 911, Terry escorted his yelling sister outside to await the arrival of the police and ambulance. The neighbor across the street saw the two agitated kids while they were parking their car. Assuring the kids that they would be safe in their house, they took them inside. When the police arrived, they found no evidence of forced entry and that nothing had been stolen. Shortly after the woman dropped her kids off at school, the actual crime took place. Luminol testing showed that the woman's size 9 shoe prints led from the restroom to her workshop before abruptly vanishing in the center of the space. Before leaving the house, the murderer had obviously changed out of their filthy shoes and put on clean ones they had brought. The fibers found on the woman's body suggested that the offender had gloves on. Every piece of evidence suggested that the crime was well planned. The murderer arrived armed with gloves, a knife, a hammer, and a change of clothes and shoes. One piece of evidence, though, was left behind. A green hand towel that had been stained with Heather's blood was resting on the workshop chair. Only the murderer could have put the towel there, given its location and the fact that it did not belong to the family. Before putting on new clothes, they used it to clean their hands and face of the blood. The hair that was discovered in the woman's hands, however, was the most intriguing piece of evidence. At first, the police thought she had successfully removed a hair from the offender, but forensic examination showed something different. The hair in one hand belonged to Heather, but the hair in the other belonged to another woman, and it had been neatly cut with a sharp tool. Speaking with Caitlin and Terry, the detective discovered that their extra house keys had vanished a week prior to the murder. Although they changed the locks, they had suspicions because their neighbor had just come to get curtains for his girlfriend. The children were consoled by the same neighbor, an Italian man they called Danny. After moving to Britain in May 2002, Danilo Restivo, known to his neighbors as Danny, married Fiona Mozingo, an Italian woman he met online. Their residence was right across the street from Heather Barnett's. When the police arrived at the crime scene, they spoke with Danilo right away, and he quickly told them that he had an alibi for the whole morning. He said he went to classes at a computer center after taking a bus. His statements were fully supported by the police when they looked through his bus ticket and the center's registration log. However, Danilo grudgingly led the detective to the bathroom, where his sneakers were soaking in a bucket of bleach, when an officer came to his house 5 days later to take DNA samples and asked to see the shoes he had on the day of the crime. "I'm cleaning them," he explained. The detective became suspicious of this and seized the shoes. The sneakers did not, however, match the footprints that were discovered in Heather's home. The police had cause to suspect Danilo Restivo, despite the absence of concrete proof, because of his dubious actions when it came to cleaning his sneakers. When they chose to search a database for his name, they discovered something startling. Restivo's name had previously been connected to a criminal investigation. He might have been connected to the disappearance of Elisa Claps, a young Italian girl more than 10 years ago. His alibi for that case was also re-examined by investigators, who discovered that it was not as credible as first believed. He registered at a time that was rather awkwardly changed from 10:28 to 9:28 in the computer center's logbook. Nothing would have stopped him from getting off at the next stop and going back to Heather's house, even though he had a bus ticket with the allotted travel time. Additionally, at 9:24, a man who looked like him was seen on security footage crossing the street close to Heather's residence. Unfortunately, the man could not be precisely identified due to the poor quality of the video. However, Danilo was the main suspect in a case for the second time in his life, but this time, all of the evidence against him was circumstantial. When the detectives called the Potenza police, they learned of Danilo's uncommon fetish of chopping off the hair of unidentified girls. The investigators' conviction that he was involved in the crime was only reinforced by this information. When the police started monitoring Danilo Restivo in April 2004, they soon discovered another questionable behavior. Restivo enjoyed going to a secluded park in Throop, which is close to Bournemouth. There he would hide behind bushes and watch girls walking their dogs or jogging. Wearing 2 sets of clothes, waterproof pants, gloves, sunglasses, and a hooded sweatshirt that covered his face, he was in the park on May 12 despite the nearly summery weather. The police were worried that they wouldn't be able to stop another murder because of his suspicious behavior. A number of uniformed officers approached the suspect while posing as investigators of car thefts in the park and requested to examine his possessions in order to conceal the surveillance. Police discovered what they dubbed Restivo's murder kit, which included a big knife, ski mask, gloves, scissors, wet wipes, and trash bags. Remaining composed, Restivo said he had located the knife in the grass and had taken it to protect the kids. He claimed to be gathering insects for his pet lizard when asked what he was doing in the park. He was hiding in the park bushes, and even the police had to concede that it was a reasonable explanation. Once more, the detectives had nothing tangible to present to Danilo. The decision was made to switch strategies and ask for public support. The goal of the investigation was to identify the owner of the hair strands that were discovered in Heather's hand. They contacted the media in Italy and Britain, and since 2002, when Restivo relocated to Bournemouth, they have received a lot of calls from girls who have had their hair cut in incidents involving public transit in Britain. None of the DNA samples that the girls gave matched the hair that was discovered at the scene of the crime. The investigation stalled for a while until the hair strand was re-examined in 2007 using a new technique that could identify the hair's previous residence. It was discovered that the hair belonged to a girl who lived in the UK, but had traveled to Tampa, Florida, a few weeks after visiting Valencia, Spain, 2 months prior to having her hair cut. Motivated by such specific information, the police made another unsuccessful attempt to contact the public. The police worry that the girl might have been a victim of the killer's prior crime, but it's also possible that she was just not paying attention to the news. In spite of this early setback, science ultimately contributed to the case. Since technology had greatly improved by 2009, forensic specialists re-examined the green towel from Heather's home in the hopes of finding something new. This time, the specialists were able to distinguish Heather's blood from someone else's perspiration and skin fragments. An expert said that there was only a 1 in 5,7,000 chance that it was someone else's DNA, even though it couldn't be said with absolute certainty that it was Danilo Restivo's. Blood traces were discovered on the insoles of Restivo's sneakers when they were inspected that year using more advanced methods. This meant that when Restivo put on the shoes, his socks had blood on them. It supported the detectives' hypothesis that the offender had brought an extra pair of shoes. Unfortunately, DNA analysis was completely impossible due to the bleach used, thus preventing Danilo and Heather's deaths from being directly linked. Restivo changed his clothes, put on gloves, and used bleach to get rid of bloodstains because he was aware of the evidence he might leave behind. Knowing what might link him to the crime scene, he made every effort to prevent it. He had a plan, was ready, and followed it. Thankfully, Restivo would eventually be charged with Heather's murder, but not before a terrible discovery was made in Italy. Something unexpected occurred in Potenza on March 17, 2010. The local church where Elisa had vanished years before was being repaired by workers. The attic door was no longer locked, and the priest had died 2 years earlier. 2 workers went upstairs, one using a flashlight to light his path while looking for roof damage. At that moment, he caught sight of something concealed behind construction debris in the room's corner. He was horrified to discover that he was staring at a mummified corpse. The girl's watch, glasses, and shoes were discovered on her body and were used to identify her. 17 years after going missing, Elisa Claps was found in the same church. She had died on the day of her disappearance, and her body had been dragged away and hidden, as the forensic examiner later concluded. Her body was found to have evidence of violence. However, several hair strands discovered in her hands, and a few more close to the body, were the most damning pieces of evidence. Professor Vincenzo Pascali in Rome was tasked with analyzing a sample of foreign DNA discovered on the girl's body, but, to put it mildly, he carried out the investigation rather sloppily and had ties to the church where the crime was committed. He said that the DNA did not match Danilo Restivo, but when the investigator decided to confirm this and sent the sample to another lab, it did match Restivo's DNA. The professor was placed on 18 months of work suspension, and on May 19, 2010, Restivo was arrested. The jury found Danilo guilty of Heather's murder on June 30, 2011. Following 5 hours of deliberation, he received a life sentence without the chance of release. But after he prevailed in an appeal, On November 21, 2012, the court modified the punishment for Heather's murder and gave him a minimum of 40 years in prison. Restivo was found guilty of Elisa Clapp's murder and given a 30-year prison sentence in absentia on November 11, 2011. Investigators believe it is crucial to look into Danilo Restivo's relationship to other unsolved crimes in both Italy and Britain because of his obvious propensity for murder. It is thought that he was most likely involved in the death of a 27-year-old North Korean student studying English in Bournemouth. 2 months prior to Heather's murder, on July 12, 2002, the girl, who went by the name Jung-uk Shin, Loki, was making her way home on foot following an evening spent with friends. She was fatally injured by an unidentified attacker just 3 blocks from Restivo's residence. By yelling at him, Loki was able to repel him, and he even told the medical staff that the assailant was wearing a ski mask. After 3 tries, another man was found guilty of this crime, but his conviction was based only on the testimony of a female informant who had previously made false statements and frequently found herself intoxicated. There were many inconsistencies in her story, and she failed to mention the killer's ski mask. The 2 girls' physical similarities lend credence to the idea that Restivo was involved. Furthermore, the fact that the murder took place on the 12th of the month, as did the killings of Elisa and Heather, as well as the fact that Restivo visited the park where his murder kit was discovered, indicates the importance of this date to him. The length of the knife found in the park with Danilo is the same as the wound on Loki's body. Furthermore, different hair strands were discovered on the sidewalk close to Loki, but it was challenging to pinpoint their exact origin because of the nearby hair salon. From a legal standpoint, Loki's case is over. 2 murders have been formally charged against Danilo Restivo. Investigators are certain that there might be additional victims, though. Elisa's body was meticulously concealed, but Heather's was cruelly displayed for her own kids to see. Experts say that this shows that the criminal changed and that he was unable to stop on his own. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Perhaps the most vulnerable time in a person's life is during their adolescence. It's a period of time when people are neither children nor fully grown adults. Even though they are still innocent and carefree, they frequently keep secrets, sometimes out of embarrassment or fear. Tragic events can occasionally result from an inability to communicate those difficulties to a loved one or trusted parent. Florida has been rocked by the case of Justice Garrett, whose life was tragically cut short in 2018 at the age of 16. Her mother's realization that she had failed to recognize or comprehend the nightmare her daughter had been living through was heartbreaking. Justice's story revolves around a horrible secret she kept out of fear of being judged, which ultimately resulted in an unthinkable tragedy that took her life. Born on March 19, 2002, Justice Mary Garrett was the oldest of 2 daughters born to Danielle and Sebastian Garrett. She grew up with Jeanette, her younger sister, who was 10 years her junior. The majority of Justice's early years and adolescence were spent in the tiny Florida town of New Smyrna Beach, which is situated in Volusia County. The sisters remained with their mother after Justice's parents divorced in 2016. After meeting Robert Kern approximately a year later, Danielle quickly started dating him. By the fall of 2017, Danielle and her 2 daughters had relocated to Robert's house in the little rural town of Sorrento, Florida, which has a population of just over 1,000. Justice had the most trouble adjusting to the new surroundings and the relocation. She missed her close friends who were still in New Smyrna Beach to start. Second, she had to change schools in the middle of the school year while she was a high school student. Third, she disliked both her mother's partner and her new home. Despite her frustrations, Justice acted politely and made an effort to avoid causing trouble. Justice made friends at her new school right away because of her outgoing, gregarious, and humorous personality. A classmate named Rochelle became particularly close to her, and the 2 were essentially inseparable. The girls even listed each other as sisters on social media, and Justice often stayed over at Rochelle's house. Justice missed the school bus on Friday, April 13, 2018, because he slept in too late. She didn't have time for breakfast that day because she was rushing to get ready for class. Her mother intended to take Jeanette to the hospital, but her younger sister stayed at home because she was feeling ill. Since school was just a few stops away, Justice chose to ride the public bus there. After packing her backpack and bidding her mother farewell, she departed from the house. Justice was last seen alive at that point. Danielle wasn't worried when Justice didn't arrive home from school on time. She figured her daughter, who frequently went to Rochelle's house after class, had done so. By nightfall, Danielle assumed Justice had made the decision to spend the night at her friend's house, as she had been doing often. She wasn't immediately alarmed by the fact that Justice's phone was off. On Saturday morning, though, Rochelle called Danielle and anxiously inquired as to Justice's well-being. With a shiver running down her spine, Danielle questioned in a shaky voice whether Justice hadn't spent the night at Rochelle's house. She was shocked by the answer. Since Thursday, Rochelle disclosed, she had not seen Justice. Justice's phone had been off for almost 2 days, and she hadn't arrived at school on Friday. Danielle went into a panic. She hurried to the local police station and reported her daughter missing after multiple unsuccessful attempts to get in touch with her. The hunt for Justice started right away. Officers initially thought Justice might have returned to her hometown for a weekend visit with friends, after learning that she had only been in the area 6 months prior. Authorities believed she would reappear soon, because teenagers of that age frequently leave home on their own initiative, whether in protest or for other reasons. Danielle, however, was adamant that her daughter would never do anything like that without telling her. Finding out Justice's social circle and whether she had a boyfriend, had been in a recent argument, or had any other information that could help piece together what happened the day she was last seen was the first step. All of Justice's possessions were still at home, and she had not taken any cash. Shortly after she left for school, her phone stopped working. She hadn't returned any calls or messages, and her social media accounts hadn't been active since late Thursday night. She hadn't gotten in touch with anyone, so none of her friends knew where she might be. Justice didn't experiment with illegal substances or drink alcohol, according to her close friends and family. She had never engaged in serious romantic commitments and was not in a relationship. Justice had never broken the law, had no enemies, and had no conflicts with other people. Her peers viewed her as sweet, kind, and compassionate, and her teachers at school gave her positive reviews. Police promptly reviewed all local traffic accidents, incidents, and crime reports in the region. One possibility they entertained was that she had been in an accident and was unable to speak. She was not, however, listed as having participated in any such incidents. Investigators were able to follow her movements on the morning of her disappearance by using information from her phone. Justice left her house at 7:30 a.m. and started to walk in the direction of the school. After about 15 minutes, she started acting strangely. After a brief pause, she made a sudden direction change. Her phone was switched off shortly after. The small, sleepy town was filled with rumors and conjecture after Justice vanished. Any incident became the focus of attention in a community where nothing ever happened. It was quickly spread by gossip and frequently embellished with lies. Some residents found amusement in spreading rumors, and they saw no harm in doing so. Many of Justice's classmates and friends sincerely wanted to assist with the investigation, but others saw it as a chance to attract attention, increase their own significance, or even experience a brief moment of fame. A number of people reported seeing Justice Garrett in various locations around town. According to some, she entered an enigmatic black vehicle with tinted windows. Some speculated that she had been recruited into a religious sect, while others suggested she was out on the street with a group of teenagers who didn't fit in. Investigators found it challenging to distinguish fact from fiction because these rumors appeared out of nowhere. Consequently, all information, no matter how unlikely, had to be carefully verified. A girl who was 1 grade up from Justice stood out for her actions. She claimed that the teenager had fled with a secret boyfriend and was expecting his child, and she created a whole blog devoted to Justice's disappearance. By spreading sensationalized and completely made-up stories, the girl was merely trying to gain popularity and attention at school. She was temporarily suspended from school while the investigation was underway as a result of her actions, which resulted in disciplinary actions. Her social media accounts were also deleted for disseminating misleading information. 4 days after Justice vanished, on April 17, a man called the police with a terrifying message. He claimed to have discovered something unsettling in a forested area outside of DeLand. An enthusiastic runner, the man frequently jogged along a remote path that wound through a park and into the woods. As he made his way farther into the woods that morning, he detected a potent, disagreeable stench of decay. He initially believed it to be a dead animal's carcass and considered reporting it to the proper authorities so that it could be taken out. But his curiosity overcame him, and he made the decision to look into the odor's origin on his own. The runner left the trail and ventured into the brush for roughly 15 feet. He saw a horrifying scene there, a severely decomposed human body that was completely deformed. It looked like a young woman, judging by the long hair and traces of clothing. To make sure he didn't unintentionally disturb any possible evidence, the man waited on the trail and called the police right away. Officers thoroughly examined the scene and the remains after they arrived. It became evident that a violent crime had been committed here, and the victim was, in fact, a very young woman. The fact that her clothes were ripped and her underwear was gone suggests that the crime was probably violent and intimate in nature. The legs bore obvious bite marks, probably from untamed animals, but a corrosive chemical had done the most serious damage. The girl's face had been eroded to the bone by this substance, which had also been poured over her intimate areas, lower abdomen and chest. It was evident that the offender had tried to remove any traces of DNA in addition to disfiguring the victim, a strategy that, as it turned out, worked. Investigators suspected right away that the girl who had vanished days earlier was the owner of the body discovered in the woods. However, DNA testing was necessary for confirmation because of the extensive chemical damage and decomposition. Sadly, the worst fears of the Garrett family came true. Justice had been discovered dead. About 30 minutes' drive from the town where she resided, her remains were found. Her nose, cheekbone, and several ribs were broken, which was evidence that she had been severely beaten prior to the crime. The precise cause of death was assumed to be mechanical asphyxiation due to the advanced state of decomposition, which made it impossible to determine with certainty. During his police interview, the man who found the remains gave important information. "I often ran along the same trail every other day," he explained. He had seen a suspicious-looking man come out of the woods close to the location where Justice's remains were later discovered 2 days prior to discovering the body. Since the witness had only seen the man for a brief moment from behind and a considerable distance away, he was unable to give a detailed description of him. According to his description, the person was a short, stocky white man wearing jeans and a black hoodie. When the man realized he was not alone, he hurried out of sight and vanished behind the trees. The runner didn't give the encounter much thought at the time, but he thought it was strange. That day there was no discernible smell of decay, and he pushed the encounter from his thoughts. But 2 days later, when he found the remains, he remembered the odd man on the trail and told the police about it. Detectives suspected the stranger in the woods might be the criminal who committed the crime right away. He might have gone back to hide his tracks and obliterate the evidence. Experts concluded that chlorine bleach was the corrosive agent used on the body. The remains became unidentifiable due to the rapid decomposition caused by the chemical and the humid climate of the area. However, after passing a polygraph and offering a strong alibi for the day Justice vanished, the jogger was excluded as a suspect. Justice's mother claims that her daughter had intended to ride the public bus to school that morning, but according to street cam surveillance footage, Justice never went to the bus stop. The mystery was further complicated when a neighbor claimed to have seen Justice get into her stepfather Robert's vehicle. Detectives now had to question the teen's parents again to find out why they hadn't told the truth, which fundamentally altered the course of the investigation. Danielle confessed right away, stating that Robert Kern, her partner, had recently had his driver's license temporarily revoked, but he agreed to give her a ride because her daughter was running late that morning. In order to keep Robert from getting upset, Danielle had kept this information from him. She thought Justice was still alive and would soon be going home at the time of the first interview. To confirm the stepfather's account, detectives immediately asked for footage from security cameras close to the school. But according to the recordings, Robert had not dropped Justice off at school or any other location. There were no cameras on his car on the way to the school. Where had they gone then? It was evident from this new information that Robert was probably the last person to see Justice alive. Robert acknowledged driving Justice that morning in spite of having his license suspended when he was questioned again. He claimed that Justice had pleaded with him to take her to DeLand, a nearby town, rather than to school, where she was allegedly scheduled to meet with a covert boyfriend. Robert said he had originally refused to take her there because he didn't know the name of the person she was meeting, but in an attempt to mend their tense relationship, he finally acceded to her requests. He allegedly promised Justice that he would not tell her mother about this outing. She told him that she would come back alone later in the day and that since it was Friday, she would spend the night at a friend's house. Robert concurred because he saw nothing out of the ordinary or worrisome about the circumstances. A potential secret boyfriend was added to the case as a result of this discovery. Investigators had to find him and identify him quickly. He might have been the last person to see Justice alive, or he might have been involved in her disappearance. Law enforcement chose to look through Justice's contacts and social media activity as the first step in the search. Detectives confiscated her laptop because her phone had not been found, and what they found led to further inquiries. Justice regularly engaged with her online and real-life friends through her numerous accounts on different social media sites, but there was no sign of a boyfriend or romantic conversations. However, one account caught our attention as being especially odd and dubious. Investigators soon turned their attention to this profile in an attempt to identify its owner and any possible link to Justice's disappearance. In recent months, Justice Garrett had been the object of unusual interest from a young man named Kevin. He liked her posts, commented on her pictures, and messaged her every day. But Justice didn't appear to care. She didn't want to stay in touch, hardly ever responded to him, and frequently ignored his messages. Later, Justice's friends confirmed that she had spoken of a devoted fan who messaged her on social media all the time, but she didn't find him flattering. Instead, she found him annoying. According to his profile, Kevin lived in the same town as Justice and seemed to be 2 years older. Only a few pictures of a young athletic man were included on his page, but Justice's family and friends had never laid eyes on him. The photos had been stolen from the internet, and the account was soon found to be fraudulent. Experts swiftly gained access to the account and tracked down the information that led to its creation. The inquiry showed that the account was linked to an adult man, Robert Kern, Justice's stepfather, rather than an adolescent. Robert was summoned back for interrogation. Investigators questioned him about why he hadn't told them sooner and why he had made a phony account to communicate with his stepdaughter. Although he seemed taken aback that investigators had discovered his involvement with the account, Robert soon collected himself and provided an explanation. He claimed that he had created the account to help Justice feel better about herself because she was the new girl in town and at school and might value the praise from a young man who seemed attractive. As was previously mentioned, Justice was new to the area, but she had already assimilated into her school community and made a lot of friends. But her behavior had changed recently. According to those close to her, the formerly upbeat and carefree teen had grown more tense and anxious. She frequently stayed over at her best friend Rochelle's house, but she kept the reasons for this change a secret. Though she never told Rochelle what was bothering her, Justice spent so much time there that it seemed like she had moved in. Rochelle claimed that Justice's stepfather had visited her home multiple times to collect her and take her home. Every time, Justice would attempt to avoid going with him and appeared clearly anxious. She would call her mom and beg to stay at Rochelle's for a couple more nights, pledging to finish all of her chores and concentrate on her studies in return. Danielle frequently complied with these demands. It was well known among her friends that Robert and Justice had a tense relationship from the beginning. But Justice never charged him with being aggressive or acting inappropriately. Additionally, nobody in her immediate vicinity, including her mother, had ever noticed anything that appeared inappropriate in Robert's interactions with his stepdaughter. Robert Kern emerged as the sole suspect in the investigation into Justice's untimely death as suspicions about him grew. Police investigated his background and way of life while holding him for additional interrogation. Robert, 43, had a lengthy criminal record that included convictions for physical altercations, possession of illegal substances, and burglary. It had been almost impossible for him to find steady work because of his criminal record. He took on odd jobs to make ends meet and occasionally worked illegally as a carpenter at a nearby sawmill. Now, investigators were trying to piece together Robert's dubious past, his actions toward Justice, and the circumstances leading up to the horrifying crime. Danielle was unaware that she was living with a man who had a criminal past because Robert had taken great care to hide it from everyone around him. She was shocked and eventually spoke up when investigators told her the truth about him. Despite Justice's protests, Danielle acknowledged that Robert had offered to drive her to school that day. Danielle became concerned when Justice failed to come home, but Robert reassured her that Justice was staying overnight at her friend Rochelle's house. He even prohibited her from contacting Rochelle or the police. After looking through Robert's devices, investigators found that Justice had been regularly looking up information about drugs that could make someone unconscious or immobile online in the months before his disappearance. Additionally, he had investigated buying such drugs on the dark web, and it seemed he had been successful. That wasn't all, though. Additionally, Robert had investigated methods of removing DNA from a body, concentrating on common household chemicals like bleach and disinfectants. He had even looked at satellite images of the wooded areas in the area, especially the DeLand outskirts, where Justice's body was eventually discovered. It became evident that Robert had spent months carefully preparing to commit his crime, dispose of the body, and remove any evidence. From the start, his motivation appeared to be clear. Robert had become unnecessarily fixated on Justice and understood that using force was the only way to fulfill his perverted impulses. He had made the decision to eradicate her completely in order to escape legal repercussions for his actions. When investigators examined the geolocation data from Robert's phone that day, they were able to eliminate any remaining doubts regarding his involvement. Together with Justice, he had driven away from their house toward her school before turning suddenly and coming to a stop in a remote location. Robert most likely turned off Justice's phone at this point and rendered her unconscious with a chemical, most likely chloroform. But he neglected to turn off his own gadget, which later recorded his movements. After being tracked toward DeLand, Robert's car came to a halt for about an hour. He would have had enough time during this period to attack Justice, cause her physical harm, strangle her to death, and conceal her body in the woods. In order to destroy any possible evidence, he poured a tiny bottle of a chlorine-based substance over her face and other parts of her body that day. But Robert started to worry that he might have left traces. He brought a big container of bleach back to the scene 2 days later. In a last effort to eliminate any last traces of Justice's involvement in the crime, he then liberally doused Justice's head, chest, and lower body with the chemical. The jogger later found Justice's body and reported it to the police after spotting the attacker when he returned to the crime scene for the second time that morning. Kern's alibi, meanwhile, was soon discredited. Unofficially working at a nearby sawmill, he had asked 2 co-workers to attest that he was on time that day, despite being almost 2 hours late. After being cautioned that they might be charged with perjury and hiding evidence of a violent crime, both witnesses eventually confessed to the truth when pressed further. Despite Robert Kern's denial of all charges, the case proceeded to trial due to the overwhelming evidence against him. According to witness testimony, Justice spent the final months of her life avoiding her home as much as possible because she was constantly afraid. But she never talked to anyone about her worries, not even her mother. Danielle never asked Kern about his past because she was too enamored with her new partner to notice what was going on around her. Kern's claims were methodically refuted by prosecutors, who demonstrated that he had carefully planned this horrible deed with the express purpose of ensuring Justice wouldn't live. Kern was further connected to the crime scene when particles found on his car mats were matched to moss and soil samples from the location where Justice's body was found. However, the corrosive chemical Kern used had eaten away at the victim's remains down to the bone, destroying all DNA evidence and tissue samples, making it impossible to prove the claims of an intimate assault. Nearly 2.5 years after the crime, in August 2022, Kern was found guilty of premeditated violent murder. He will never be freed because he was given a life sentence without the chance of parole. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we examine what happened on December 26, 2011, in Kershaw, South Carolina. Hope Melton, 30, called her grandmother to report that she was being followed while driving down a country road. Hope was terrified and unsure of what to do. The call ended before she could provide her grandmother with any information. The police were able to identify the suspect by using CCTV footage to solve this case. The subpar performance of one of the authorities, which ultimately impacted the case's outcome, is another noteworthy feature of this case. William Roger and Elizabeth Ray Hodge Roscoe were the parents of Beverly Hope Roscoe Melton, who was born in Chehaw, South Carolina, on December 4, 1981. She was a member of the Beta Club, Vocational Honor Society, Health Occupational Class, and Chorus at Chesterfield High School, where she graduated with honors in the year 2000. Hope worked as the manager of McBee, South Carolina's T&N Country Store. She was a children's church teacher at Lancaster Church of God. Hope had been happily married to Gary Lee Melton for a little more than a year. Although they wanted children, their final Christmas together was in 2011. Hope was going to see her grandmother, who lived about 30 miles away from her home, on December 26, 2011. Rather than showing up for lunch, she got a call on her grandmother's cell phone. Hope called out in a distressed tone. She asked for assistance after telling her grandmother that she was being followed. After the call ended, Hope's mother and grandmother got into their car and headed out to find her. They saw Hope's vehicle parked on the side of the road 5 miles away on a lengthy country road, but Hope was not there. Her grandmother dialed 911 right away, and the county sheriff's office received the call. The call was forwarded to police officers as a missing person report when it reached the sheriff's office. When a missing person report is received, it is imperative that prompt action be taken. At once, one of the sheriff's deputies arrived on the scene. After examining Hope's vehicle, he ruled out the possibility of a traffic accident because it was undamaged and in good operating order. Hope's wallet was gone, but her purse was in the car. Despite searching the vehicle, a forensic team was unable to uncover any information about Hope's whereabouts. Police and volunteers started searching the area for leads. Gary, Hope's shocked and upset husband, showed up on the scene. He told the police that Hope was going to visit her grandmother and had planned to stop at a gas station. At the time, that was the detective's only lead. Hope's grandmother lived about 30 miles away from her home, and there were 4 gas stations along the way. The detectives made the decision to examine each one sequentially. Security cameras were present at the first gas station the detective looking into Hope Melton's disappearance visited. The detective started watching the video in the hopes of spotting Hope. Her husband claims that she left the house at approximately 11:45 a.m. The manager was asked to show the detective the video from an hour prior to Hope calling her family in a panic. When a male customer entered the store at 12:19 p.m., everything appeared to be as usual. The investigator kept watching the footage. A woman entered the picture 3 minutes later. Hope weighed around 140 pounds, stood 5 feet 5 inches tall, and was blonde. She had on blue jeans and a pink shirt. The detective knew right away that it wasn't Hope because the woman in the video was taller than her. At 12:45 p.m., they continued to scroll through the tape, but Hope never appeared. This implied that she had most likely refilled her vehicle at a different gas station. The members of Hope's family were in shock. They looked for logical reasons why she might have vanished. There was a slim chance that she had just become stuck in the mud and gotten out of the car. Maybe someone had come to get her and taken her to a rescue location. They wished Hope well and a speedy return home. A second gas station, just 10 miles from the location where Hope's abandoned car had been discovered, was visited by the detective looking into her disappearance. Additionally, there were security cameras that might aid in the investigation. The detective informed the manager that they were searching for a missing woman when they first arrived at the gas station. The manager recalled possibly seeing Hope around 12 p.m. when the detective described her appearance and the vehicle she was driving. There was no question that Hope Melton had visited this gas station prior to her disappearance. Thanks to a security camera placed outside, she had filled up her car and nothing seemed to be bothering her at the time. Another camera captured a man holding the door open for Hope as she entered. Hope left the store after paying for her gas. She appeared content and in a positive frame of mind. She appeared to be eager to spend the remainder of the day with her grandmother. The man who held the door open for Hope was the one who caught the detective's attention when he re-watched the video. She was followed into the store by a man wearing a white cap, according to surveillance footage. He glanced over at Hope. The detective watched the man in the cap while Hope paid for her gas and walked away. The man left the store after making his payment at the counter. Regretfully, nothing in the video could be used to identify the man. In an attempt to identify this man's vehicle, the detective once more looked at the surveillance footage. Hope was seen walking toward the store to pay for gas on one of the tapes. Just then, a dark minivan arrived and a man in a white cap climbed out. Regretfully, his car's license plate was hidden. Hope was seen driving away from the gas station when the detective flipped to another outdoor camera. She made her way back to her car, and just as she was ready to leave, a gray car arrived. Hope was not followed out of the gas station by the man in the white cap, or the man who got out of it and turned to watch Hope's car drive away. The detective repeatedly viewed the segment in an attempt to capture every detail. He had to locate the other hints he was certain were concealed in the gas station video. He was right. When Hope was making her way back to her car, he flipped to the first camera. An orange Chevy appeared in the frame. The Chevy turned back toward the exit after crossing the parking lot. The detective saw something significant as Hope pulled away. The orange car was following her. Prior to Hope's disappearance, the detective believed he had seen the car following her. The police had to determine what happened after obtaining evidence that Hope had been followed from the gas station. The search team discovered alarming evidence in the meantime. They discovered a blanket covered in blood and a pink bracelet 6 miles from Hope's abandoned car. Hope's husband was able to identify the bracelet. The bracelet was a Christmas gift from him. Hope's well-being was seriously threatened by all of this. The detective had to confirm that it wasn't a coincidence after watching the gas station surveillance footage that showed the orange Chevy pursuing Hope's vehicle. Hope had to pass an office building with multiple security cameras on her way to her grandmother's house. The building was still closed for Christmas when the detective arrived by car. Finding an office manager with keys and knowledge of the CCTV system took some time. The parking lot and the road Hope could take to get to her grandmother's house were both covered by numerous security cameras on the building. The detective's primary objective was to determine whether Hope was being followed by the orange Chevy, or if it had veered off course. The cameras were programmed to record only when they detected movement because the offices were closed for Christmas. The detective started watching the video, which had been taken shortly after 12 p.m. At 12:06 p.m., the detective noticed Hope's car enter the frame. An orange car that had been spotted at the gas station earlier entered the frame 2 seconds later. The orange Chevy can be seen in the video trailing Hope's vehicle by only a few yards. Hope's car was discovered in the woods, and both cars were traveling north toward the road. Although the license plate numbers could not be seen due to the poor quality of the video, the car was identifiable, and police issued an APB. The orange car was stopped by police on a Jefferson, South Carolina street. After an hour or two, Nicholas Miller, a 23-year-old local, was the driver. He was the only person in the vehicle. Perhaps because he had something to conceal, he was extremely apprehensive when the police stopped him. After being taken to the police station, he was questioned by a detective. Miller gave evasive answers to every question. Miller was asked by the detective to describe his day, including his activities and whereabouts. Miller retorted that he had gone shopping at a Walmart 30 miles away in the morning. After that, he returned to Jefferson by car. The detective looking into Hope Melton's disappearance went to Walmart, where Miller claimed to have shopped after police requested a search warrant for Miller's vehicle. His story had to be confirmed by the police. Every action on the sales floor is captured by the store's many cameras. Walmart's video surveillance footage was a relief to law enforcement since it supported Nicholas Miller's account. At around 10 in the morning, his orange Chevy pulled into the parking lot. The detective recognized Miller when the driver got out. His story had been verified thus far. Like hundreds of other customers, he entered Walmart like any other, and nothing unusual appeared to be going on. He seemed to be going about his everyday business. He didn't bring a basket or shopping cart. The detective discovered, however, that Miller was no typical shopper. As the tape continued to play, he didn't appear to be interested in the goods being sold there. He was just loitering around the store. Maybe he had a completely different reason for being in the store. At one point, the detective saw that Miller was not wandering around the store but was actually following a blonde woman who was ignoring him and going about her own business. After watching the video again, the detective was certain that his suspicion was right. Miller followed the woman everywhere. She did, however, reappear in the video a short while later, this time with a man. It would be reasonable to assume that Miller now understood that this was an impossible goal for him. The couple left the store a few minutes later. According to investigators, the woman might have been fortunate to get away. Cameras caught Miller leaving the store a few minutes later. It looked like he was upset that a possible target had escaped his grasp as he left Walmart. At this point, we can only presume that he was returning to Jefferson, probably to meet Hope at a gas station. Although Hope's family had hoped she would return home safely, it became evident that something horrible had happened to her when police were able to obtain a search warrant for Miller's vehicle. Forensic investigators discovered blood spatter on the driver's side bumper and the passenger side fender while inspecting the vehicle. Hope's wallet was also discovered in Miller's vehicle. The decision was made to question Miller once more in light of the new evidence. It's crucial to remember that Chesterfield County Sheriff Sam Parker conducted the interrogation. Keep that name in mind, it matters. Miller initially denied any involvement in Hope Melton's disappearance during the interrogation, but after learning of the evidence, he eventually acknowledged his guilt and consented to accompany the police to Hope's body. 14 miles from the location where Hope's car was discovered, Miller guided investigators to a secluded turkey farm. She had no clothes on and was face up on her back on the ground. The scene was absolutely horrifying. There was nothing Miller could explain with regard to his actions. The discovery of Hope's body was communicated to her family. Those who knew and loved Hope Melton were forever altered by what had happened to her. Police were now able to piece together what had happened before Hope died. Miller recently broke up with his girlfriend, investigators found out. We'll never know for sure, but they think this might have contributed to his nervous breakdown. Miller noticed Hope filling up her car at the gas station. He made the decision to go after her at that crucial juncture. She was looking forward to a great day with her grandmother, after having a great Christmas with her family. She was unaware that she was being followed. Hope called her grandmother as soon as they arrived at a backwoods road because she knew she was in danger. Miller acknowledged that he had pulled Hope out of her car, pushed her off the road, and pushed her into his vehicle. After he drove her into the woods and tore off her clothes, you can probably guess what he did next. Miller made an effort to hide. After bringing Hope to a turkey farm, he killed her with a baseball bat and disposed of her body. Hope's chance encounter with the monster ended tragically after she stopped for gas. It is incomprehensible to humans. Prior to the trial, Nicholas Miller was charged with several counts. Police received horrifying evidence from his ex-girlfriend's photos. Only a few hours prior to his abduction of Hope Melton, Miller had pursued her in his orange Chevy. We must now learn more about Chesterfield County Sheriff Sam Parker. He plays a crucial role in this case, as I indicated before. I'll tell you why Parker was let go from the police department. According to officials, Parker provided uniforms, badges, and weapons to civilians, gave inmates preferential treatment, and took property meant for the sheriff's office for himself. In return for 2 prisoners working on his property, Parker let them live and sleep outside the jail. With the former sheriff's knowledge, the prisoners had access to phones, the internet, and an unlimited number of unattended visitors while they were sleeping in the armory. Additionally, prosecutors claimed that Parker provided special treatment to jail inmates, including alcohol and unsupervised visits with women. They were permitted to eat at restaurants and shop. The prisoners allegedly worked on the home and personal belongings of the former sheriff in return. The former sheriff was put on trial as a result. Mike Lee, who was serving a 15-year sentence for arson, testified against the former sheriff during Parker's trial. According to Lee's testimony, he was able to outfit his cell with a refrigerator, a new mattress, and flat-screen TVs while he was incarcerated in Chesterfield County. Lee used his own funds that were sent by family to buy the items. In addition to being permitted to buy and wear ordinary clothing rather than his jail uniform, Lee informed jurors that he would have lunch with deputies. Lee claimed to have had access to phones, the internet, and a Facebook account while working at one of the county's impound lots. Lee eventually left the jail to live in the sheriff's armory, where he hosted a birthday party where guests drank alcohol and ate filet mignon and had sex with a female visitor. Isn't it incredible that an inmate would throw a party at the sheriff's office? Post your thoughts about it in the comments section. Lee claimed that while he was in Chesterfield, he was able to visit his wife and child in Mount Pleasant by private jet from Charleston. Lee also testified that a deputy in a marked sheriff's car took him and another prisoner to Florence, South Carolina, so they could have lunch with a female friend. By working at Parker's house, attending church with Parker, and giving Parker's daughter presents, Lee described how he got to know Parker very well. Parker was convicted in 2014 of 5 counts of official misconduct, 2 counts of providing prisoners with contraband, and 1 count of embezzlement. He received a 2-year prison sentence with the possibility of release. The former sheriff broke down in tears as the judge was about to sentence Parker, expressing regret to his family, friends, and the residents of Chesterfield County. Parker expressed regret to his family for embarrassing them and to his fellow police officers following the verdict. Miller confessed to the crime and guided the police to Hope Melton's body after being questioned by Sheriff Sam Parker, as I previously stated. Miller was facing the death penalty, but prosecutors were unable to pursue it due to the sheriff's actions. In actuality, the sheriff assured Miller during the interrogation that he would not be executed if he confessed to the crime and told Hope Melton what had happened. Making such a promise to a suspect was beyond the sheriff's authority. Miller confessed to the crime because he trusted the sheriff. Sheriff Parker jeopardized the case by doing this. Former Chesterfield County Sheriff Sam Parker seriously jeopardized the case, according to a statement from Solicitor Dan Johnson. Johnson claimed that Miller's confession was obtained by Sheriff Parker under the false pretense that he would not pursue the death penalty. Johnson stated in the release that all statements made in reliance on Sam Parker's promise of leniency, which was used to coerce Nicholas Miller's confession, would be appropriately suppressed at a trial in this case due to Parker's egregious misconduct. Nicholas Miller, age 26, entered a guilty plea to all charges in March 2015. He received a life sentence without the chance of release. The former sheriff, who had been found guilty of corruption the previous year and had seriously jeopardized the case, infuriated Hope Melton's family. Elizabeth, Hope's mother, expressed their disappointment, saying they had hoped Miller would be executed. According to the family, they have yet to receive an apology from Parker. They will continue to fight for justice and preserve Hope Melton's legacy in the interim. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today, we'll examine what happened in Norris City, Illinois. Jacob Wheeler, 22, and his girlfriend Jessica Evans, 17, went fishing in the small Wabash River. Their families have been unable to get in touch with them, and they have not gone back home. All residents of Norris City followed the investigation after police were alerted to the couple's disappearance that same day, but sadly, there was no happy ending to the tale. All the locals were shocked by what transpired. Southern Illinois is a patchwork of fertile farmland and thick forests that stretches between Kentucky and Missouri. With a population of just over 1,000, the area is dotted with small villages like White County and Norris City, which make it an excellent place to raise children due to its small size. Hunting and other outdoor pursuits are popular. There are many locations where fishing is popular. Before summer break at school began in 2017, Jessica Evans, then 22 years old, met Jacob Wheeler, who had just moved across the street to live at his brother's house. Jessica and her mother, Chris, lived in a comfortable home. After meeting at a party and striking up a conversation, they fell in love. After 3 years of service in Iraq, Jacob was a quiet country boy trying to rebuild his life. Chris, Jessica's mother, wasn't overly concerned about the fact that Jacob was 5 years older than Jessica. She had faith in him. Jessica requested permission from her mother on August 26, 2012, to take Jacob fishing at night in a popular location on the small Wabash River. At first, Chris was opposed to the idea, but after Jessica persuaded her, he agreed. She warned her daughter not to spend too much time out. On a nearby street lived Megan, Jessica's older sister, and her son Miles. Jessica had to watch her son at 5 a.m. the following day, while Megan had to leave for work. Chris, Jessica's mother, reminded her that she needed to return home by 5 a.m. before Jessica left to go fishing. Although Jessica had no way of knowing that this fishing trip would be her final one, she responded that she remembered that and would be at her sister's house by then. Jessica was heading to bed when Chris called her just before midnight to check on her. At 5 o'clock the following morning, Chris discovers that her youngest daughter has not returned home, despite Jessica's assurances that she was all right and that she and Jacob were nearly finished fishing and would be home shortly. Jessica was not known for being late, especially when she knew she had to watch her nephew. Jessica didn't answer when Chris picked up her cell phone and began calling her daughter. Chris's text messages also went unanswered. Chris knew right away that something wasn't right. She was certain that she would have alerted Jessica if her plans had changed. When Chris arrived at Jacob's house, his brother Jeremy informed him that Jacob had also not returned home. By 9 in the morning, Jessica's family was starting to worry, but Jeremy wasn't concerned because he knew Jacob could take care of himself. Chris feared they were stranded somewhere or that Jacob's pickup had broken down. Chris finally called the White County Sheriff's Office after the couple had not been seen for 12 hours. Sheriff Doug Mayer wasn't overly worried when he got the call about the missing couple on Sunday night while he was lounging around his house. Maybe Jacob and Jessica had escaped, he thought. He needed to know where they had disappeared to, but he assumed they were safe. In order for the phone company to track down Jessica's cell phone, the sheriff chose to execute a warrant to search it, which could take hours. Meanwhile, as instructed by the family, the sheriff's deputies went to the fishing spot where Jessica and Jacob were expected to be. There were only gravel roads leading to the remote location. A 50-foot overgrown trail led the deputies to a popular fishing location. There were clear indications that someone had visited. Although there were a few packages, there were no indications of any criminal activity or problems. Although the campfire had been extinguished, the area was extremely clean. Jacob had left his pickup truck behind. The sheriff had trusted his instincts about the young couple thus far. He didn't initially think that something negative had occurred. He did believe that they had most likely traveled somewhere voluntarily. Ultimately, Jessica's cell phone carrier provided the records to the sheriff's deputies. Attempting to track the phone and determine which tower it was closest to was a great way to locate them. They discovered that a tower in the campground area was the source of the signal. That was the implication. Jessica was somewhere close to where she and Jacob had gone fishing, and her phone was still on. The sheriff was not prepared for it at all. If Jessica and Jacob are still alive, why aren't they returning their calls if the couple had just fled? The news that Jessica and Jacob were missing spread swiftly throughout Norris City, raising concerns among the locals as investigators started to worry that the two were stranded somewhere, gravely hurt, or worse. When the sheriff's office discovered that Jessica's cell phone was still in the area where the couple had gone night fishing, they became concerned that something horrible had happened. At dawn the following day, officers from the White County Sheriff's Office returned to the fishing site with a platoon of volunteers and neighboring law enforcement agencies. The search party set out to look for any sign of Jacob and Jessica, and their families also joined in the search, but after 3 hours of searching, they found nothing. Jessica, Jacob, and the pickup truck were nowhere to be seen. The pickup had to be there, though, even if something were to happen to Jacob and Jessica. However, what if they abandoned the phones and fled? They would eventually leave an electronic trail if they did flee together. While the bank statements showed nothing noteworthy, the police checked their bank cards to see if there had been any payments. However, one clue was found in Jessica's phone records. Investigators were able to identify the number's owner after Jessica reportedly had another phone conversation shortly after the midnight call from her mother, which occurred at around 12:30 a.m. on Sunday night. Jessica was conversing with Ron Woodison, a young man. The police knew that name because Ron had previously run afoul of the law. This in and of itself raised suspicions that he might have been involved, so they decided to speak with Ron and find out the specifics of that conversation. When he met with the sheriff's deputies, they asked him to describe the last time he had spoken to Jessica. Eventually, he acknowledged that he had called her in the middle of the night. He mentioned that he had attended the party and that some other people had also been present. Ron stated that he had attempted to invite Jessica to the party by calling her. Ron was just informed by Jessica that she was occupied with fishing. He had been told not to call Jessica by Jacob when he reached for the phone, and Ron claims that they had a rather heated exchange. Jacob was mostly to blame. The fact that Ron had called his girlfriend really annoyed him. Jacob was quite irritated by his call. The other partygoers' names were noted by the sheriff's deputies, who also verified Ron's alibi, and essentially attested to the fact that he remained there following that phone call. As the weary search team members were ready to head home at the end of the day without discovering anything, one of Jacob's friends, using his ATV, discovered a pickup truck in the woods. Jacob and Jessica were fishing 2 miles away from the pickup, which was parked in the woods behind an old deserted farmhouse. Jacob had the pickup. It was obvious that a horrible event had occurred. A woman's body was in the back of the truck. Her head had been shot twice. Her condition was another reason to be concerned. She had some clothes on. Investigators were immediately convinced that there had been more than a murder when they discovered some of her clothing on the ground near the car. In a community like this one, it wasn't necessary for the victim to have identification because some of the investigators had known Jessica for their entire lives, and they had just discovered her. Almost 36 hours after Jessica failed to show up to watch her nephew, everything changed in that instant. She was shot and found dead in Jacob's abandoned pickup truck by the sheriff's office. Given that she was nearly completely naked, it was clear that she had intercourse with a man prior to her passing and opposed it. Authorities hoped the coroner would be able to apprehend the offenders if that was the case. While police searched the area surrounding the pickup truck for evidence, they were fortunate to find DNA. It is clear that Jessica's 2 head wounds were consistent with the 222 caliber shell casings. It was clear that Jessica had been shot where the pickup truck was parked because the 2 shell casings were discovered on the right side of the vehicle, next to a sizable blood stain. Investigators started looking into Jacob's pickup. The oddest thing was that Jacob wasn't there, even though it was packed with personal belongings and fishing equipment. When the police searched, they found a clue. They discovered blood inside the pickup truck's driver's side cab. Samples of blood were sent for DNA analysis. They had to find Jacob, and they had to determine who owned it. The police couldn't help but wonder if Jacob was the person who had shot Jessica, or if he was just another victim. In an attempt to locate Jacob, police kept searching the area. They had to think of him more as a suspect at the time. Doubts weren't limited to the investigators. There were some members of the community who thought Jacob was involved in Jessica's situation. Many conjectured that Jacob had been trained to kill after years of service in the army. Maybe it was Ron's late-night phone call that triggered Jacob. When Jacob believed he was going to lose Jessica, investigators started to wonder what kind of mood he might have been in. The police secured a search warrant for Jacob's brother's home the day after Jessica's body was found. They made a significant discovery, but they were unable to locate Jacob, who they assumed was hiding in the house. One of the firearms was absent from his collection, which investigators discovered. The brother of Jeremy Jacob clarified that there was no reason to be alarmed. All his brother was doing was getting ready for a fishing trip. It was nothing out of the ordinary. When investigators learned that the missing firearm was a .22 caliber, which matched the shell casings discovered at the crime scene, they became concerned. Jacob's family, however, thought he had nothing to do with the crime. They had no doubt that if Jessica had been in danger, Jacob would have given his life to save her. The hunt for Jacob Wheeler became a massive operation as the week went on. Search teams were assembled by police officers from multiple counties, and every effort was made to locate him. The search was conducted using canine services, and an aircraft was launched for surveillance. A $2,000 reward was offered by the White County Crime Suppression Unit for information that would result in Jacob's apprehension and arrest. There was some interest in the cash reward, and tips started coming in to the sheriff's office. Out of all the tips, one particularly noteworthy one claimed that Jacob had been spotted at a gas station. According to a worker at the gas station 12 miles from the scene of Jessica's death, he thought Jacob had purchased a pack of cigarettes. He was wearing a camouflage hooded sweatshirt on Sunday night, approximately 1 day after he and Jessica vanished. The gas station employee recalled that when the man took money out of his wallet, he also found an ID card inside, which he thought was in Jacob Wheeler's name. Because of this, Jacob was clearly the most likely suspect in Jessica's incident, and the likelihood that he was evading capture increased over time. The gas station where Jacob was allegedly spotted was visited by investigators. They noticed a suspicious man in the surveillance footage. He avoided looking at the camera and wore a hooded sweatshirt that covered his face. Although it was suspicious and the night was too hot for a warm jacket, it was difficult to confirm that it was Jacob. The man hurried off to buy cigarettes. The man's face was not visible in the gas station's surveillance footage, but a second camera outside captured him boarding a female driver's vehicle. One of the sheriff's deputies recognized the woman, and they drove right to her home. While speaking with investigators, they noticed that the vehicle seen on the gas station's CCTV footage was parked close to the residence. Although the woman acknowledged that she had driven the man to the gas station, she denied that it was Jacob Wheeler. It was her boyfriend, she claimed. They were extremely disappointed when they first saw her boyfriend. It was someone who resembled Jacob Wheeler, but it wasn't him. In the video, the unidentified man is a dead end. Jacob was still the center of the police's attention. The detectives suspected that his brother Jeremy was hiding him and were certain he was still alive. His brother and father were certain that Jacob couldn't have killed Jessica, so they searched his house at night in an attempt to catch him off guard. But even after a second search, they couldn't find any evidence that he was home. Wheeler wanted his son's name cleared. It was difficult because he was certain that he was searching for Jacob's body rather than his own. Harold, Jacob's father, called Sheriff Meyer 6 days after the disappearance to inform him that he had found something that everyone else had missed. Just a quarter-mile from Jacob and Jessica's campsite, he claimed to have spotted what appeared to be auto parts in a wooded area. When investigators looked into this information, they did discover some auto parts. These were components that were fastened to the pickup's fenders. It was definitely not Jacob Wheeler's pickup truck, but there was damage to the trees in the area where they found these parts, indicating that someone had driven the pickup into the woods and between the trees, damaging the vehicle. The investigators had no other leads and were unsure if the find was related to the crime, but it was unquestionably of interest. There was a serial number on one of the parts. The police were able to identify the exact type of pickup truck by looking it up online. Once more, locating this truck in a small city cannot be difficult. A man who drives a car like this was known to one of the sheriff's deputies. It was White County native Danny Costin, a 36-year-old electrician. Could he have been a part of such a violent crime, though? Danny was never one to cause trouble. His criminal history was clean. He lived in White County and was easily located. Investigators made the decision to speak with Danny at his place of employment. In the parking lot was his pickup truck. The parts discovered in the woods matched the truck's extensive damage. Sheriff Meyer questioned Danny while the investigator examined the pickup truck. He inquired about his pickup truck's damage. Danny clarified that he had attempted to fish on the small Wabash River but struggled to get the boat started due to his extreme drunkenness. He remembered the date, but not much else about the evening. It was around 1 in the morning on the night that Jacob and Jessica went fishing, and he reported that during his entire stay in that section of the river, he never saw anyone else. In the meantime, researchers made a significant finding. In the rear of Danny's pickup truck, they discovered a significant amount of blood. When they told him about it, he appeared taken aback. The sheriff advised Danny that this would be a good time to tell him anything he wanted to. Analysis revealed that the blood in the back of Danny's pickup truck was human blood, despite Danny's claim that he witnessed Jacob shoot Jessica twice while he was in the woods that evening. Danny was taken to the police station and subjected to additional interrogation by investigators. He claimed to be intoxicated. He saw Jacob and Jessica when he descended to the small Wabash River. He was alone with Jessica because Jacob had gone into the woods. According to Danny, Jessica allegedly began approaching him on her own. He claimed that he and Jessica drove off in his truck and parked behind an old deserted farmhouse 2 miles away. They allegedly made intimate consenting contact. Then, as Danny said, Jacob discovered them in the dark. After he and Jessica got into a fight, Jacob shot Jessica. Danny claims that he was afraid when he saw Jacob approaching and managed to grab him, which led to a struggle between them. The gun went off somehow, wounding Jacob. According to Danny, the shot was unintentional. Panic set in. He loaded Jacob into his pickup truck. He concealed the body where no one could find it because he was worried that no one would believe him when he claimed it was self-defense. Danny gave a detailed account of where he had left Jacob's body. Danny's story was disbelieved by the police. Jessica didn't seem likely to do that. Although Danny's account of Jessica accompanying him and Jacob unexpectedly appearing didn't make much sense, they now knew that Danny had shot Jacob, proving that Jacob's family was correct all along. Danny Costin was taken to jail after being arrested. The investigators then proceeded to the location where Danny claimed to have left Jacob's body. They had to venture a bit farther into the woods because it was a dirt road. They searched for 6 days before locating Jacob, who had been shot in the head. The evidence they discovered did not support Danny Costin's account of what transpired that evening. The driver's seat and the door of Jacob's pickup were covered in blood, and it was Jacob's blood. Danny's story simply didn't fit it. He claimed that after Jacob killed Jessica, they got into a fight in the woods, and Jacob was accidentally shot and killed. According to what Danny had previously said, he loaded the body into the back of his own pickup truck and drove it to a faraway place. So where did Jacob's pickup truck's interior contain blood? After being reinterrogated, Danny Costin agreed to tell the truth after being made aware of discrepancies in his testimony. He claims that the woods were too dense when he attempted to drive his truck to the water that evening in order to launch the boat. He was also inebriated. He attempted to enlist the aid of Jacob and Jessica. When Jacob realized he was intoxicated, he advised against it. Then Danny requested assistance from the couple to get home. Jacob concurred. Danny climbed into the back of Jacob's pickup truck after he and Jessica got inside. For some reason, he chose to use his .22 caliber pistol. He got out of the truck's back and left. Through the downed window, the driver shot Jacob in the head. Everything took place in front of Jessica. She began to scream out of terror. Then he pulled Jacob out of the truck, Danny said. He swore under interrogation that he had no idea why he killed Jacob or what he was doing. Danny was then informed by Jessica that she would stop at nothing to prevent him from killing her. Danny Costin was questioned by the sheriff about whether Jessica had promised to have sex with him in return for his allowing her to live. Costin answered, "She promised to follow my instructions." He went to a remote location. He basically took Jessica's attempt to protect herself as an invitation to have a personal relationship with him. He did it in Jacob's pickup truck's back. Then he pulled out a gun and shot Jessica, even though she begged for her life. "I don't know why I did it," Costin said. He threw both his and Jacob's guns out the window after loading Jessica's body into the back of Jacob's pickup truck and driving his own vehicle to Wayne County to conceal Jacob's body. Neither gun was ever found by the police. Danny Costin entered a not guilty plea when he appeared in court on September 4, 2012. An appeals court dismissed his attempt to retract his testimony, arguing that he was not informed of his rights prior to being questioned. Police had ample evidence to support Danny Costin's confession, and video recordings of the interrogation verified that Danny was informed of his rights. His DNA was found on Jessica's body, and his truck contained Jacob's blood. In January 2014, a jury convicted Danny Costin's girlfriend, Candace Brown, age 31, of lying to the police during the preliminary investigation. She gave Costin a fictitious alibi. On August 20, 2013, Danny Costin was found guilty, and Brown was sentenced to 60 days in jail, 30 months probation, 100 hours of community service, and a payment of various court costs and fines. He received a 53-year prison sentence. Judge Tom Foster felt that Costin should have received a more severe sentence, but he acknowledged that he was constrained by the state and defense's agreement. According to the court, "You killed these two individuals. There is no pardon or justification for that, not in this world or any other." According to the judge, Costin consented to forgo a jury trial in return for fewer charges and a lighter sentence in the event of a conviction. Harold Wheeler, Jacob's father, stated that he never thought his son, who was named by law enforcement as a person of interest in Jessica Evans' death, was capable of committing such a crime. Foster claimed that the court only accepted the agreement because the victims' families had agreed to it following the hearing. "I was certain that he would never act in this manner. On Sunday, I began searching for him and I never gave up." He claimed that Costin was an acquaintance who lived approximately a quarter-mile away from the Wheeler home and that it was surprising that he was arrested for the killings. "I've had a beer with him while we were sitting at his campsite." Harold Wheeler, clearly in pain, remarked of Costin, "He's been in my house." And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The funeral of 15-year-old Holly Newton, who was described as a popular girl who was loved by many, took place in Hexham, England on February 17, 2023. To honor the helpful and compassionate teen who was attacked in the sleepy country town on January 27, hundreds of people joined a procession towards Hexham Abbey. Some people are just too good for this world, and Holly was one of them. Makala Trussler, Holly's mother, said to mourners at her service about her shy daughter who loved to perform for others. 4 black horses with purple jackets, her favorite color, pulled Holly's white coffin down the high street, with purple flowers and condolence notes adorning the top of the coffin. A single read, "Till we cross paths again, sweet Holly in the sky, rest soundly. I will always love you." Therefore, we will examine events that occurred in England in 2023 today. When Holly Newton's story made the news on television, she was only 15 years old. Detectives obtained disturbing CCTV footage that showed Holly's final moments while they were looking into what had happened to her. Earlier this month, a verdict was rendered in the case. Holly Newton was regarded as a bright, kind person with a bright future. According to her family and friends, Holly was a kind and considerate young woman who had a positive impact on everyone around her. Holly, who was well known for her gregarious nature, enjoyed socializing and hanging out with friends. She was able to quickly establish common ground with others thanks to her amiable manner. Holly was a quiet girl with a strong moral compass who enjoyed dancing. According to her mother, Holly Newton and Logan MacPhail first connected through their participation in Army Cadets, a youth organization that offers military training and activities to young people. This setting frequently brings together individuals who share interests in outdoor activities, discipline, and teamwork. They started off as a normal adolescent couple. They spent time together in social circles and with similar interests. But as their relationship developed, Logan's domineering behavior made it more and more problematic. His insistence on always knowing Holly's location and his meddling with her social media accounts were just 2 examples of how this control showed up. According to reports, he altered her passwords to restrict her social interactions, which is a classic indication of controlling behavior, in which one partner tries to control the other. Family and friends have observed Holly growing more and more alone. Holly initially continued to date Logan in spite of these warning signs, which is common among teenagers who might not completely comprehend or identify the warning signs of an unhealthy relationship. Holly's first and only boyfriend, Logan MacPhail, was described by her mother, Makala Trussler, as a typical adolescent relationship with ups and downs. Logan stayed with Holly's family on the weekends. When Logan visited Holly's mother and stepfather, they were unaware that he was acting like the good guy. But Holly and Logan's relationship issues escalated like a snowball. Logan's increasingly compulsive behavior finally led Holly to decide to break up with him. He did not like the breakup. He struggled to accept it and grew even more obsessed with her. Makala Trussler claimed that, although it was obvious that her considerate and loving daughter had grown up more than MacPhail, he had scared Holly and used emotional blackmail when she attempted to end their relationship. She added that MacPhail had been obsessed with Holly and believed that if he couldn't have her, then no one else could, and that I was unaware of the magnitude of the turmoil Holly was going through at the time. She also claimed that she was unaware of the emotional pain Holly was going through when she attempted to end her relationship with MacPhail, and that warning signs of his domineering behavior were not identified until it was too late. MacPhail reacted angrily to the split. Holly made it clear that she wanted to move on, but he still tried to control her life and started following her around town. On the evening of January 26, MacPhail showed up without permission outside her Halt Whistle home, and the police had to escort him back to his Bertley residence. In fact, Holly and her parents were scheduled to meet with the police to talk about their concerns regarding MacPhail. However, a tragic turn of events occurred when MacPhail showed up at their Halt Whistle home without permission and demanded to speak with Holly on the evening of January 26th-noon-middle hour. Makala Trussler, Holly's mother, called Northumbria Police Amir. Holly pleaded for the meeting to be rescheduled so she could go out with her friends after school on January 27, which was originally planned for around 4 p.m. The police meeting was rescheduled for the evening, but Holly suffered a terrible incident just hours before the scheduled time. CCTV was used to reconstruct the events that transpired the day after MacPhail unexpectedly appeared outside Holly's home. He was unable to come to terms with Holly's breakup. He left school early the next day, carrying a kitchen knife in his backpack, and took the bus to Hexham, where he waited for Holly to leave town. He was wearing all black, with a baseball cap and black face mask to hide his identity. For approximately 45 minutes, MacPhail accompanied Holly and her friends as they explored a shopping mall and a recreation center. Additionally, he repeatedly called Holly's loved ones via voicemail in an attempt to persuade her to meet with him in person, while Holly went to a takeout place on the town's high street with the boy. Then he went up to her and asked if she would like to speak with him in an alleyway nearby. MacPhail followed him and then attacked Holly violently, stabbing her several times. Her friend left the store when he heard Holly scream and stepped in to stop him from getting stabbed in the leg and shoulder as well. On Friday, January 27, 2023, just after 5:10 p.m., police received a call reporting that a boy and girl had been severely beaten in the town center's Priest Popple neighborhood. Despite the efforts of medical staff, they were both taken to the hospital after emergency services discovered them in a nearby alleyway with multiple stab wounds. Holly passed away after 36 injuries. 6 days prior to the attack, she ended her relationship with MacPhail. After receiving treatment, the boy, who cannot be identified for legal reasons, was released. After being held in a bus shelter by courageous bystanders, officers quickly took 16-year-old Logan MacPhail into custody at the scene. He identified himself and provided arresting officers with the victim's name, as evidenced by body cam footage. Then, talking to an officer in the back of a police van, he allegedly confessed, "She was being too horrible to me." Later, MacPhail said, "I can't read or write, I know nothing," and refused to provide officers with his birth date. Following the assault, MacPhail was accused of killing Holly Newton and wounding another 16-year-old. In police interviews, MacPhail revealed his intention to kill Holly, stating unequivocally that he did so because she was terrible to him. He did this with a chilling lack of emotion. MacPhail's legal team claimed that his autism diagnosis and learning disabilities rendered him ineligible to enter a plea, which caused the case to take 18 months to reach court. This would have indicated that he was unable to fully understand the criminal proceedings, but the judge decided that he was able to follow the trial's progression after hearing testimony from a number of experts. Jurors disagreed with the defense team's assertion that he was unaware of the repercussions of his actions because of his numerous problems. To give yourself the best chance of attacking Holly without anyone noticing, you told MacPhail that you wanted to get her into the alleyway, which was out of sight. I'm glad you chose to attack Holly because you could tell by her responses at the bus stop that she was not amenable to the idea of getting back together. Despite your feelings of jealousy and resentment, you were still able to figure out where you could attack her most effectively, so you waited for the right moment. After convincing her to move a bit further into the alleyway, you waited until one of the onlookers had left before pulling the knife from your pocket and attacking her in a vicious and brutal manner. According to the judge, Holly suffered severe knife wounds to her jaw, skull, backbone, and shoulder during the murder. It was a horrible thing to do to stab her head in that manner, Justice Hilliard continued. Holly was in such terrible shape that her mother was prevented from seeing her in the ambulance and alley. You applied so much force that the knife broke and the blade became distorted. It was extremely uncommon to see a knife so damaged, according to the pathologist. You knew how final death was, so I'm sure you planned to kill her. According to the judge, MacPhail probably carried the knife that day in order to intimidate Holly by hurting himself, and made plans to attack her once it became apparent that their relationship would not be continued. Justice Hilliard added shortly before the murder that she had the right to end the relationship if she so desired, and spend time with anyone else she wanted. As he concludes his sentencing remarks, Mr. Justice Hilliard states that he considers how significant MacPhail's relationship with Holly was to him, given the circumstances of his chaotic home life. Your speech impairment hindered your ability to form friendships and relationships with other people, so you placed a high value on your relationship with her. This made its ending all the more difficult for you to process and work through, the judge adds. He claims that although MacPhail has also apologized, he has attempted to place some sort of blame on Holly. The judge tells MacPhail that it was evident from your testimony to the jury that you had convinced yourself that Holly had mistreated you. She also notes that your initial response at the scene was to accuse her of being terrible to you. I believe that this belief lessens or moderates the amount of regret you felt prior to the verdict being announced. In a devastating statement, Holly's mother described the day she found out what had happened to her daughter. Despite having admitted manslaughter, MacPhail was found guilty of both murder and intentionally wounding the teenage boy. He claimed during his trial that he wanted to return some of Holly's belongings, including clothes, teddy bears, and slippers, but he had none of it with him when he was taken into custody. For willfully injuring a fellow young man who attempted to halt the assault, McPhail received a life sentence with a minimum of 17 years and an additional 5 years. McPhail was informed that he would only be released when it was safe to do so, even after serving the minimum sentence. Detective Darren Davies of Northumbria Police said following the sentencing that the case was truly devastating, and that McPhail had cruelly taken away Holly's future. Naturally, nothing can undo the terrible things that happened that night. But I hope the outcome today will give her loved ones a sense of closure so they can try to move forward. Detective Davies added, "The choices he made that evening have permanently altered the lives of countless people, and he will now have plenty of time in his cell to reflect on that. Given the suffering this incident has caused so many people, we would implore everyone to reconsider carrying a weapon of any kind." And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A woman who was determined to return home safely to her children risked her life to get out of a predator's grasp. She had no idea that her courage in assisting in the kidnapper's capture would reveal a much more sinister force and save the lives of innumerable others. By working with the police, she was able to expose the rapist's true identity as well as that of a serial killer. Her testimony's credibility was called into question, though, given the process used to retrieve her memories of the assault. Shackled in chains, the prisoner paced the field, moving across the ground with deliberate steps. He lost himself in recollections, his gaze never leaving the tall yellow grass. The simple clothes he used to wear, jeans, a shirt, and a cap, had become luxurious, and his once dark auburn beard had gone completely gray since his last visit. He was now with police officers, the very people he had avoided for almost 20 years. The prisoner had recently broken his lengthy silence by confessing to the disappearances of multiple young women in the 1990s and agreeing to help the police locate their bodies, which were buried in a field outside of Houston, Texas. Families in Texas and Oklahoma had been tormented for years by the loss of their daughters, who had disappeared in the middle of routine situations, like going for a morning run, getting washed, or coming home from a theater group party. There were no answers for a long time. Finally, the man who had caused their pain, a 56-year-old Texas prisoner who was charged with violence and kidnapping but not murder, spoke. At least 7 victims, including 4 girls who did not survive their interactions with him, were connected to him by the police. When taken as a whole, these cases depicted a serial killer posing as a good Samaritan who preyed on a particular kind of young brunette who was discovered on the streets. Although his surprising admission helped reveal the truth about what had happened to some of the victims, the family's most important question was still, why? Sandra Soppel, then 19 years old, completed her high school education and began working as an exotic dancer in May 1997. She was bringing up 2 kids and getting ready to have a third. Sandra's intelligence and determination, which would ultimately save her life and open a Pandora's box of horrific crimes, were characterized by those who knew her. An frightened young woman called the police on May 17, 1997. Sandra was the one. She described the nightmare she had just gone through. She had been abducted and had thrown herself out of a moving car in a last-ditch attempt to get away. She was taken to a nearby hospital after reporting the crime, and despite her severe injuries, she insisted on talking to detectives. Keeping the kidnapper from hurting anyone else was her top priority. But the fall from the car had messed with her memory, and she had forgotten important details of the crime in her subconscious. Later on, Sandra's recollection would prove to be crucial in cracking the case. After failing to find any early leads, the police changed their strategy and had Sandra put under hypnosis. She remembered specifics of the attack after the session. She remembered the kidnapper's face in addition to the make, model, and color of his vehicle. The police's suspicions about a possible suspect were confirmed by this discovery. Sandra was asked to choose her assailant from a lineup a few weeks following the hypnosis. A man named William Lewis Rice was indicated by her gesture. The police had seen Rice before. He had long been of interest due to his criminal past and actions. Although Rice had a challenging upbringing, he had a strong bond with his mother, who would stop at nothing to help him. Rice was born and raised on a farm in Yukon, Oklahoma. He left school to work as a horseshoer in the 9th grade. He married Judy Fleming, a shy girl he met in Anadarko, Oklahoma, when he was 19 years old. Judy remembered that if she didn't date Rice, he would shoot himself. She initially thought he had good intentions, but she quickly discovered he was capable of extreme cruelty. Their turbulent marriage was characterized by violence and adultery. After Rice broke into her new house, beat her, and put a knife to her throat, Judy finally filed for divorce. Even after getting married and getting divorced once more, Rice's violence spiraled out of control due to his growing hatred of women. Rice's first attack is known to have occurred in the spring of 1986, when her Mustang broke down on Interstate 35. The 19-year-old aerobics instructor, daughter of a sheriff's deputy, found herself stranded. Rice offered to help, but instead he kidnapped her, taped her hands together, and pushed her into his truck's sleeper cabin. After saying he loved her and that they would live together in Houston, he later attacked her. By calling her family from a payphone and feigning the need to use the restroom, the girl was able to get away. For the kidnapping and assault, Rice was taken into custody and given a 25-year prison term. However, because of prosecutorial misconduct, an appellate court lowered his sentence to 10 years in October 1996. Following his release, Rice went back to Anadarko to live with his mother, where he assimilated. His background was unknown to many locals, and he came across as modest and courteous. But by the spring of 1997, local young women were starting to go missing. Now in his late 30s, Rice had relocated to Houston, where he continued shoeing horses and working on construction sites. Although his actions raised suspicions, there was no hard proof that he was responsible for the crimes. When Sandra Sapal identified Rice, it was the last straw for the police. By connecting him to Sandra's attack and other unresolved crimes, they compiled evidence against him. Rice's trial took place in April 1998. In her testimony regarding her kidnapping, Sandra described how Rice had threatened her with a knife, cut her tire, and enticed her to his vehicle. She talked about how she thought her risky escape had saved her life. The defense, however, contested her testimony, claiming that Rice's name and photo might have distorted her memory and that hypnosis was unreliable. In spite of these defenses, the jury convicted Rice of aggravated kidnapping and gave him a 60-year prison term. The community experienced brief respite after Rice was imprisoned, but it wasn't until years later that he came forward with his most sinister secrets. Detectives were able to re-examine cold cases in the mid-2000s thanks to developments in DNA testing. In one instance, Tiffany Johnston, a 19-year-old recently married woman, was kidnapped in July 1997 from a car wash in Bethany, Oklahoma. Although her body was discovered the following day, the case wasn't resolved until 2015, when Rice was connected to the crime by DNA evidence. In order to avoid being executed, Rice consented to assist law enforcement, which helped them locate the remains of 2 additional victims, Kelly Cox and Jessica Kane, who were interred in the Texas killing fields. Although Rice's motivations were still unknown, his confessions gave his victims' families closure. Some saw his cooperation as a perverted form of pride, while others thought it was motivated by a wish to avoid the death penalty. In any case, his crimes left a path of destruction, and those he had harmed received some justice when he was ultimately sentenced to death. In addition to saving her own life, Sandra Sapal's courage and tenacity helped expose a serial killer who had been terrorizing communities for years. Her story serves as a testament to the tenacity of people who are not intimidated into silence, and her bravery made sure that Rice could no longer prey on innocent lives. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Carol Ann Barrett's murder was a terrifying mystery for 44 years. The 18-year-old high school student went missing on March 23, 1980, while she was spending spring break with her friends in her hotel room in Daytona Beach, Florida. Later, Her body was discovered left on a highway. Carol's family and friends were left without answers when the case went cold, despite the fact that a sketch of the suspect was made based on witness descriptions. However, in a startling turn of events, a serial killer who had been convicted came forward and confessed. What made this predator come clean after all these years? And who was he? Could Carol's loved ones finally find closure as a result of this confession? When 18-year-old Carol Ann Barrett jumped in to save her 3-year-old niece Claire Gilligan from drowning during a family pool party in Zanesville, Ohio, in March 1980, she demonstrated courage and quick thinking. In a 2019 interview, Claire recollected this event and explained how Carol had saved her life by performing CPR on her for 10 minutes. "My aunt was a hero," she remarked, highlighting their close relationship. Carol tragically lost her life under horrific circumstances just 1 week after saving her niece, and her murder remained unsolved for more than 40 years. Carol, a senior in high school from Ohio, had spent spring break in Daytona Beach, Florida, with 7 of her friends. 2 a.m., a stranger broke into the girls' hotel room on Sunday, March 23rd. With a gun in hand, he ordered the group to strip and threatened to murder one if they resisted. He chose to hold one of them hostage in order to guarantee his escape free from police intervention. The intruder initially targeted Carol's friend Pam, but he was provoked by her panic. Carol showed incredible bravery by offering to go instead. Before removing Carol, the attacker locked her friends on the balcony. Soon, the police were called. A police sketch of the suspect was made after speaking with Carol's friends, who had all gone through the ordeal and seen the kidnapping. Unfortunately for Carol, it was too late. Carol's body was found dead in a ditch beside I-95 in Jacksonville, Florida, on Monday, March 24, 1980. The back of her head had been shot execution style. The Jacksonville Sheriff's Office was unable to identify the murderer despite the kidnapper's sketches. Although the case was still pending, Carol's family was deeply affected emotionally by the crime's brutality. Carol was a happy, intelligent adolescent who enjoyed collecting watches before her life was suddenly taken from her. In a 2019 interview, her niece Claire Gilligan stated, "I've held on to one of her watches like it's $1 million. I know it sounds weird, but I'd just like to have her things to remember her by." Carol's family was subjected to cruel prank calls following her death, with anonymous callers threatening, "You're next." This harassment added to their grief and made Claire more aware of the dangers in the world, which led her to pursue a degree in criminal justice. However, Carol's family was still plagued by the decades-long lack of answers. The unresolved murder of her aunt left Claire with a permanent wound. "I get so mad when I watch crime shows and they find the criminal. Those families have closure and I never will," Claire said. The mystery remained, despite attempts to rekindle interest in Carol's case, such as 2 stories broadcast by Action Newsjacks in 2017 and 2018, and the distribution of both computer-generated and hand-drawn sketches of the suspect. But the family remained hopeful that justice would eventually be done. Investigators and family members trying to solve the mystery of Carol's death had several important questions. What exactly happened before the break-in at the Daytona Beach hotel room? Were there any witnesses who might have seen the suspect before or after the incident, outside the group of friends? Was there any connection, even a shaky one, between Carol and the criminal? Would they be able to identify the murderer through sophisticated forensic investigation? Had there been any comparable incidents nearby that could point to a trend or offer clues as to the identity of the suspect? Could Carol's killer or someone with knowledge of the crime be connected to the spoof phone calls made to her family? Even as the investigation went on, the questions kept coming. Decades passed, but the murderer in the police sketch was never apprehended. Carol's murder was eventually deemed a cold case. The Jacksonville Sheriff's Office, JSO, obtained a confession from a convicted serial killer about the murder of 18-year-old Carol Ann Barrett in a startling turn of events that offered some closure to the long-running cold case. When the JSO Cold Case Unit made the decision to review the evidence, the case was brought back to life in August 2017. After a thorough examination, they ultimately determined that Billy Mansfield Jr. was a person of interest in 2022. In September 2022, Mansfield, already serving a prison sentence for a string of murders, acknowledged after several interviews that he was the person pictured in the police sketch. He admitted to taking Carol from her Florida hotel room in March 1980 and killing her soon after. Convicted serial killer Billy Mansfield Jr. had been hiding in plain sight the entire time. However, who was he, and how did he spend over 40 years avoiding justice for Carol's murder? The oldest of 5 children, William Mansfield Jr. was born in Grand Rapids, Michigan, in 1956. His home life was far from perfect, even though he was said to have had a good upbringing. William Sr., his father, was a convicted child molester who fostered his son's erratic conduct. Mansfield's decision to forge his birth certificate and leave school at the age of 14 in order to enlist in the Army was probably influenced by this dysfunction. Mansfield's problems only got worse while serving in the military. He started experimenting with drugs and became severely addicted to alcohol, which led to treatment at a Tampa Veterans Administration hospital. He married Phyllis Spilemaker in 1975 in an attempt to lead a normal life, but by 1979, things had fallen apart. Phyllis decided to raise their 2 children alone in Michigan. In her unsettling portrayal of Mansfield following their divorce, Phyllis claimed that he was a closeted bisexual who brought men home from gay bars and had sex with them in front of her. Mansfield's terrible deeds were made possible by his traumatic upbringing and destructive decisions. He followed a startling and repulsive path influenced by his past, abusing and killing women and girls. Mansfield was accused of sexual misconduct by a babysitter in Grand Rapids, Michigan, in January 1977. He received a sentence of 36 months of probation and 6 months in jail. However, he violated his parole and was sent back to prison shortly after his release for assaulting 2 teenagers in a rural part of the city. Mansfield was housed in the same cell as fellow prisoner Albert Lee III, who admitted to Mansfield that he had kidnapped and murdered 11-year-old Linda Vander Veen from a Grand Rapids school crossing. Later, after serving a year, Mansfield would use this information to testify against Lee in exchange for a reduced sentence, which led to his release. However, these prison terms had little effect on his desire for violence. Mansfield forced 18-year-old Pamela Sherrill into his van and abducted her on June 19, 1980. After driving her to a rented trailer, he attacked and hurt her. Mansfield was evading capture when Sherrill called the police to report the assault. Mansfield was arrested in Santa Cruz, California on November 23, but was later freed after posting bail. Mansfield was then released once more to hunt down his next victim. The body of 29-year-old Renee Saling was found dead in a drainage ditch beside Buena Vista Road in Watsonville, California, on December 7, 1980. The previous day was the last time her husband had seen Renee, a mother of 3. Her clothing was ripped when she was discovered, and there were obvious signs of assault. Her blouse and pants had been pulled down to her ankles. She had been strangled, according to the coroner's report. Police created descriptions of 2 suspects based on witness statements, young men in their 20s who were probably related to one another. 4 days later, a rookie police officer in Winnemucca, Nevada, brought Mansfield and his brother Gary, age 23, in for interrogation. Despite lying about their identities and ages, they fit the suspect profiles in terms of their physical characteristics. The brothers were arrested at California's Humboldt County Jail. The Mansfield brothers were charged with murder in connection with the death of Renee Saling and were arraigned in a Watsonville court on December 16. They were known as the Bag Brothers by the media because they covered their heads with paper bags to shield possible witnesses' statements. On February 4, 1981, Justice John Marlowe ordered the Mansfields to stand trial for Renee's murder, despite their not guilty plea. The Hernando County Sheriff's Department in Florida secured a search warrant in mid-March 1981 in order to excavate the Mansfield family's Spring Hill, Florida property. After an informant claimed that a body had been buried on the property, this action was taken. After a protracted search and excavation, authorities finally discovered a real house of horrors. The first set of skeletal remains, which included a skull, was discovered in a shallow grave that was blanketed. These remains were sent for analysis right away. Dr. William Whitman, a pathologist, identified the bones as those of a female under 20 who had passed away approximately 5 years prior. Persuaded that the site contained more remains, Metal detection specialists and other officers from nearby counties were called in to assist. Continued excavations over the next few weeks produced more upsetting findings. On March 24th, investigators found a small sack of human bones beneath the fireplace, after initially finding the bones of cows and chickens. Inspired by this discovery, researchers dug deeper and discovered more skeletons, all of them young women. 4 victims' remains were discovered interred on the Mansfield property in Florida. Elaine Louise Ziegler, a 15-year-old adolescent girl who vanished on New Year's Eve of 1975, was identified as the first body discovered at the property based on the skull, skeletal features, and a missing tooth. Elaine was on vacation with her mother and stepfather when she vanished from a KOA campground near Brooksville, Florida. Elaine is originally from Parkman. Elaine's parents filed a missing persons report after she was last seen leaving for the camp showers and did not return the following day. Initially thinking Elaine was a fugitive, the local police department and volunteers set up search parties to comb the area. Some said they saw a girl who fit her description riding a motorcycle, and when questioned, she said she was going back to Others claimed to have witnessed a girl who fit her description talking to a man in his 20s close to the shower area before he got into his car, which was a light blue Ford with Florida license plates. Among the remains was a young girl's skull, which Dr. Michael Charney, a now retired professor of anthropology, sent to Colorado State University for reconstruction. Jane Doe, the victim's tentative name, was believed to be under 13 years old. Sadly, no conclusive matches were ever found, and her identity is still a mystery. It wasn't until July 2022 that the third body, a white woman between the ages of 22 and 30, was identified, thanks to a breakthrough in genetic genealogy. On May 16, 1980, Teresa Finningham, then 16 years old, was reported missing after she did not appear for a scheduled job interview in Tampa, Florida. Teresa, a Hillsborough Community College employee and native of Tampa, was last seen on April 27, 1980, in the Pam's Liquor Lounge parking lot with a man who was described as a biker. She had left her glasses and car keys at the bar. Forensic dentistry was later used to identify her decomposing body. The Mansfield family home in Spring Hill was searched again almost 40 years after the original excavation. In October 2020, Mansfield's brother Gary was arrested on drug charges, which led to the second search. More human remains were found to have been traced, presenting a somber image of a serial killer whose crimes had been ignored for years. The families of the victims have found some closure as a result of the excavation and identification efforts, but there are still many unanswered questions regarding the full scope of the Mansfield brothers' crimes. In order to avoid local publicity bias, Mansfield's trial for the murder of Renee Saling in California was rescheduled to the city of San Rafael after the skeletons were discovered in 1981. His prior criminal activity and serial killing spree garnered media attention during the trial. A mistrial resulted from the jury's inability to reach a unanimous verdict in spite of the evidence presented. Chip Harp, the assistant state attorney, asked for and received a 6-month delay. On February 8, 1982, the new trial was scheduled to begin. Mansfield was charged with the murder of the young women discovered buried on his family's property at this time by a Florida Hernando County court. At the time of this indictment, Mansfield was being detained at the Santa Cruz County Jail in California. Mansfield's brother Gary and a woman named Cindy consented to testify against him at the retrial. He was sentenced to 25 years to life in prison. Initially claiming innocence, Mansfield entered a guilty plea to all 4 murders as part of a plea deal at the Hernando County trial for the Florida killings, earning him 4 life sentences. He acknowledged, "I am pleading guilty because I am guilty of the charges and have no other reason," in a prepared statement. Despite early setbacks, Mansfield was ultimately found guilty and given several life sentences, which guaranteed his incarceration and prevented additional harm. His brothers and other witnesses' participation was essential in obtaining these convictions, underscoring the significance of thorough legal and investigative procedures when handling repeat offenders. The horrific findings on Mansfield's property, in particular, served as a sobering reminder of the extent of his violent tendencies and the difficulties law enforcement had in apprehending him. New developments in forensic investigation have led to the recent discovery of yet another of Mansfield's victims after decades of incarceration. Following several interviews, Billy Mansfield Jr. admitted in September 2022 to kidnapping 18-year-old Carol Ann Barrett from her hotel room in Daytona Beach and killing her soon after. Her body was discovered in a ditch 44 years prior to this admission. How many more unidentified victims could Mansfield be connected to? It is hoped that by cooperating, police will be able to solve other unsolved cases. Mansfield, now 68, is already serving 4 concurrent life sentences in Florida for different murder cases, in addition to a life sentence for murder in California. The state attorney's office in the 4th Judicial Circuit chose not to press further charges against him because he was already in jail when he confessed to killing Carol Ann Barrett. After more than 40 years of uncertainty and sorrow, Mansfield's confession offers the Barrett family some measure of closure. The case's reopening and the confession that followed demonstrate how law enforcement will continue to pursue justice, even as memories fade and time goes on. Because of the investigators' unwavering efforts to solve her murder, Carol Ann Barrett's story, which was marked by both her tragic end and her heroic final act, now has a conclusion. The events of that fateful night still leave us wondering what really happened as we reach the end of this incredible tale. What do you think of Carol's courage in offering to accompany Mansfield instead of her friend? Do you think there are more bodies buried elsewhere in Mansfield? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. 2 roommates, Lori Lister, age 21, and Melinda Aguilar, age 18, were the victims of a horrific attack in their Houston, Texas apartment on Sunday, May 23, 1982. They appeared to be the target of a man who was obviously trying to kill them. He restrained them and tried to drown Lori in the bathtub of their apartment. Melinda managed to get away, though, by feigning fainting and then plunging headfirst from her balcony. She asked for assistance, and she and her roommate were saved with the help of a neighbor. As he tried to escape, the offender, Coral Watts, 28, was taken into custody. Nobody could have predicted that he was suspected of killing nearly 100 other women, in addition to being involved in these 2 attempted murders. In 1982, he admitted to the murders of 13 women and was sentenced to 60 years in prison. Then, in a startling turn of events in the early 2000s, this man, who had committed multiple murders, was about to be released from prison. He was reclassified as a nonviolent felon as a result of a contentious court decision. Remarkably, well-behaved nonviolent felons could have 3 days taken off their sentence for every day they served under Texas law. Model inmate Watts had accrued enough time deductions to be eligible for release on May 9, 2006. The public, police, and relatives of the victims were all in complete shock and terror. Everyone was plagued by the unanswered question, why? How could a murderer like him be freed against all logic? What possible reason could there be for releasing a serial killer who has killed numerous people? Richard Eugene Watts and Dorothy Mae Young were the parents of Carl Eugene Watts, also known as Coral, who was born in Killeen, Texas, on November 7, 1953. His mother was a kindergarten art teacher, and his father was a private first class in the Army. Watts was raised by his mother after his parents divorced before he turned 2. After they moved to Inkster, Michigan, Dorothy Mae married Norman Caesar, a mechanic, in 1962. The 2 of them had 2 daughters. Watts and his sister fought meningitis when Watts was 8 years old. He was held back in school for an additional year and missed the 3rd grade because of the illness, which almost took his life. Watts was temporarily housed at Herman Kiefer Hospital, where he required isolation from other patients and spinal taps. Journalists reported that Watts' body temperature rose to dangerously high levels, which raised questions about possible brain damage. His family observed a change in his personality after his illness. His memory deteriorated, his attention span was shortened, and he became shy, quiet, and introverted. Having been held back a grade and experiencing chronic insomnia, Watts struggled to keep up academically. His sleep cycle was disturbed by violent dreams in which he battled and killed the evil spirits of women. At the age of 12, Watts started to enjoy his sleep-induced fantasies of torturing and killing girls and young women. When asked later about his crimes and the reason he killed his victims, Watts explained that he wanted to free their spirits because they had evil eyes. Watts began stalking girls at this time, still a teenager, and it's believed he may have killed his first victim before turning 15. Police identified Watts as the attacker in the July 29, 1969 attack on 26-year-old Joan Gave when she was 15 years old. Watts knocked on Joan's apartment door while delivering his newspaper, and when she opened it, he attacked her severely. He carried on with his delivery route as if nothing had happened, with no remorse. Coral was arrested at his residence as a result of Joan's quick reporting of the incident to the authorities. He was then ordered to receive mental health care at a mental hospital in Detroit called the Lafayette Clinic. A psychiatric evaluation indicated a delusional thought process and a full-scale IQ of 75, indicating mild intellectual disability. He did poorly in school, but a police officer later said he was very, very intelligent and had a great memory. On November 7, 1969, Watts was discharged from the Lafayette Clinic. Watts received a football scholarship to Lane College in Jackson, Tennessee, after graduating from high school in 1973, despite having academic difficulties. After 3 months, though, he was expelled on charges of stalking and assaulting women. Watts' expulsion was also influenced by suspicions surrounding his ruthless killing of a female student. Even though there was not enough evidence to convict him, he moved to Houston, Texas after being expelled. Coral and his girlfriend Dolores Howard welcomed their daughter, Nikisha Watts, in 1979. Coral and Dolores, however, went their separate ways and broke up soon after her birth. Following that, Coral married Valeria Goodwill. Not long after they were married, Valeria saw that Coral was acting strangely. He broke candles, melted them on a table, rearranged furniture all the time, chopped up houseplants with knives, and strewn trash all over the floors without cleaning up after himself. Furthermore, he would abruptly depart after intimate moments, going missing for a few hours. Sadly, they were only married for 6 months. Although there are hints that Watts may have had more victims before this, his murders officially started in 1974, when he was 20 years old. After abducting his victims from their homes, he tortured them until he killed them. His victims were mostly slender, attractive white women between the ages of 14 and 44, and he struck in different states. Watts killed his victims by a variety of means, such as drowning, bludgeoning, stabbing, and strangulation. 10:45 a.m., Coral knocked on the door of Lenore Knizacki's apartment on October 25, 1974, saying she was trying to find Charles, one of his siblings. He carried on a conversation with Lenore. Coral asked if he could leave a note when she opened the door, the chain still fastened. He unexpectedly attacked Knizacki and strangled her until she passed out as she went to get paper. Lenore later called the police, but they couldn't find her attacker. Gloria Steele, 20, was thought to be Watts' second victim and was brutally murdered and tortured 5 days later on October 30, 1974. Gloria was a mother and a Western Michigan University student. She was discovered with 33 stab wounds to her chest from a wooden carving tool, as well as a crushed windpipe. Because there was insufficient evidence, Watts was not charged with direct murder. Diane K. Williams, an apartment resident manager and the sole witness, saw a black man looking for Charles throughout the apartment building. Coral grabbed her when she saw Williams, pried open her door, and pulled her inside. Williams' phone rang during their struggle, so she knocked it off the hook and yelled for assistance. Williams saw her assailant getting into a tan Pontiac Grand Prix as he ran away. Both Williams and Knizacki recognized Coral in a police lineup. Coral had been arrested for stealing plywood from the campus of Western Michigan University. On November 16, 1974, he was arrested and charged with assault and battery in connection with the Knizacki and Williams cases. Watts was moved to the Center for Forensic Psychiatry in Michigan after being diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder and attempting suicide with a length of cord at the Kalamazoo Mental Hospital. When asked about Gloria Steele's death in 1975, he confessed to attacking about 15 other young women and acknowledged being close to her the day before she passed away. but he denied being the cause of her death. Under a search warrant, Detroit police searched Watts' home and found a wooden carving tool, but no evidence connecting him to Gloria's death. Watts was given a year in the county jail after entering a no-contest plea during his trial for the assault and battery of Nizaki and Williams. When Watts was evaluated by psychologists, they described him as incredibly dangerous, lacking regret for his crimes, reckless, careless, emotionally distant, and prone to relapsing. Following that, he killed 5 women in a series of attacks that took place in the Detroit area over the course of a year. One odd finding was that most of his crimes took place on Sunday mornings. An Ann Arbor newspaper gave the offender the sinister moniker, Sunday Morning Slasher, because of this peculiar pattern, which added to the mystery surrounding the timing of these horrific attacks, which all took place at approximately 4 a.m. On April 20, 1980, Shirley Small, then 17 years old, was fatally stabbed twice outside her Ann Arbor, Michigan home. On July 13, 1980, 26-year-old Glenda Richmond was the target of a similar attack. Although there was not enough evidence in either case to convict, Watts' traits were evident. On September 14, 1980, 20-year-old graduate student Rebecca Huff was discovered dead after suffering about 50 stab wounds, the first murder that can be directly linked to Coral. On October 6, 1980, a 20-year-old named Delpy survived an attack, but he suffered serious injuries, such as muscle weakness and partial paralysis. Agnes, a 30-year-old woman, raised the alarm on her way back from a Halloween party on November 1, 1980, and barely avoided being attacked by a hooded man who looked like Watts. She recognized Watts from pictures, but there was still some doubt because of the dark surroundings. When Watts became the focus of local homicide investigators in July 1980, a task force was established to investigate the Sunday slashings. Watts was intermittently monitored, and in November, a court order permitted officers to equip his vehicle with a tracking device. Around 5 in the morning on November 15, 1982, Ann Arbor patrol officers were near Main Street when they noticed a suspicious man in a car following a woman as she walked home. When the woman realized she was being followed, she tried to escape by hiding in a doorway. When the police stopped Coral's car for having out-of-date license plates and driving with a suspended license, they arrested him because he was upset about losing sight of the woman. When police inspected his car, they discovered a package with several screwdrivers and wood-filling tools. The most important item they found was a dictionary that belonged to Rebecca Huff and had the carved words, "Rebecca is a lover." Despite this, there was not enough evidence to connect him to her murder. Coral moved to Columbus, Texas in the spring of 1981 and found work with an oil company. On weekends, he would make the more than 70-mile journey to his next hunting location in the Houston area. Watts murdered scores of women, including dozens, between 1974 and 1982. Watts avoided being identified as a serial killer for almost 8 years in spite of the long list of victims. This elusiveness was caused by multiple factors. The fact that Watts operated in multiple jurisdictions and even states made it more difficult to link the crimes. His method of operation also deviated from the norm because, in contrast to many other serial killers who prey on women and girls, he never had physical contact with his victims. As a result, connecting the crimes was difficult, even after DNA testing was developed. Law enforcement did not recognize Watts as a possible criminal until his arrest in 1982. And those who knew him did not view him as a suspect. Watts broke into the Houston apartment of Melinda Aguilar, then 18, and Lori Lister, then 21, on May 23, 1982. Watts strangled Lori down the steps outside the apartment after she returned from work. He then went into the apartment and strangled Melinda, who feigned unconsciousness. Melinda was able to avoid being fully strangled. Watts intended to drown Lori, so he wire-tied her hands behind her back. He filled the bathtub with water and carried Lori's body upstairs to the bathroom, but Melinda took advantage of the situation and jumped out of the window to get assistance. Watts first attempted to elude capture, but was caught, and Lori was saved. Investigators began connecting him to recent murders of women while he was in detention. Texas prosecutors felt there was not enough evidence to convict Watts of murder despite the connections. After Melinda Aguilar and Lori Lister were attacked, Harris County Assistant District Attorney Ira Jones negotiated a plea deal in May 1982. Watts would be charged with burglary with intent to murder in exchange for his complete admission of guilt and immunity from prosecution for murder. For this offense, he consented to a 60-year sentence. After Watts agreed to the terms, investigators found the remains of 3 victims. At last, Watts admitted to assaulting 19 women and killing 13 of them. While he acknowledged that he killed some victims, he did not confess to the deaths of others. His cases in Michigan, however, remained open after Michigan authorities refused to take part in the agreement. When the Texas Court of Appeals decided shortly after Watts' prison sentence that he had not been told that the bathtub and water he used to try to drown Lori Lister were deadly weapons, the hope for justice took a tragic turn. Due to this ruling, he was eventually granted early release and reclassified as a nonviolent felon. This was due to Texas law at the time, which allowed nonviolent felons to have 3 days taken off their sentences for each day they behaved well. As a model prisoner, Watts accrued time deductions that resulted in his potential release on May 9, 2006. There was little comfort in the early release law's subsequent repeal, which was brought about by public outcry because the Texas Constitution prohibited its retroactive application. As Michigan Attorney General Mike Cox looked for evidence to convict Watts of murder and stop his possible release in 2004, a call for justice reverberated across the country. Westland, Michigan resident Joseph Foy courageously came forward to describe the horrific scene of Watts-like man killing 36-year-old Helen Dutcher on December 1, 1970. 12 stab wounds had claimed Helen's life. Foy recognized Watts by his eyes, which he described as evil and emotionless in a haunting way. Michigan had no such agreement, even though Watts was exempt from prosecution for the 13 confessed murders in Texas. Law enforcement officials begged the trial judge to admit the Texas confessions into evidence as the 2004 trial drew near, and he agreed. Watts was found guilty of killing Helen Dutcher and Gloria Steele, and he was given 2 life sentences without the possibility of release in a Michigan jail. He was given a sentence on November 17, 2004, to serve his time in an Ionia, Michigan, maximum security prison. But a few years after this sentence started, on September 21, 2007, he died in a Jackson, Michigan hospital from prostate cancer. Ultimately, his dark story came to a somber conclusion when he managed to avoid serving his entire sentence for the lives he took. A vicious serial killer named Coral Eugene Watts terrorized the nation with his numerous murders. Despite his confessions, he was nearly released due to legal loopholes that allowed for a reduced sentence. The extent of his darkness was revealed by his subsequent conviction for Helen Dutcher's murder in 1979. In April 2379, Watts' legacy is haunted by the fact that he left the Ann Arbor murders unsolved, a terrifying reminder of hidden evil. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Generally speaking, psychopath is not a recognized diagnosis. Rather, it describes a variety of personality disorders that range in severity from mild to severe. Individuals with these conditions frequently exhibit a pronounced imbalance in their behavior and character. While some feelings and emotions are totally dominant, others are noticeably absent. These people are all characterized by a poor capacity for impulse and emotion control. Today's story perfectly captures the good and pleasant appearance of someone with these qualities, as well as the true nature of their uncontrollable and excessively strong emotional reactions. Young Australian Danielle Finlay Jones was looking for her own happiness when she came across the ideal man online, someone who vowed to love her no matter what. What resulted from this, you will soon learn. On October 20, 1991, Danielle Finlay Jones was born in Cranebrook, Western Sydney. Growing up with her older brother Blake, who had always protected and cared for her, she was the youngest of two siblings. When she was only 4 years old, her parents got divorced. Danielle and Blake remained with their mother Jacqueline following the divorce, and their father was hardly involved in their lives or upbringing. Sports were Danielle's passion from an early age. Although she engaged in multiple activities concurrently, soccer was always her favorite. She joined a neighborhood soccer team when she was a schoolgirl. Since the majority of the girls in her neighborhood preferred dance or gymnastics, she initially had to play with boys. Danielle went on to become the team's captain, win multiple major sporting honors, win the respect of her teammates, and win the admiration of the supporters. She eventually began coaching young teams, and in 2017, she even served as the face of a significant marketing campaign for women's soccer. Danielle studied education and social work at the University of Sydney after graduating from high school. After graduating, she continued to play sports while working as a teacher at a nearby school. By nature, Danielle was a fighter who never gave up and consistently succeeded in her endeavors. She excelled in both fields and was able to build a successful career in both. Danielle was described as bright, well-read, and gregarious by those who knew her. She effortlessly became the life of the party and had a great sense of humor. Danielle cherished fun, dancing, and raucous parties. She was regarded as an endless source of energy and a creative powerhouse. More than her attractive features and toned athletic body, Danielle Finlay Jones was well known for her generosity and readiness to assist those in need. Not surprisingly, she attracted attention, and numerous men attempted to win her love. But Danielle put her work and fitness above her personal life, putting relationships not only on the back burner, but also far behind her athletic and professional goals. Danielle remained in her mother Jacqueline's house even after she became an independent adult. They behaved more like best friends than mother and daughter because they were so close. They were verbally compatible, spent almost all of their free time together, and shared everything, including going to concerts, social gatherings, and even club nights. They never had significant arguments or secrets. Danielle started giving having children serious thought by the time she was in her 30s. Despite having a good job, a stable income, and a wide network of friends, she was still very lonely. She yearned for love and a fulfilling relationship with someone she could fully trust, someone she could spend her days with and grow old with. Danielle had a lot of admirers, but she had no experience in committed relationships. Despite dating and getting lots of attention, she had never considered her boyfriends to be life partners. She didn't hesitate to end the relationship if it ever got in the way of her professional or personal objectives. She was prepared for something more substantial and long-lasting now, though. Danielle regularly engaged with friends and acquaintances on the various social media platforms she actively maintained. Although she got a lot of messages from men who wanted to chat or ask her out, she thought that sincere relationships were more likely to occur on specialized dating sites. On the recommendation of her friends, she made a profile on the well-known app Tinder. Following months of chatting and swiping through various men, Danielle got a message from Ashley Gaddy, a handsome man. He was affable, kind, and charming, and he was 4 years her senior. Ashley proposed that they go on a date in person after a week of texting. Everything went well on their first date. They shared personal stories, laughed, and talked endlessly. They clicked right away and had a lot in common, making it seem like they had known each other for ages. With his warmth and sense of humor, Ashley won Danielle over with his charm and charisma. Danielle was so taken with Ashley after just a few dates that she chose to present him to her mother, Jacqueline, who was equally enchanted, fully approved Ashley, and thought he would make a wonderful husband and eventually a loving father. But it didn't take long for Ashley's actual character to emerge. He was intensely envious and domineering. Danielle was surprisingly unconcerned by this. She actually thought it was flattering. Before, no one had ever attempted to control her or dictate her choices, so this new dynamic felt novel and fascinating to her. Danielle interpreted Ashley's jealousy as an expression of affection and love. She even thought it was flattering. Ashley, however, was attempting to take complete control of her life and social relationships within a month of dating. Danielle did not raise any concerns, in spite of these warning signs. Rather, she chose to play the part of the ideal girlfriend and comply with his actions. Danielle made the shocking decision to ignore the clear indications that Ashley was not who he appeared to be. Ignoring his problematic behavior, she started to seriously plan their future together, even thinking about getting married. Her inexperience in committed relationships most likely contributed significantly to the course of events. Ashley kept up his portrayal of being compassionate and kind, telling Danielle that he had always wanted a family. She was greatly moved by this and became even more trusting of him. But the first person to notice that something was amiss was one of Danielle's closest friends. She observed that Ashley's jealousy occasionally turned into unpredictable actions, giving the impression that he was someone entirely different. However, Danielle ignored her friend's worries because she was too preoccupied with her own feelings. Danielle introduced Ashley to her mother and several close friends during their month-long relationship, but the majority of those in her social circle were only aware of him through her tales. Danielle intended to introduce Ashley to more of her friends at a friendly get-together at a well-known city bar on Saturday, December 17, 2022. The group got together at the bar to enjoy drinks, dancing, and light conversation during the evening. Ashley left a lasting impact. He was gregarious, courteous, and amiable. He and Danielle sat together all evening, frequently holding hands and grinning at each other. There was no sign of any impending conflict, and they appeared to be a happy and loving couple. Since Danielle had never intended to enter into committed long-term relationships, she had never introduced her previous boyfriends to her friends. However, things were different this time. Considering that they had only been dating for a little more than a month, she surprised everyone by presenting Ashley almost like a fiancé. Nevertheless, her friends recognized the significance of this relationship for her. Everything appeared to be going well until someone in the group proposed a game in which everyone would respond at random to daring and thought-provoking questions. People spontaneously came up with original and eccentric questions, and it was all in good fun. Danielle was asked if she had ever had a one-night stand with a stranger when it was her turn. There was silence in the room. Danielle paused, then smiled shyly and confessed that she had, obviously embarrassed. At that point, Ashley's attitude changed significantly. He became hostile and unpredictable, and his face hardened. He grabbed Danielle by the arm, twisted her around, and started shouting at her in front of everyone. Using harsh and derogatory language, he accused her of being careless and immoral. The other guests were taken aback and couldn't tell if Ashley was kidding or taking it seriously. As they observed Danielle, who seemed equally perplexed and taken by surprise, the atmosphere became awkward. Ashley's sudden outburst at her was beyond her comprehension. Ashley asserted that Danielle had denied answering a similar question about brief romantic encounters when he had asked her about it on their first date. Ashley took it personally, because she had now responded differently and in public. He experienced an uncontrollable and intense emotional reaction as a result of her thoughtless response in the playful game. He just blew up with rage, and his condition almost went out of control. Danielle felt bad about what had happened and attempted to defuse the situation, even though Ashley's response was wildly out of proportion. Ashley angrily shoved her away and hurried out of the bar when she tried to make amends. He persisted in the argument even outside, sending her a string of derogatory texts. Danielle expressed regret to her friends for the incident and promised to speak with Ashley in person to try to soothe him. She found him outside and stayed away from him for 15 minutes or so before they went back to the bar together. They resumed their seats with the group as though nothing had occurred. Although the awkward tension among those who had witnessed it persisted, it appeared that the argument had been settled. In an effort to prevent more confrontation, no one brought up the incident again. The group attributed it to stress, alcohol, and anxiety related to meeting new people. Ashley remained composed throughout the rest of the evening, which went by without incident. At midnight, the group started to disperse. Danielle had already made plans to spend the night with Ashley at her friend Taylor's house because she had a long way to go home. Taylor didn't mind because the bar was only a 20-minute drive from his suburban home. Rachel, Taylor's girlfriend, offered to drive them there since she hadn't had any alcohol that evening. On the lower level of his house, Taylor set up a comfortable guest room for Danielle and Ashley. It was a large bedroom with a separate bathroom. It was quiet and comfortable, with a few small windows near the ceiling that let in very little light. Thanking their host for his hospitality, Danielle and Ashley took their seats for the night. The couple appeared to be calm and collected, as if nothing had happened, and the earlier argument had apparently been forgotten. Taylor awoke to odd sounds emanating from the guest room at around 3 in the morning. Rachel, his girlfriend, also stirred and gave him a curious look. They heard what sounded like muffled cries and faint thuds. They ignored the sounds and returned to their sleep, assuming the couple had made up and were having a private moment. The house became quiet in a matter of minutes, and they slept peacefully until Taylor and Rachel woke up at 10:30 a.m. Their guests had not yet left the room, which surprised them. The couple chose not to bother them out of respect for their privacy and the assumption that they were getting some rest after the night before. However, as 2 p.m. drew closer, and Taylor went downstairs to see how Danielle and Ashley were doing, since they were still nowhere to be seen. He gently rapped on the door but received no answer. He knocked more loudly after a brief pause, but nothing changed. Taylor cautiously opened the door and took a quick look inside out of concern. It looked like the room was empty at first. There was no bed made. Danielle's shoes were carefully laid out on the floor and her clothes were slung over a chair. But there was something unnerving about the room's strange silence. A blanket on the floor close to the wall caught Taylor's attention as soon as he entered. He could see the outline of a body beneath it. Taylor hurried over and lifted the blanket in panic. Danielle was brutally attacked and strangled, and her lifeless body was found on the floor, naked. Her face had been reduced to a terrible jumble of blood and wounds, so badly deformed that it was nearly unrecognizable. Her body was cold and stiff, and she had no signs of life, as if she had been dead for hours. Ashley was nowhere to be seen, but the guest room's partially open window suggested that he might have gotten away undetected. Taylor told Rachel everything as she fled the room in terror. The couple called the police and emergency services right away because they were frightened and shaken. But for Danielle, it was too late. Only her death could be confirmed by paramedics. They initially determined that she had passed away at around 3 in the morning, which coincided with Taylor and Rachel hearing the odd sounds coming from the guest room. They might have been able to save her life if they had checked on her at that time. After Danielle's body was removed for forensic analysis, the horrific severity of her wounds was discovered. She had been severely beaten with bare hands, as evidenced by the multiple wounds she had sustained prior to her death. In addition to having multiple brain hemorrhages and a closed skull fracture from the vicious beating, she also had fractures to her nose, jaw, and cheekbone, as well as several teeth and one eye destroyed. The assailant seemed to have pinned her under his weight to keep her from fleeing, pushed her to the ground, and covered her mouth to silence her screams. Then he pounded his fist repeatedly, methodically hitting her head. Danielle probably passed out at some point, but the attack went on. With unrelenting aggression, the attacker alternated between fists and strikes. Mechanical asphyxiation was identified as Danielle's cause of death. Bare hands had been used to strangle her. Ashley was unquestionably guilty of the crime based on the evidence. He didn't try to hide his identity. He just washed his hands in the restroom after the act, changed into his clothes, and fled through the window, leaving his fingerprints on the frame. Investigators quickly found a witness who reported seeing someone leave Taylor's home at 4:30 in the morning. The neighbor described the man as a white man wearing clothing that matched Ashley's outfit that evening, but she was unable to get a clear picture of his face. Investigators were pursuing the suspect when they contacted Ashley's cell phone provider and acquired a recording of a call he made to his mother shortly after the crime, at around 4 a.m. Ashley was still in the room with Danielle's body when the call came in. His frantic state was evident in the conversation. He kept saying that he had done nothing wrong while sobbing uncontrollably. He claimed to have only found Danielle's body, while Ashley insisted that someone else had entered the room and hurt her. He sounded as though he was making a valiant effort to persuade himself and his mother of this made-up story. Luckily, authorities were able to track Ashley's location because he neglected to turn off his phone after the call. He had apparently tried to hide in a remote mountainous area where he had fled. Eventually, police found him by a precipitous cliff close to a picturesque overlook. Ashley jumped over the safety barrier and clung to the cliff's edge as they got closer, threatening to jump if anyone got too close. Psychologists and negotiators with specialized training were sent to the scene. They tried to reassure Ashley for hours that he had nothing to fear if he was really innocent. Ashley continued to sit on the edge of her seat for almost 12 hours of the negotiations. Officers caught Ashley, who was tired and distracted, as midnight drew near, and they were able to pull him back to safety. Ashley exhibited unpredictable behavior. He cried, screamed, resisted, and made repeated threats to commit suicide. It was impossible to question him in his unstable state. After being transported to a mental health facility, experts stabilized him and determined that he had been in such a heightened emotional state that, had the officers not intervened in time, he probably would have jumped. Ashley was subsequently diagnosed with a number of mental illnesses, including excitable psychopathy, which is characterized by unprovoked violent episodes and abrupt outbursts of rage. The investigators looked into Ashley Gaddy's past after his arrest, but they were appalled by what they found. He had many victims before Danielle. More than 10 women have reported him to the police in the last 2 years alone, alleging physical assaults, attempted harm, and requests for protection from his harassment and stalking. It turned out that Ashley was fatherless, had serious mental health problems from an early age, and was extremely violent toward other people. His own mother and 2 sisters were his first victims. They endured his violent outbursts and physical aggression in silence, without reporting him, because they were afraid of what would happen to their family. Ashley could seem perfectly normal and sensible when he was at ease. However, this facade could be broken by the slightest trigger, revealing what could only be described as a monstrous side. Ashley experienced abrupt and severe fixations during his adolescence, especially in his relationships with women. His attractive appearance and endearing nature made it easy for him to find new romantic partners. However, he soon saw these women as his property after becoming involved. He would become violent if a girlfriend attempted to argue with him. When a partner broke up with her, he would start stalking and attacking her whenever he had the chance. At least 11 women reported Ashley for harassment, assault, and threats of harm between 2015 and 2021. In 4 of these cases, the victims withdrew their statements after the matter was somehow settled amicably, but the other women were able to get restraining orders to prevent him from coming. Ashley brutally attacked and almost strangled one of his girlfriends at the beginning of 2021. Ashley was found guilty after the woman brought the case to court. However, he only had to deal with a fine, community service, and a restraining order that forbade him from getting in touch with the victim. Ashley severely injured another woman in an attack later that summer. She filed a police report accusing him of attempted harm after barely escaping. Ashley was mandated to have a mental health assessment this time. He was given a lenient sentence by the court, which included 3 months in jail and an order to reimburse the victim, even though it was determined that he posed a high risk of reoffending. Ashley targeted a second ex-girlfriend in 2022. He tried to strangle her after she left him by breaking into her room late at night. Her parents were awakened by the woman's scream, and they stepped in, called the police, and prevented her from suffering any more injuries. The court was lenient even in this case, giving Ashley a prison sentence of only 6 months. Only 3.5 months into his sentence, just before he met Danielle Finlay Jones, he was released. The horrific crime committed against Danielle Finlay Jones received a lot of media coverage, with news broadcasts and newspapers both devoting sections to the case. 14 more women came forward to police during the investigation, stating that they had also been harmed by Ashley Gaddy at different times, but had kept quiet out of concern for reprisals. There were notable parallels between their stories. After a few dates, Ashley changed from being a nice and charming guy to a predator who attacked, beat, and tried to strangle them. Interestingly, the offender only ever used his bare hands and never used any weapons. Many of these women testified as victims in court, expressing fear that Ashley would once more get away with little punishment, be freed, and seek retribution against them. Given how frequently the repeat offender had been given light sentences or administrative sanctions for serious offenses, their concerns appeared to be well-founded. Justice might finally catch up to Gaddy this time, it seemed. He was the direct target of overwhelming evidence that he had committed a horrible act. But before the formal sentencing could happen, Ashley was discovered hanging in his jail cell on April 6, 2024. Although it appeared that he had committed suicide, his actions raised suspicions. Ashley was certain that he would be deemed insane and placed in a more comfortable mental health facility rather than a jail cell, because he displayed no remorse for his actions. Given these facts, some believed that Ashley's cellmates may have contributed to his demise, especially since he had allegedly attacked them several times. Danielle's murder devastated her family. Her brother and mother found it difficult to deal with the loss and turned their sorrow into activism. They started advocating for more stringent laws governing dating apps. suggesting background checks that would automatically flag users with significant criminal records. By enabling people to recognize possible dangers before entering into a relationship, they aimed to assist others in avoiding unintentionally running into dangerous people. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This was only the start of a call in which Derek Rosa, a 13-year-old son, would divulge information so startling and unthinkable that even the experienced dispatcher would find it hard to believe what she was hearing. Officers arrived at the horrific scene within minutes. Unaware that they were going to come across one of the most unsettling cases they had ever come across, the police carried on with their investigation. Derek shockingly called 911 on October 12, 2023, to report that his mother, Irina Garcia, was hurt at their apartment in Hialeah, Florida. The most horrifying crime they could have ever envisioned began with that unsettling 911 call. Derek appeared to be experiencing intense grief during the call, as he told the authorities that his mother, Irina Garcia, had been confirmed dead. A 13-year-old son reporting the news to the dispatcher would have been a heartbreaking moment, but everyone was about to be shocked by the horrible secrets concealed behind this call. "I shared some pictures with my friends," he told the dispatcher. What images would he have been able to show his friends? Derek quickly gave the answer when he disclosed yet another startling fact that caught everyone off guard. It was shocking to hear Derek tell the dispatcher that he killed his mother. Derek's motivations are still unknown, but he was going to divulge information that would only make matters worse. The apartment was occupied by 3 people. Given that Derek and the newborn baby were in the apartment, the dispatcher recognized the urgency of the situation right away. To protect the infant, the police had to move quickly. To find out what had happened, detectives raced to the crime scene. Everyone in the area was shocked when the police arrived and took Derek into custody. Derek was standing with bloody hands and no remorse at all. Without any delay, the detectives got to work on their investigation. They found Irina lying on the bed with her newborn baby covered in blood, and they also found a pool of blood on the floor of her room. Derek had committed the heinous crime of stabbing his mother more than 40 times. After attempting to collect all of the evidence discovered in room 201, the authorities were taken aback when they came across a crucial piece of evidence that left the entire team in shock. Just before Derek dialed 911 on the evening of October 12, 2023, they first discovered the doorbell camera footage. When Irina was last seen, she was nursing her newborn child, according to the footage from the doorbell camera. A moment later, Derek showed up and hurried off. Derek asked why Irina always told him to run slowly after she told him, in Spanish, not to run too fast. Then he walked out of the apartment and then came back in. What might have caused that horrific crime? Derek might have been annoyed by his mother's worry, but the question was still unanswered. In addition to remembering Derek's 911 call exchange with the dispatcher, the detectives needed to figure out how he was carrying a weapon. Furthermore, just as he was about to reveal yet another unexpected development, the dispatcher asked if he had any weapons at home. He soon disclosed a startling reality. He acknowledged that after killing his mother, he intended to use the gun he had to end his own life. The fact that Derek had attempted self-harm shocked the detectives. It exposed his unstable mental state at the time of the murder. They were uncertain, though, whether it was the product of mental illness or a deliberate act. The video of Irina's murder was the first important piece of evidence the detectives were about to see, and they were shocked to find it. The video clearly showed Irina lying on the bed with her newborn baby gently comforting her. However, in a subsequent clip, Derek was seen standing over Irina with his hand in motion, suggesting that he'd attacked her while she was asleep. The knife that Derek claimed he used to attack his mother was also discovered by the authorities. Luckily, he didn't hurt his sister, but these pictures were sufficient proof that Derek killed his mother. In addition, he admitted that after killing his mother, he had sent 2 pictures to his online friend, one of himself and the other of his mother, who had passed away, His hand was obviously covered in blood in the picture he sent to his friend, which amply demonstrated the gravity of the situation. The revelation of a 13-year-old son who not only murdered his mother, but also dared to show pictures of the crime to someone was startling. Once the detectives gathered sufficient evidence, they became certain that something was wrong with Derek. The investigators recognized the importance of comprehending the family's history, as it could reveal information about Derek too. Without any delay, the investigators began their investigation to ascertain the precise cause of his behavior. They focused on investigating Derek's background and his family. Derek Rosa, a former model student, consistently made the honor roll and excelled academically. According to the teachers, they described him as a good boy and an intelligent one. He was very close to his mother, Irina Garcia. In the family, the one who received the most caring attention from Irina was Derek. For his emotional life, the relationship was therefore important. But when Irina became pregnant with a girl in early 2023, everything changed. The newborn's arrival somewhat altered the dynamics of the household. Derek was left feeling defeated on the sidelines, as Irina instantly turned her focus to the baby. Derek was more emotionally affected by the shifts in family dynamics, which made him more shy and envious of his younger sister. According to some people involved in the case, Derek might have felt abandoned and believed that the new baby was receiving the same amount of love that his mother used to give him. Adding to the emotional strain mentioned earlier, Derek's father, Frank Ramos, was a truck driver who was often away from home due to his rigorous delivery routes. Irina had to take care of all the housework and childcare because he only came home a few times a month. Even though there were no overt signs of severe family strife, the investigators later came to the conclusion that Derek might have felt lonely and emotionally deprived as a result of the lack of a father figure and a newborn child. Derek became more and more resentful as the months went by. Over the course of the evening of October 12, 2023, it became violent. The video from the baby monitor that showed Derek standing over his mother while she slept was found by the police. This terrifying incident occurred shortly before Irina passed away. According to the police, Derek acted out of jealousy, displaced aggression, and a desire to win back his mother's affection and control over the family. The investigators felt compelled to question Derek in order to obtain a more thorough understanding. The investigators took extra care when questioning him because he was only 13 years old and might be dealing with psychological problems. Detective Gonzalez started asking Derek straightforward questions so he wouldn't feel threatened. They began by posing straightforward queries to Derek regarding his daily schedule. In order to learn more about Derek's whereabouts and mental state before the incident, the detectives immediately focused on the events of the morning of October 12. As he interacted with the authorities, Derek seemed composed and helpful, demonstrating a solid grasp of his family's dynamics. He talked about spending weekends with his stepfather, Frank Ramos, and the family didn't seem to be having any problems. After that, detectives turned their attention to what had happened that evening. Derek appeared to hesitate before answering this question when detectives asked it. Derek had been giving accurate information up until that point, but the detectives were about to ask a crucial question when he gave them an unexpected response. When the detectives asked him what weapon he used to stab his mother, he gave them an unexpected answer. Derek casually brought up the size of the murder weapon. He seemed to be casually speaking with the authorities, displaying no remorse, and he was not aware of the grave consequences of his crime. The detectives carried on their discussion. He disclosed yet another startling fact. He had stolen the gun from his stepfather's closet and tried but failed to shoot himself. They were hoping to learn more about his friend, with whom he shared the crime photos, and the conversation was going well so far. It was important to mention that he spoke with Sweden, an online friend, virtually every weekend. Additionally, Derek confided in him enough to share pictures of the crime, suggesting that they may have discussed something significant. As a result, the detectives quickly turned their attention to Derek's conversation with his friend. Detective Gonzalez noticed something on Derek's shirt just as he was about to mention the 911 call. He remained unaffected, even though the officers were appalled by the evidence of his crime on his shirt. Rather, he calmly held up his bleeding hand. Derek was clearly emotionally detached as he explained what he had done. The investigators asked the crucial question, and shortly after, the graphic depiction of Derek's crime surfaced, frightening them. It was genuinely terrifying when Derek described the crime in detail, demonstrating each stage of his assault on Irina with hand gestures. Derek was obviously fully conscious when he committed the crime. He was clearly uncomfortable when the detectives questioned him about why he killed his mother, and he quickly came up with a reason to use the restroom. Still, the investigators persisted in asking the same question. Derek asked for a lawyer after becoming uncooperative. Without Derek Rose's confession to explain his actions, the case was still being investigated. Nevertheless, detectives gathered enough evidence, such as CCTV footage, a knife found at the scene, and photos from the crime scene, to create a case. Given that Derek chose the best time and location to carry out the murder, this evidence demonstrated that he was a premeditated killer. Derek was charged with first-degree murder and made his first court appearance on October 15, 2023. He showed no remorse for the charges against him and remained emotionless and icy throughout the hearing. Derek's defense attorney asked for a postponement of the hearing, claiming that they had not yet received the state attorney's notice of intent. They also asked whether psychological factors might have been involved and talked about the part that some mental health conditions may have played. Evidence quickly refuted this, demonstrating that Derek had searched for prohibited items on Google at 6 p.m. on October 12, 2023. At 6 p.m. on October 12, he did conduct Google searches. He entered the following search terms: is a small knife good for killing? What is the best place to stab someone? And the carotid artery image diagram. This search history revealed evidence of planning, which bolstered the prosecution's claim that the act was planned rather than spontaneous. Derek was moved from the adult jail to a juvenile detention facility at the request of Derek's defense lawyers. They claimed that Derek needed a psychological test that could only be performed in a juvenile facility because of his age. The prosecution, however, disagreed, claiming that Derek's search history demonstrated premeditation and that this offense was extremely serious. But the defense also brought up his mental health problems. He had been diagnosed with ADHD by a psychologist and on the autism spectrum by another specialist. They further supported their case for Derek's placement in a juvenile detention facility by highlighting the fact that he had threatened to hurt himself. It was evident to the psychologists who examined the case that Derek's actions on that fateful night were the result of a well-thought-out plan rather than an impulse. He had planned what he was going to do because he was captured on the baby monitor above Arena. The most concerning evidence of Derek's mental illness also surfaced after the crime, when he shared a selfie and a picture of his mother's lifeless body with a friend. This conduct revealed a lack of any fundamental humanity, which is a trait frequently lacking in psychopathic people. Throughout the trial, Derek's family steadfastly supported him in spite of the overwhelming evidence against him. One particularly poignant instance was when Derek's grandmother, representing his family's steadfast support, waved at him and blew him a kiss from the courtroom. At this point, more than 50 people were shouting Derek-supporting slogans while holding banners outside the court. On November 7, 2023, the organizers presented him as an innocent teen and a former honor student. Regardless of the offense, Derek's supporters argued for his opportunity to change. A hearing regarding the admissibility of evidence was held on December 15, 2023. Citing the premeditated nature of the crime, the judge decided, after considering the facts, that Derek would continue to be held in adult custody. His supporters criticized this decision, claiming it disregarded his age and mental health conditions. Derek's defense team keeps arguing for a lighter sentence as the case progresses, claiming that life in prison without the possibility of release would be unfair to a child of his age. The trial has come to represent the complexity of juvenile justice, bringing up tough issues for society to consider. Do serious crimes committed by minors deserve life in prison, or should they be given an opportunity to change? The court will further evaluate Derek's mental health and determine his ultimate sentence at the next hearing, which may be set for December 2024. Derek is currently being held in adult custody under 24-hour supervision while his family and the general public await the outcome. Traditional ideas of guilt, innocence, and rehabilitation in the legal system have been called into question by the case, which has had a long-lasting effect. What elements, in your opinion, might have contributed to Derek's choice to carry out this crime? His actions could have been motivated by a number of things, including jealousy, specific psychological issues, or the possible influence of his online friend. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, Don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A young woman disappeared as though she had just melted into thin air. She didn't come home one morning even though everything around her appeared to be completely normal. There were no signs or calls, just a harrowing quiet and a deluge of unsolved questions. What might have transpired during those brief hours? By whom was she last sighted? Everyone who knew her was shaken by her disappearance, which signaled the start of a sinister and twisted tale filled with secrets and suspicions that turned into a nightmare beyond anyone's wildest expectations. An important turning point in Asolepayeva's life occurred in April 2021. She had long wished for a better life, one that was full of chances to live more comfortably with her loved ones. Then, like a beacon of light, an offer materialized. It came from her cousin's husband, Murat Meyerbekov. She had known Murat for years, and he was a car salesman in Georgia. Abruptly, he extended his hand and said he needed an assistant immediately. He told Asel that the work, which would involve assisting with paperwork and managing car transfers for clients from Kazakhstan, would be simple and even exciting. It seemed to Asel like a gift from fate, an unanticipated chance. Murat went into great detail about her duties, which would include managing the car sales process, setting up meetings, and preparing paperwork for clients. He clarified that Georgia's auto industry was flourishing and that there was a strong demand for used cars, particularly from Kazakhs searching for less expensive models. Additionally, he said that his staff was amiable and prepared to assist Asel in settling in and feeling comfortable. The offer appeared to her as a long overdue reprieve from her cycle of constraints and issues. Everything seemed ideal: a $500 monthly salary, paid housing, and a flexible schedule. Asel's prospects had never been so bright, and she thought her dreams might finally come true. She felt hopeful for a better future and financial independence when she considered working overseas. She had plans to support her parents in their later years, save money for her own apartment, and put money aside for them. She felt strong and confident that she was making the right decision because of these hopes. Asel was raised in Kaban-Bay Betir, a small village encircled by endless, vast steppes in the Akmola region of Kazakhstan. She lived here for the majority of her life, seeing many of her classmates go through the normal village routines of getting married young, working on nearby farms, or finding employment in agricultural businesses. There were few options in the village, and opportunities were frequently reduced to a daily struggle for survival. Asel, however, had higher hopes. The lure of large cities, the possibility of altering her fate, and the aspiration to accomplish more all enthralled her. In search of her identity, Asel relocated to Nur-Sultan after high school. There she found work as a fitness club receptionist and lived with her older sister, who helped her through difficult times. Although working as a receptionist gave her a reliable source of income, the salary was low, and she was still unable to realize her dream of owning her own apartment. She cut back on little things and saved every extra tennet she could, all the while clinging to the hope that one day she would have her own place, where she could make a comfortable home and experience the independence she so desperately desired. Asel thought she could improve her family's situation in addition to changing her own destiny. Since her parents had put in so much effort to raise her and make sure she had everything she needed, she wanted to return the favor. However, reality showed her that her dreams were still a long way off, month after month. She was aware that it would be extremely difficult to achieve the degree of financial security required to support herself and her loved ones back home. Although it provided some stability, her job at the fitness club did not provide any of the opportunities she so desperately wanted. Then her cousin's husband, Murat Meyerbekov, offered her a job in Georgia. For Asel, this appeared to be the opportunity she had been seeking. It was well known that Murat knew business, and he talked confidently about the opportunities he could present. He clarified that he handled car sales in Georgia, serving Kazakhstani buyers seeking more reasonably priced cars, and that he needed an assistant to assist with paperwork and client relations. The offer wasn't taken lightly by Asel. She discussed it extensively with her older sister, who was first apprehensive and gave it careful thought while assessing the dangers. Her sister was concerned about Asel traveling to a foreign nation, far from home, and being in the company of strangers. Nonetheless, Murat persuaded them that Georgia was secure, that he would personally protect her, and that the position might be a fantastic first step toward a better future. Asel was aware of the dangers, but her determination to make a difference in her life overcame her uncertainties and anxieties. She kept thinking that this might be her only chance to escape the constraints of her current circumstance. Although she was aware that it wouldn't be simple, she had faith in her ability to overcome any obstacles. Despite all of her uncertainties and fears, Asel decided to accept the offer because she was sure that it was her opportunity to change her future. This was her chance to escape her routine, and she was going to take advantage of it. Despite their limited financial resources, Asel was supported by her family. Despite leading modest lives themselves, her parents and sister supported her emotionally and shared her aspirations. Asel had no idea at the time that this chance would trigger a series of unanticipated circumstances that would fundamentally alter everything. Eager and hopeful, Asel took a plane to Georgia shortly after. She felt that this move marked the start of an exciting new chapter in her life. When she got there, she moved into Murat Mirbekov's apartment in Rustavi. Murat assured her that although the apartment was small and had some older furniture, it was only meant to be a temporary place for her to stay until she found a better place to live. Asel initially communicated with her family on a regular basis, sharing her experiences in her new life. She talked excitedly about the local food she was sampling and praised the city's historic streets and distinctive architecture. She enjoyed even the small things, such as strolling through Rustavi in the evening. Everything appeared so novel and fascinating. She sounded content and assured in her choice, and her voice exuded real excitement. Her mother could hear the joy in her voice whenever she called home. Asel talked positively about the local traditions and the friendly, hospitable people she encountered. But after a few weeks, things began to shift. Asel started making fewer calls, and her chats became more circumspect and brief. Her voice carried undertones of fatigue and occasionally a trace of concern. Something seemed to be hidden from her. Asel gave evasive responses when her mother inquired about her health, typically attributing her weariness to her job. Her words sounded less convincing than before, but she insisted that everything was okay. Her mother became more anxious and made more attempts to contact her daughter, but many calls were not returned. Her family's concerns increased as each conversation became more reticent and brief. Asel's mother was able to contact her via video call one day. She waited tensely for her daughter's face to appear on the screen. The screen showed a room she didn't recognize in place of the familiar scene. The room looked cluttered and uncomfortable. There were strewn about belongings and furniture that appeared to have been hurriedly moved, as though someone had left in a hurry or didn't care to keep things neat. Her mother was alarmed and inquired as to what was happening and why the room appeared that way. Asel dismissed it with excuses about being busy without providing a clear explanation. She said she had a lot of work to do and abruptly ended the call. With every unanswered question and every fleeting, evasive exchange, her mother's anxiety only grew more intense. A passerby in Tbilisi's Didi Digomi neighborhood discovered the lifeless body of a young woman beneath a high-rise building's windows on the morning of May 16. At first, nobody knew her name, and she was only dressed in a t-shirt. Investigators would soon identify her as Asel Aitbayeva, however. One of the most important pieces of evidence in the case would be her last words, which she recorded and sent to her best friend. Several attempts to reach Asel had been unsuccessful in the hours before that tragic event. When Asel left a voicemail for her friend late on May 5, the anxiety grew. A man's voice could be heard on the recording berating Asel and accusing her of taking advantage of him. He identified himself as Besso. Anger dominated his voice as he threatened Asel, accusing her of betraying him and demanding that she pay the price. A feeling of dread overcame Asel's friend as she heard the message. She was terrified for her friend's safety and realized that things were becoming dangerously out of control. Asel disclosed in the same message that she was shaken and scared after Besso had turned to physical violence. She talked about feeling stuck, having nowhere to go and not knowing where to look for assistance. The friend tried calling her back right away, but the calls kept dropping, and Asel didn't answer, which only made her anxiety worse. Asel's distant relative, Murat Mirbekov, who had enticed her to Georgia with the promise of employment, was the subject of growing suspicion. Later, investigators would discover that Mirbekov had exploited Assel's precarious position by brutally mistreating her twice and betraying her confidence. He took advantage of the fact that she had no support system and was alone in a foreign country. He then gave her to a man named Beso, either as a promise of payment or in return for a car. Basil was left stranded, essentially trapped, with new threats every day. She felt she couldn't approach the authorities because she was afraid they wouldn't believe her or that telling them about the situation would make it worse. Any potential escape seemed unattainable due to the overwhelming sense of helplessness and isolation. The intensity of Assel's fear for her life was made clear in her last chat with her friend. Her voice was filled with fear and desperation, and she was clueless about how she would ever escape this predicament. Although her friend wanted to help, he was unable to act quickly enough. Assel's body was found beneath the windows of that tall building on the morning of May 6. Georgian authorities confirmed the identity of the man involved in the tragic case of Assel Aitbayeva. He was Besik Tordua, a 57-year-old Georgian with a troubled past who was known in criminal circles as Beso. He had a history of aggressive behavior and had previously served a 10-year sentence for auto theft. Beso had already left Tbilisi and was making his way toward the border in an attempt to avoid capture by the time news of Assel's death reached the public. But the police moved quickly, and he was captured in a day. In the meantime, the man who had invited Assel to Georgia, Murat Mirbekov, returned to Nur Sultan as soon as he learned of her death, apparently in an attempt to avoid any repercussions. As they attempted to piece together the circumstances surrounding Assel's premature death, her family, friends, and the authorities were left in a state of uncertainty. Assel had contacted a friend a few days prior to the tragedy, requesting a loan of 1,000,000 tenge, roughly $220, to pay for travel expenses. She probably didn't want to worry her family, so she didn't call them, but in the end, her independence backfired. The fact that her friend was unable to help because of financial concerns among her loved ones. Her family vehemently disagreed with the Georgian police's initial assumption that Assel had purposefully leaped from the window. They were aware of Assel as a vibrant, upbeat young lady who was planning her future. She had thought that the Georgia job opportunity would help her get better off financially and get closer to her goal of owning her own apartment. To the police, the conclusion seemed unimaginable. The injuries on Assel's body that didn't fit the description of a normal fall from a great height particularly worried her mother. Assel's mother noticed some unsettling details as soon as her body was returned to Kazakhstan. Her arms and legs were unharmed, and she did not have any of the common fractures that happen after a fall. Oddly, she was holding her arms across her chest, which is not the proper position in these situations. Additionally, her head was free of the typical trauma associated with falls from high altitudes. The internal injuries, which included a ruptured spleen and other organ damage, were even more worrisome as they raised the possibility of serious abuse. Her body also had several burns that resembled cigarette marks before she died, and some of her teeth had been knocked out, which raised the horrifying possibility that she had been tortured. The family's suspicion that Assel had been abused in her last hours was only strengthened by these disturbing findings. Her mother was shocked that her daughter would act in such a drastic manner. When her body was returned home, the disturbing details that surfaced only raised more unsettling questions, none of which seemed to have definitive answers. According to an examination, Assel had been mistreated prior to her passing. In an effort to create the impression that Assel had committed suicide, her mother insisted that her body had been placed beneath the high-rise's windows after she had already passed away. The Georgian police did not carry out any additional investigations and refused to admit any criminal involvement in Assel's death, in spite of these alarming facts. While in detention, Besik Tordua, popularly known as Beso, first refused to cooperate. He acknowledged that there had been physical contact, but insisted it was consensual after investigators disclosed that evidence verified an intimate encounter with Assel prior to her passing. Besik Tordua claims that it all began on April 30, 2021, when he learned that Assel had been severely abused twice by her captor, Murat Mirbekov, who had brought her to Georgia. Beso said he was furious and made the decision to discipline Mirbekov. He claimed that after confronting and physically abusing Mirbekov, he threatened to make sure he left the nation and avoided Assel. Beso Tordua allegedly offered Assel a room at his house after this and pledged to keep her safe. He asserted that Asel spent a number of days with him and that he made an effort to look after her, assisting her in overcoming the trauma. He maintained that they developed a mutual sense of trust and that any intimacy they had was voluntary. According to Besik Tordua, Asel left her alone in the living room to take a shower the night before he passed away. She was gone when he got back. Azel's body was on the ground below, beyond a fence, when Besso found the balcony door open and looked down. Panic struck. Given his connection to Azel and his criminal history, he was afraid that he would be held accountable for what had transpired. According to Besik Tordua, he ran downstairs and got close to the fence but lacked the bravery to scale it. He claimed that after standing there for a short while in terror, he ran from the scene because he was afraid of being blamed for her death. He acknowledged that in order to avoid any possible consequences, he then made the decision to leave the city. Besik Tordua died in a prison hospital in July 2021. Although a heart attack was listed as the official cause of death, Asel's mother maintained that he had been beaten. His death may have been staged to keep him from going to trial, the family suspected. Besik Tordua had been facing a possible sentence of 8 to 12 years for his offenses when this occurred, and the legal proceedings were still in progress. After examining a voicemail Azel had left to her friend just before she passed away, investigators began to doubt his account before he passed away. Azel expressed fear of Besso and mentioned threats from him in the recording. Any assertions of a consensual relationship are called into question by references to aggressive behavior. One aspect of the case that attracted a lot of attention was the suspicion held by authorities that Besik Tordua may have coerced Azel. He was never officially accused of being the cause of her death, though. Although his actions might have pushed her to act in a desperate manner, the official position remained that there was insufficient evidence to pursue additional charges. The lawyer in Asel's family had a different opinion. They believed that she had been murdered and that the death was staged to make it look as if she had committed suicide. The injuries discovered on her body and the circumstances surrounding her fall, which didn't match the usual outcome of a leap from that height, confirmed this theory. When Murat Mirabekov returned to Kazakhstan, he was captured. He was accused of both human trafficking and aggravated assault. Asel's parents petitioned to have him extradited to Georgia for trial because they thought he was directly responsible for her death. Local authorities, however, took a while to address their requests or look into the matter further. Things didn't start to change until Asel's mother's morgue photos were uploaded online. The prosecutor's office took the issue more seriously after the pictures sparked public outrage. Journalists and the general public both took notice of Asel's untimely death and began their own online investigations. Details started to surface, some of them unverified. On the night of the tragedy, witnesses reported seeing two men allegedly push Asel off the balcony. Police stated that they had not discovered any evidence to support the rumors that the incident was captured on video. Asel reported Murat Mirbekov's violent actions to the local authorities after arriving in Georgia in order to obtain protection, but her requests were ignored. When Georgian journalists started looking into the case themselves, it became clear that the police had done nothing. One of Asel's acquaintances in Tbilisi consented to testify amid the events that were taking place. He revealed that Asel had sent him a desperate message the day before the tragedy. She mentioned Mirabekov in her message, claiming that he had attacked her twice. She talked about the intense psychological anguish she was experiencing in addition to the physical pain. She had requested assistance, but was hesitant to demand it because she still believed she could manage things independently. Being stranded in a foreign nation without any support system made Asel feel trapped. She tried to remain strong despite her fear of Mirbekov, she confided in her acquaintance. Despite her persistent belief that she could find a way out, she frequently talked about feeling as though she was in a hopeless situation. The inquiry also turned up other information. In addition to offering Asel a job in Georgia, Mirbekov had made similar promises to other young Kazakh women. He had promised them good jobs, good wages, and good housing. Luckily, none of them had agreed to his terms. Some had found his messages, which emphasized the ostensibly exceptional opportunities he could offer, to be especially persistent. All the women, however, had refused. Later, their families thanked them profusely for their foresight, saying it had prevented them from being in danger. The case took a dramatic turn by the end of July 2022-208. After more investigation, Georgian forensic experts found Mayor Bekoff's DNA traces on Azel's clothing, which is a crucial piece of evidence. This bolstered the prosecution's case in court and validated witness statements. Ultimately, the work of investigative journalists and the new evidence obtained through forensic analysis started to provide a more comprehensive picture of what Azel had gone through in her last days. The truth was slowly emerging, in spite of all the barriers. One of the most talked about occasions in Kazakhstan was Murat Merbekov's trial in Nursultan. The case gained even more public attention when Georgian investigators, who were invited to the proceedings, presented the evidence and conclusions they had gathered. The tension in the courtroom was evident when Mirbekov showed up. He insisted he had nothing to do with Azel's death or any violent actions toward her, even in the face of overwhelming evidence to the contrary. He maintained that he was innocent and that he had been falsely accused. Those in attendance were left perplexed and incensed by his cold-blooded attitude and total lack of regret. Given the seriousness of the situation, Mirbekov's aging parents made the decision to apologize to Azel's distraught family. They hoped that their gesture would provide the victim's loved ones with some small solace. Mirbekov, however, continued to deny any wrongdoing and showed no interest in any attempts at reconciliation. The prosecutor made a resolute and firm statement. He offered a story that implied Mirbekov had given Azel to him for his own benefit, in an effort to improve relations with a strong Georgian man named Bashik Tordua. The prosecutor stressed that Mirbekov knew he was seriously endangering Azel and was well aware of Bashik Tordua's violent tendencies and criminal history. Tordua was infamous. He was so feared by the locals that they avoided him at all costs. According to the prosecutor, Azel was under constant pressure, and her desperate attempts to flee an intolerable circumstance resulted in the horrific events that ultimately led to her tragic demise. She had been pushed to the limit, feeling hopeless and in great distress, with no way out. Mirbekov was already a father of two, and his wife was expecting their third child. It was disclosed during the trial. Having a family should have deterred him from committing crimes, the court suggested, taking these circumstances into account as mitigating factors. Witness statements and the evidence, however, made it abundantly evident that he was involved in grave crimes in spite of these specifics. It became clear that his role as a father and his obligations to his family had not prevented him from acting cruelly. The court's final decision was rendered on August 2, 2022. Mirbekov was convicted of both acts of aggression and human trafficking. He received a 15-year sentence in a maximum security facility. The court also mandated that Mirbekov compensate Azel's parents for the emotional harm they had suffered by giving them 5 million tenge, or about $10,500. Although no monetary settlement could ever fully compensate her family for the loss of their daughter, this sum served as a symbolic recognition of the anguish and suffering they had to endure. Azel's family was not happy with the outcome, even after the verdict and the compensation. They were convinced that Azel had been the victim of a premeditated crime and that the case was far from over. Her loved ones were certain that she had been killed on purpose, in addition to being severely abused and exploited. The court proceedings did not allay the family's concerns or offer genuine closure. Even after the trial was over and a guilty verdict and compensation were given, they persisted in believing that Azel's case merited more research and that the whole truth had not yet been revealed. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A prosperous physician living two lives, a future mother in need, a watchful twin sister. Additionally, an overheard conversation made the innocent victim aware of what was going on. This story had everything it needed to be one of the most dramatic. The media, however, mostly ignored it. The story, however, followed the finest traditions of Greek tragedy and took place in Ohio in the 2000s. It took not one, but two deftly placed traps to capture the offender, whose behavior and intentions will cause you to reevaluate your level of trust in the people you let into your home and your heart. Michelle Baker was prepared to become a wife and mother at the age of 33. When her friend introduced her to the amiable young physician Maynard Mincing, happiness appeared to be imminent. The 33-year-old Maynard had prior married life experience. They had similar interests in medicine and a desire to assist others, because Michelle was an EMT in the fire department, because Maynard was the ideal woman, successful, attractive, and charming. Michelle thought she had won the lottery. The relationship between Michelle and Maynard was like a fairy tale from today. Her boyfriend moved into Michelle's home in Hoover Heights, Ohio within a month. Maynard's children from a previous marriage would visit on the weekends. Michelle saw how happy he was spending time with his children and knew he would be ecstatic when she informed him that he would once again be a father. She was right. There were no limits to his joy. Maynard started searching for a new house right away so that the young family could live together, and he paid $320,000 for a beautiful and comfortable nest. When Maynard proposed that they go to Key West, Florida, where they would get married at sunset while standing barefoot on the sandy beach, Michelle was ecstatic. The enamored couple left for Florida, but Maynard changed his mind on the first day of their romantic weekend. In order to have a traditional ceremony with his family present, he requested that Michelle postpone the impromptu wedding. Michelle ignored this obviously fabricated justification because she still fervently desired to start a family. The two went to a restaurant for dinner that night. The meal went smoothly, but Michelle felt a sharp pain in her abdomen and saw some faint bleeding after she left. She was terrified that she might lose the baby, of course. She was relieved that there was nothing to be concerned about because her fiancé was a doctor. He asked her to try to fall asleep after putting her in bed. The pain went away the following day, but when she got home, Michelle thought it wouldn't hurt to visit Dr. John Shea, her physician. When the doctor confirmed that the fetus was developing normally, she exhaled with relief. Since it was Michelle's first pregnancy, he was sure she was just concerned. She was concerned that the fetus might be affected because she had endometriosis in the past. However, Michelle had a challenging pregnancy. Unidentified spasms and inexplicable bleeding became frequent occurrences, perplexing the medical staff who were unable to come up with a clear explanation. Maynard, who would soon marry Michelle and be the father of their child, thought it would be the ideal opportunity to confess his lingering feelings for his ex-girlfriend, Tammy Wynn, as if the physical suffering wasn't enough. To all of their friends, Maynard had painted Tammy as a horrible person, despite their complex past. As it happened, he was unable to forget her. After realizing that this was the true cause of her boyfriend's wedding postponement, Michelle valued his candor and chose to put even more effort into their relationship rather than break it off. But on July 1, 2000, Michelle's confidence in her future husband swiftly dwindled. Michelle stayed at home taking care of her own chores while Maynard went out of town to go fishing with a friend. Michelle switched on the radio and tuned into a local station, lost in her activities. She heard her beloved order a song for another girl, and it hit her like a ton of bricks. Maynard's voice sounded exactly like the caller. Michelle stood frozen, listening to the discussion with great interest. Michelle's heart fell when the DJ asked the man his name and he said, "Maynard." She was suspicious of her fiancé's true location. She requested a ride from her neighbor to Maynard's ex-girlfriend Tammy's house. When she saw them together on the street, her suspicions were validated. Michelle went up to the man and told him she was ending their relationship. When Tammy entered the discussion, she disclosed that she was unaware that Maynard was living with Michelle. "I'm staying with a friend," he had been telling her. The unfaithful fiancé was immediately evicted from Michelle's house. However, the man wasted no time in attempting to regain Michelle's favor. He called her a few days later and asked her to join him for a picnic so they could chat. He asked Michelle if they could reconcile and expressed regret for his error. She pardoned him because he seemed so sincere, but when Michelle became really ill, the picnic had to be called off. She was in such terrible shape that she was unable to even leave the park restroom. Her bleeding and cramps came back, but this time she also experienced the inability to keep food down. The doctor, who Michelle rushed to see, found nothing alarming. The doctor determined that stress was the cause of her symptoms after the ultrasound revealed that the baby was healthy. Michelle's twin sister, however, saw a fascinating coincidence. She asked Michelle if she found it odd that she was in excruciating pain whenever they were with Maynard. Michelle's sister's suggestion appalled her. She recalled that Maynard had poured her drink at the picnic before the second severe pain episode, and that he had brought glasses from the bar during their dinner in Florida just before she became ill the first time. With her drinks, though, what could he have done? Even though they had discussed the wedding once more and their relationship appeared to be back to normal, Michelle couldn't deny her sister's sensible observation. She also couldn't get rid of the impression that Maynard and his ex-girlfriend weren't entirely over. Michelle once again followed her gut and drove to Tammy's house, where her fiancé's car was parked, when Maynard informed her that he would take the kids to Florida for the weekend. Through an open window, she could hear a conversation between two people she saw inside. She was stunned by what she heard. Maynard responded that he thought he had already dealt with the child when Tammy asked him what he intended to do about it. Michelle came to the conclusion that the only way to keep Maynard as far away from the child as possible was to call the police. Michelle went to report her suspicions to the police. The detectives, however, were dubious after hearing her story and found it hard to accept that someone would try something so unbelievable. They had never seen anything like it in all the years they had worked as police. Although department rules forbade testing pregnant women, the police wanted Michelle to take a lie detector test. As a result, they rejected the notion and told her up front that, given Dr. Minsing's professional status, they would require strong evidence before they could arrest him. Michelle had to handle things herself because there wasn't much they could do in the interim. Michelle demonstrated her abilities as a true detective. With the assistance of a friend, she concealed a tiny video camera inside a fake plant on the kitchen counter and arranged the flowers so that it recorded everything that took place behind the kitchen table. Then, like all famous spies, she asked her boyfriend to join her for dinner and asked him to pour her a soda as she grilled steaks outside. Michelle excused herself under a false pretense and proceeded to the bathroom to pour the soda into a bottle after Maynard handed her her glass. She was horrified to find residue of some substance, not a tiny bit but a noticeable amount of some sort of drug at the bottom of the glass. She calmly poured the soda from the hidden bottle into the glass and went back to the table, trying not to show that she was in shock. However, Maynard kept getting calls from Tammy, so Michelle was unable to continue dinner in a composed manner. "Do you know why Tammy is upset?" he asked Michelle over the phone after he finally left. Michelle wasn't too worried about Tammy's feelings after finding out that her fiancé had been giving her drugs in her drinks, but when she gently inquired as to why Tammy was upset, Maynard surprised her once more by revealing that they had secretly wed earlier that week. Michelle's determination to protect her unborn child outweighed her feelings of hurt and rage over her beloved's betrayal. She immediately took the soda bottle to the police. An expert concluded that Cytotec, a drug used to treat stomach ulcers and induce labor, had been added to the soda. When used carelessly, though, it can also have lethal effects on the fetus. Legally speaking, the detectives had a problem even though they believed Michelle. They didn't have any proof that Maynard put the substance in the glass. In court, a skilled attorney would contend that Michelle falsified it in order to frame her cheating fiancé. The police therefore set up a trap for themselves. When the detectives asked Michelle to inform him that her pregnancy was going well during one of Maynard's phone calls, he invited her to dinner and gave her another dose of the drug. On August 14, 2000, two police officers hid in the garage while hiding a small camera inside a firefighter figurine that was placed on Michelle's kitchen counter. The police stormed into the kitchen and arrested Maynard for attempted murder as soon as they saw him trying to serve Michelle one of his special cocktails. "I hope these are prenatal vitamins," one of the officers said to Maynard, gesturing to the enigmatic material he was holding. The police discovered even more of the same substance in Maynard's vehicle. The doctor was forced to confess after laboratory tests revealed that Cytotec was present in the beverage. Maynard provided an apologetic justification for his horrible act, effectively acknowledging that he had poisoned his ex-fiancée in order to solve the issue. Maynard responded in the affirmative when asked if he thought the child was a problem. Michelle kept going to the doctor once a week and getting ultrasounds once a month. The fetus appeared to be growing normally in spite of multiple doses of the drug, but Michelle went into labor just before Maynard's trial, at 28 weeks of pregnancy. She gave birth to a stillborn daughter, whom she named Michaela. Michelle was surrounded by family and friends in the hospital room, where they were able to bid Michaela farewell and give her one last hug. It was impossible to ascertain whether Michaela's death was caused by Cytotec's effects, because the coroner could not detect any traces of the drug in the placenta. Prosecutors reached agreements with Tammy and Maynard to spare Michelle and her family from a torturous legal process. Tammy was given a 5-year probationary period and 100 hours of community service after acknowledging her guilt about getting the medication with a prescription while working as a nurse. Maynard received a 5-year prison sentence. In the United States, the two spouses would never again be able to work in the medical industry. Maynard startled the people in the courtroom during the trial by declaring that the child's death was the result of a higher power's intervention. In addition to displaying no remorse during the sentencing, and without pleading with Michelle for forgiveness, Maynard asserted that their daughter's death was the will of a higher power, and that the experience would make him stronger. His statement shocked even Judge Barbara Gorman. Judge Gorman said to Maynard, "I must say it was one of the strangest statements I have ever heard. You are a disgrace to your profession, in my opinion. All of this is the consequence of what you did. You must accept responsibility for what transpired." Although the spouses' sentences may be viewed as being rather light, Michelle is aware that Maynard will eventually face consequences for his actions in the afterlife. She made the decision to strike him where it hurt the most, his wallet, in the interim. Michelle Baker sued Tammy Mincing and Maynard Mincing for $3,500,000 in August 2002 over what had happened to her daughter. Orally and in writing, Maynard made it clear time and again that his goal was to get rid of the child. His spouse did not want him to be involved with the child in any way. Michelle's attorneys were therefore certain that they would prevail in the case. The success of Michelle's lawsuit is unknown, but it was made public in 2007 that Maynard filed for bankruptcy. In 2013, the Mincing name reappeared in the obituary of Maynard's father, a prominent local youth organization founder. Tammy and Maynard Mincing were still married and resided in Ohio, according to the note. Whether or not Maynard meant to murder Michelle is unknown, but at least he chose to end her pregnancy against her will. However, Michelle made it clear to Maynard that she did not ask him to be involved in the child's life or to provide financial support, so he could have accomplished his goals without his heinous scheme. He must have been aware of Michelle's strong desire to have children and cruelly denied her the chance to begin a new family life with a fresh start. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Carrie Swenson never would have thought that biathlon would become her life's work, but she most likely learned to ski before she could walk. This sport just didn't exist before for women. Women were finally permitted to compete in biathlons in 1983. The USA squad competed in the first Women's World Championship in Chamonix, France, but did not qualify for the first Women's European Cup, even though many of them had undergone years of intense training. Carrie Swenson, a 22-year-old American, began with the customary 10-kilometer race. She came in 5th place, directly behind the Soviet athletes, who were regarded as the sport's unbeatable leaders. She finished 13th in the 5-kilometer sprint, the best among her teammates. But the relay was where the team, and Carrie personally, truly triumphed. Carrie and her teammates became the first American medalists, while the Americans finished in 3rd place. Following the conclusion of the biathlon season, Carrie went back to Montana and organized the summer of her dreams. She worked at Lone Mountain Ranch, a well-known tourist ranch, and ran trails in the backcountry in her spare time. Carrie let the night air into her bedroom by opening the window. She had earned her microbiology degree from Montana State University that morning. Her parents celebrated her graduation and her brother Paul's 21st birthday with a party after the ceremony. Just the summer before, they had relocated to the Lone Mountain Ranch in the Big Sky region to practice and take in the mountains, just like they had as kids. She had dreamed since she was 5 years old that she would leave to pursue her dream of studying veterinary medicine after one more year of competitions. Unaware that her dreams would soon be dashed by the self-centered schemes of two recluses, Carrie turned off the light in her room and contentedly fell asleep. Carrie was unaware of the two men's conversation that was going on in the mountains a few kilometers away. The younger man was clearly irritated. Though he felt lonely in the mountains and yearned for female companionship, he generally enjoyed living away from people and their rules. "Do you recall the plans we talked about to find a woman for ourselves, Dad?" After giving his 18-year-old son a close examination, the father questioned, "Do you believe the time has come?" The son confidently nodded in response. Carrie ran around Old Ray's Lake on Sunday, July 15th. Bob Sharp, the proprietor of the snack bar where she worked, had informed her that he had spotted a grizzly bear nearby, and she was keen to see one for herself, so she decided to take this route. Carrie ran pretty fast as usual, paying attention to her breathing. She only realized there were two men in front of her at the last second. The strangers appeared disheveled. The younger one had a knife and a pistol in his hands, and neither of them was grinning. The hunting season was long over, but there were still rifles lying by a tree. The men made it clear to Carrie that they had no good intentions without taking their eyes off her. Regretfully, she saw them too late to turn around and flee. An adrenaline rush brought on by fear caused Carrie to run even faster, attempting to get past the strangers as fast as she could. But her plan didn't work. On the trail, the older man leapt directly in front of her and took hold of her wrist. He took hold of her other hand before she could respond. Unable to escape their hold, Carrie chose to keep her composure and use her cunning. She was scared by the wild expression in the older man's eyes. Remain composed. Avoid upsetting them, she thought. She pleaded, "Please, let me go." "No, we don't often see attractive girls like you. We would like to speak with you. What is your name?" He held Carrie even closer as he asked. He started questioning her about who she lived with, whether she was married, and other things. Carrie tried to scream, but the man quickly silenced her after realizing she wouldn't be easily freed. After letting go of her left hand, the stranger hit her in the face and tied her up with a rope. The men promised to hold her for 4 or 5 days before releasing her if she didn't enjoy living in the mountains, but she could tell by their smirks that they were more likely to exploit her weakness and end up killing her. She kept telling herself, "It's just a nightmare," hoping to wake up at any second. However, she knew it wasn't a dream because of the throbbing pain in her face and wrist. Carrie attempted to reason with them by stating that her friends and family would find her. The older man retaliated by threatening to shoot anyone who attempted to save her. In order to avoid being seen, the men rushed on, hoping to get deeper into the forest and away from the lake. All Carrie could do was let them pull her along on the rope. In order to make sure she wouldn't run in the wrong direction when she had the opportunity to flee, she covertly memorized the area while feigning submissiveness. As though kidnapping girls were a daily occurrence for the men, they strolled alongside each other, engaging in casual conversation. They talked about how they felt about the mountains, laws, and society. The elderly man voiced his displeasure with the way the area had developed, especially the fact that farmers were permitted to graze their animals on his property. He assured the younger man that he could acquire all life's necessities without going back to school or abiding by social norms. Carrie came to the conclusion that her captors were probably mentally ill as a result of these discussions. Carrie requested water and said she needed to rest in an effort to slow their pace. They decided to take a rest. As they got closer to a swamp, Carrie was horrified to see the older man start drinking from it. She attempted to alert him to the harmful bacteria found in the swamp, but he dismissed her worries, claiming to have never heard of it before. She also took a few sips, reluctantly. She observed that when she pretended not to be afraid of the kidnappers, they acted less violently. Carefully, Carrie began asking them how long they had been residing there without being aware of the risks associated with drinking water from the nearby swamp. They responded that although they had lived in the mountains for 12 years, they were still relatively new to the area. Carrie felt even more uneasy when the younger man smirked and added that they were in dire need of female companionship. Then they went on their journey. In an attempt to leave hints for her loved ones who would be looking for her, Carrie tried to step on soft ground and break twigs. Sadly, the older man saw her attempts and stopped them. Carrie, however, obstinately continued to make marks, and the older man continued to erase them because she had nothing to lose. They went on in this manner, and Carrie noticed that no one had yet begun searching for her when she looked at her watch. Only 4 o'clock in the afternoon had arrived. Alan Goldstein, Carrie's friend and co-worker who instructed visitors in shooting at the ranch, started to question why her run was taking so long. He was worried that she might not have been able to return home by herself because she might have run into a bear or twisted her ankle. Carrie was being led farther and farther from the ranch by the strangers in the meantime. They asked her whether she could walk 60 kilometers in a day. After talking about how far they needed to go, she declined to respond. It was impossible for her to tell her captors that she could run 50 kilometers in hilly terrain while training. They might go more slowly if they believed she was weaker than she actually was. Now she was certain they would not allow her to survive. Not today. Not in 4 or 5 days. They wouldn't give up their valuable independence for her. Carrie kept studying the men quietly. They were remarkably similar to one another in addition to having a similar philosophy. Her suspicion that they were father and son grew. Carrie was aware that people would soon begin searching for her, but nothing had scared her more than the idea of her parents or friends becoming the victims of her captors. Making an escape was one way to avoid this. She changed her strategy after pleading fail. "Change your tactics when you're losing," her tennis coach would often say. "When you have the chance to alter your approach, why keep playing a losing game?" Before deciding to take a night's rest at around 5 o'clock, the men chained her to a tree, drastically reducing her chances of escaping. Carrie was the centerpiece of the feast that the black flies and mosquitoes were enjoying. She was tired, thirsty, hungry, and afraid for her life. Now chained close to the tree, she saw a number of rocks, one of which might be used to break a chain link. It was time to try the new tactic. At night, Carrie made the decision to become intolerable. "Hey, standing by the tree is getting old to me," she insisted. "Leave the chain loose so I can sit down." Despite their confused expressions, the men let her sit. She tried to reach for the rock in private, her eyes closed as though she were sleeping. Sadly, the younger man saw her attempt and took away every rock within her reach. She kept acting rude and demanding feminine products at around 8 p.m. because she was freezing and the mosquitoes were driving her crazy. The older man began discussing how they had many of his ex-wife's belongings in the underground cave where they lived after the younger man, whom the older one called Dan, gave her a shirt and socks. He continued by saying that those caves were very comfortable and that they would never be discovered there. In the distance, Carrie heard a voice. Regretfully, her captors also heard it. A plane appeared in the sky at the same time. Carrie was unaware that the plane was looking for her, but the men were startled and put out the campfire right away. It is obvious that they were surprised that someone would look for the hostage so quickly. The plane circled the forest for about an hour before taking off. Carrie waited anxiously for the night to come and to see what they would do to her. But as they sat quietly by the smoldering fire, they left her alone. When night fell, they lay in one sleeping bag and gave her the other. Carrie's coworkers became increasingly concerned as the sun started to set. They began looking for her 2 hours after she was expected to arrive at work. Carrie's friends and family split up into 4 groups and were each given a specific area to search. In order to get assistance flying over the forest, Carrie's father, Rob Swenson, contacted a friend who was a pilot. He was filled with fear when Bob Sharp told him that Carrie might run into a grizzly bear on that trail. For several hours, the teams combed the areas where Carrie was likely to run while calling her name. However, they had to halt the search as night fell. When their father got back from the airstrip, Carrie's brother Paul discovered him at the ranch. His father appeared pale and anxiously restless. Paul went to his room and asked his father to notify him as soon as there was any update on Carrie because he needed some alone time. After a hasty shower, he collapsed on his bed. Then he caught sight of Carrie. Like a captive animal, she was chained to a log. Nearby, the men sat around the campfire. His sister was in tears. Paul hoped it was only a bad dream when he woke up from this terrible nightmare, not knowing what it might mean. They would resume their search as dawn broke, and they would undoubtedly locate her in the morning. To Carrie's surprise, the captors only moved the camp roughly 50 meters from the original campsite when they made the decision to move it. Dan didn't think twice about using his gun to go hunting and shoot a squirrel for breakfast, in spite of the continuous search for her. The older man insisted that Carrie turn over her shorts while Dan was making breakfast, claiming that their vivid red hue drew too much attention. After taking them, he returned to the former campsite. This gave Carrie a chance to speak with Dan alone. By claiming that he was too young for such crimes, she attempted to convince him to allow her to return to her family. Dan said, "No, you're cute, and you'll stay with me," after giving her a close look without showing any signs of regret, worry, or a smile. Carrie received her shorts, which were smeared with soot from the earlier campfire, from the second kidnapper when he returned. Carrie began putting on the shorts in her sleeping bag while fighting back tears. She was nearly finished when she noticed someone flat on the ground and heard rustling in the bushes to her right. Dan sprang to his feet and pulled his gun from its holster. Carrie yelled, "Remain back! Keep your distance! They will shoot because they are armed!" "Stop talking!" The older man grabbed his rifle and gave an order. "Get out! They will murder you!" Carrie yelled once more. Abruptly, a loud noise reverberated and she was flung back. She smelled the gunpowder and felt the searing pain pierce her chest. "I didn't mean to shoot her," Dan said again, startled. "I didn't mean to." Amazingly, Carrie believed she had been shot right before rescue arrived. No attempt was made by the kidnappers to assist her, but someone else appeared from the bushes to the left. It was Jim Schwalbe, another ranch worker. Evidently, he was unaware that the kidnappers were criminals and thought they were a rescue team attempting to assist Carrie, possibly hitting her by accident while frightening off a bear. Jim dropped his backpack on the floor and hurried over to Carrie. Only then did he realize the truth when he noticed the chain around her waist beneath the sleeping bag. While he was still being threatened with the rifle, he insisted that the older man take Carrie's chain off of him. Dan dropped his gun to the floor and removed the chain's key. Jim then told Alan Goldstein, one of the kidnappers, to flee for assistance. However, it seems that Alan had already discovered their true nature. The kidnappers were surrounded by 200 people, so he yelled that he was armed and told them to surrender. Carrie let out a painful scream as Dan yanked the chain violently. The older man pointed the rifle at Alan as Jim turned to face them. "No!" Carrie let out a gasp. Everyone heard something fall in the grass and heard a shot. The kidnapper had already vanished from view when Jim hurried to the fallen friend. Jim was already too far away when the older man reloaded the rifle and pointed it in his direction. With haste, the abductors stuffed their things into their backpacks, removed the chain, and even threw Carrie out of her sleeping bag, claiming she would no longer require it. Carrie and Alan lay on the cold ground, and they did nothing to help them. Carrie could hear Alan's radio crackling, but she dared not try to get to it because he was lying too far away. Her whole body felt cold, and she tried to crawl toward the extinguished fire with what was left of her strength. Hoping there were still warm logs to help the leaves catch fire, she tossed some leaves and twigs toward the fire while lying on her stomach. Carrie lost consciousness when she attempted to blow on them because she was too weak. An army of black ants raced toward her blood-soaked shirt as she awoke. No, she chased them off. She was reminded of her desire for life by these ravenous insects. Alan had fallen too far away for her to help him find the radio, but then she saw Jim's backpack close by. After struggling to unfasten the backpack with her icy fingers, she discovered a sleeping bag, a chocolate bar, and a water bottle inside. There was no radio. After successfully inserting her legs into the sleeping bag, Carrie opened the water bottle to find some warmth. She took a sip of what turned out to be warm lemonade and nibbled on the chocolate bar. Carrie attempted to approach Alan once more, but this time she had to pull the sleeping bag with her. She couldn't help but think of her brother Paul's reaction when he saw her crawling on the ground like a caterpillar. He would most likely chuckle and encourage her at every turn. She laughed at the absurd ideas that crossed her mind during these times. Unaware of the situation, other search teams carried on their work about 1.5 kilometers away from the shootout. Jim Schwalbe, breathing heavily, abruptly cut them off. To those around him, he yelled, "There were 2 guys. When Carrie yelled at us to keep away, they shot her and tied her to a log." "Is she alive?" Bob asked him. "She was when I fled, but she was shot by that scoundrel, and Alan was struck in the head by the elderly man." Carrie was losing life with each breath. The bleeding worsened as breathing became extremely challenging. She instinctively made a choice. She closed her eyes and found herself back on the biathlon track, where, like speed and accuracy, athletes systematically practice their breathing technique. Carrie was able to slow down her bleeding and heart rate by focusing and breathing very slowly, almost like in yoga. Strangely, the annoying flies that buzzed around her kept her awake. Jim was on her mind. Unless he encountered the kidnappers once more, he ought to have brought assistance by now. A few hours later, that grating buzzing noise was back. Searching for the source, Carrie noticed a helicopter hovering over the treetops. People were looking out of it as it paused right over her. "Please, locate us as soon as possible," she begged in silence. She heard the sound of a radio and the crack of branches as the helicopter took off. "Aid!" With all the strength she had left, she let out a cry. "She's right here!" someone yelled. "We located her. Carrie, are you all right? Do you hear me?" "Yes," she said in response to a man's question. All she could do was smile, wishing she could yell, scream, or thank them for finding her. It was difficult to see what was coming next because her eyelids felt heavy, like they were made of lead. The police worked tirelessly to track down Carrie's kidnappers while she was being transported to the hospital. They had no idea that it would mark the start of a months-long search. The two fugitives are the only ones who are familiar with the hundreds of kilometers of local mountains and forests. For 5.5 months, the kidnappers were able to successfully elude the police, and the media romanticized their image, portraying Dan as a handsome prince and the other man as a strict and affectionate father. A local businessman even expressed interest in selling T-shirts featuring their pictures. The victims of their crimes were ignored by the journalists in the interim. Then, roughly 2 weeks prior to Christmas, Sheriff Johnny Franz got a surprise tip. In the woods on his ranch, one of his family members spotted smoke. Franz knew every inch of that ranch, having grown up there. The radio had sporadic signals in the mountains. It was dark, and the criminals might vanish at any time. The sheriff, however, hurried to their camp. Years later, he joked, "Why did I go there alone? Because that's what I was paid for." He came as fast as he could on a snowmobile, found the father and son, and was aiming for them. Without hesitation, the father drew his rifle and vowed to shoot. The sheriff responded by threatening to shoot his son twice. To get the father to listen, he had to use the boy's influence. The sheriff persuaded them that they could at last take a shower, eat healthily, and warm up. The sheriff had complete control of the situation in a matter of minutes. Dan and his father, Don Nichols, were taken into custody and charged with kidnapping. Don was also accused of killing Alan Goldstein. It was disclosed during the trial that the men had plotted the abduction for a number of years. About 5 or 6 years ago, Don Nichols bought a chain for his future bride because Dan wouldn't live in the mountains without a woman, and not all girls would accept their lifestyle. Carrie was meant to be the mother of his son's future children, and he had aspirations of starting his own clan and living apart from society. Don was released in 2017 after receiving an 85-year prison sentence. Dan only spent 6 of the 20 years he was sentenced to in prison. With his marriage, education, and decision to assist those with disabilities, it appeared that the young man had changed his life. He was, however, arrested once more in 2012 in relation to illicit substances. After spending 8 days in the hospital, Carrie started pushing the limits of her physical capabilities and conquering pain to hasten her recuperation as soon as she was released. Carrie recovered sufficiently by 1,986 to compete in triathlons in Oslo, Norway. Despite her 4th-place finish, the 3rd-place finisher acknowledged her abilities by inviting her to join her on the podium. Although it might have appeared to others that she was completely recovered, Carrie was aware that the injury and kidnapping had left a permanent mark that would never go away. During intense physical exertion, she still felt pain from scar tissue and the bullet shrapnel that was still embedded in her body, affecting nearby nerves. She therefore made the decision to give up competitive sports and concentrate on becoming a veterinarian, moving to Colorado to pursue her studies. Carrie Swenson, who has loved the outdoors since she was a young child, is a veterinarian in Bozeman, Montana, and still enjoys it today. She has turned into a harsh critic of the media's coverage of the kidnapping and hardly ever discusses what happened. She felt that the romanticization of the murderers and kidnappers as rugged mountain men skilled in wilderness survival was particularly inappropriate. Additionally, she thought that the media greatly minimized the emotional trauma of the kidnapping by making it seem more romantic than it actually was in the hands of the mountain people. The Nicholses may have lived in the mountains at times, but they couldn't survive there. At least, not without theft and robbery. Often leaving the woods for months and buying modern equipment, in the end they were so easy to catch because they froze, starved, and grew tired of mountain life. They are no true mountain men, Carrie wrote in a 2012 article for the local newspaper after Dan was arrested once more. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On a gray autumn day, a young Parisian girl, as usual, was returning home from school, hoping to remove her heavy backpack and grab a snack. However, as she approached her apartment building, she encountered a young girl who initiated a conversation with her. It took little effort for the girl to persuade the young girl to accompany her to her apartment. The schoolgirl probably didn't notice anything unusual about this because, after all, she was a petite girl, not an unfamiliar man whose mind could be filled with a variety of ideas. Furthermore, they were neighbors and lived in the same building. The girl followed her new acquaintance into the apartment, but as soon as she entered, the door slammed shut, and a nightmare began that is difficult to describe in words. Lola Davy, 12, disappeared and was never seen again. The date was Friday, October 14, 2022. Johan and Delphine Davy waited for their daughter Lola to return from school. The girl was aware that on Fridays the family would travel to their family cottage in Béthune, which was 3 hours away from Paris. As a result, she understood that she should not linger. Lola was an extremely obedient child who never went anywhere without permission. The school was only 200 meters from her house, so she should have arrived at any moment. So, when the clock went past 4 p.m., when their daughter didn't arrive, the parents knew something had happened. Johan and Delphine Davy lived and worked in this building. It meant that Johan could check the surveillance cameras to see if his daughter had entered the building. To his surprise, the girl had arrived 45 minutes earlier, and she was not alone. She entered with a girl who the man did not recognize. The girl made a hand gesture, as if inviting Lola to accompany her. According to the video, the girl lacked confidence and the young woman appeared uneasy. The parents handed over the photo of the unknown girl to the police. Delphine also shared her photo on Facebook, stating that her daughter was missing. She described how the girl was dressed and said she was last seen with an unfamiliar young girl. The woman urged anyone with information to contact police or the Davy family. Thousands of concerned citizens shared the post. People took to the streets to assist in the search for the girl. The search lasted several hours until 11:20 p.m., when a homeless man entered the inner courtyard of Lola's family home. Maybe he was looking for somewhere to sleep or something similar. Regardless, his focus was drawn to a large plastic suitcase. What he discovered inside the suitcase caused him to rush to find a police officer. Inside, the police found Lola's lifeless body. An autopsy revealed that the cause of death was asphyxia. In addition, she had a deep wound on her throat and bruises and cuts all over her body. The perpetrator bound Lola's hands and feet before placing her in the suitcase, leaving a strange final mark on her soles. The numbers 1 and 0 in red ink. The last person to see her alive was the girl who appeared alongside her on the surveillance cameras. But who was she? It didn't take long for the cops to find her, and when they did, their hair stood on end as they heard the chilling story of Lola's murder. The investigators decided to review the footage that the girl's father had begun watching an hour and a half after Lola returned home with the stranger. The same girl left the house. She changed into different clothes and carried a suitcase and 2 smaller wheeled bags. It was the same kind of suitcase that they later discovered Lola in. It became clear that the mysterious stranger was somehow involved in Lola's situation. The police decided to question potential witnesses to see if they knew where the girl went after she left the building. It turns out she had unsuccessfully asked passersby for assistance with the bags because they were heavy and she was struggling to handle them herself. Despite their usual friendliness and helpfulness, the French people did not help the girl. Perhaps it was because she appeared and acted strangely. Her makeup had smudged and she muttered something to herself. She eventually stopped by a cafe and purchased a croissant. Meanwhile, the suitcase stood in the middle of the street, and pedestrians were curious what was inside because, according to some witnesses, it smelled of chlorine and had some red stains. However, it was clear that no one could have predicted that there was a person's body inside. One witness, who proved to be a valuable resource for the police, also saw the girl enter the cafe. She approached him, asking if he could give her a ride. The girl offered him a reward for his assistance and explained that she needed to transport organs. In other words, she invited him to participate in an organ trafficking scheme. The man became scared and refused to give her a ride. However, he parked his car slightly behind her and watched what she did next. The girl appeared distraught and was speaking to herself. It seemed strange to him, so he kept watching. The car arrived at 6:30 p.m. The driver loaded the suitcase and bags into the trunk before driving away with the strange girl. It did not take long for the police to locate the car driver, Rashid N., a chauffeur for the VTC company. He confirmed that he knew the mysterious girl named Dabia bin Kayad, who was 24 years old, and that they had previously dated. Xavier called him and asked for assistance with her belongings. He arrived as requested and did not ask too many questions. Rashid drove Dabia to his home in Al Asu Bois, a Paris suburb. There, the girl requested permission to do laundry and took a shower. She borrowed his clothes while her own were being washed. Around 10 p.m., they went out to eat and returned when Dabia was ready to go home. Rashid, on the other hand, stated that he had only brought her there and had no plans to return at the time. Nevertheless, he requested another VTC vehicle for her. The arriving taxi driver noticed the passengers' heavy suitcases and rushed to assist, but Rashid rudely refused and instructed him not to touch the luggage, either now or later. The girl got into the car, mentioned an address, and they drove off. When they arrived, without getting out of the car, the girl called someone. The conversation was held in a slightly raised tone. Dabia asked for assistance, but it was refused. It was later discovered that she had called her sister, who lived in the same apartment building as Lola's family. Dabia requested that her sister come down, let her into the house, and assist her in carrying the suitcase and bags up to the apartment. However, the sister, clearly aware of what Dabia represented, stated, "I will not help you. I don't want to know what's in those bags, so don't bring them here." Unable to come up with a solution, Dabia dragged the suitcase and bags into the house's inner courtyard and threw them there. She then called a friend and asked to spend the night at his place. After getting rid of the suitcase, Dabia appeared to calm down completely, and she and her friend spent an entirely ordinary evening laughing and having fun, as if nothing had happened. Dabia was arrested just 2 days after being captured on camera with Lola. The police tried to learn everything they could about the girl. She moved to France from Algeria 6 years ago with her mother and 2 sisters. In 2018, 2 years after moving, the police heard Dabia's name, but as a victim of domestic violence. Her relatives and friends described her as deeply religious, and her ex-boyfriend even claimed that she was obsessed with the church. They did, however, explain that she changed after her father died while still in Algeria, and her mother died of cancer in 2020. Dabia was unable to cope with the loss and began talking to herself, becoming increasingly aggressive and unstable. However, it is known that she experienced fits of rage prior to her mother's death. She had a confrontation with the hospital administration in July 2019 when she was asked to pay for the medical treatment she received. Dabia became enraged and attacked the staff, claiming that she did not ask to be treated and should not have to pay for it. When she was escorted out of the building, she threatened to return, saying they had no idea what she was capable of. Despite her outburst of rage, the girl had no need to be taken to the police. When she was arrested in August 2022, the girl was no longer a student and had no right to remain in the country. However, because she had no criminal record, she was released and given a 30-day window to complete her paperwork or leave the country. But the girl did not do either. She simply vanished from the sight of the official authorities. She didn't work, didn't have a permanent home, and was officially homeless, despite having moved in with her sister. Her older sister admitted that Dabia had been exhibiting obvious mental issues for some time. She couldn't handle failure, and whenever she was told no, she would explode. However, Dabia refused treatment and her sister had no idea what else she could do. During the interrogation, Dabia admitted her guilt in the incident several times before retracting her statements. When the police showed her the footage of how they found Lola, she claimed she didn't feel hot or cold from it. She also stated that she had been mistreated and that her parents died before her eyes. She told the investigators that she lured Lola into her sister's apartment and forced her to undress and shower. The autopsy confirmed that Dabia assaulted her, tied her hands and legs, and taped her face with duct tape. As a result, Lola lost consciousness and eventually her life. Dabia went about her business as usual, drinking coffee and listening to music. Then, for unknown reasons, she slashed the lifeless body with either a knife or scissors. Later, Dabia abruptly retracted her statements, claiming that she would never commit such an act against a child. and accusing an unknown armed individual of the crime. She then revealed that she wasn't fighting Lola, but a ghost. Later, she returned to her initial confession, and it appears that the investigators were able to uncover an even more bizarre and inhumane motive for the crime. Debbie stated that shortly before the murder, she approached Lola's mother and addressed her as the building administrator where her sister lived. She requested an electronic card, a pass to the building, so that she could come and go whenever she wanted without having to ask her sister to let her in. Delphine had such authority because she did not live in the building but was a guest of her sister. Dabia, who refused to accept no for an answer, harbored resentment toward Delphine, and when she saw her daughter on the street, an exact replica of her mother, fury boiled inside her, and she resolved to seek vengeance. In other words, she committed the murder because, at the age of 24, she was not used to being denied and expected all of her wishes to be granted. Investigators believe that at some point, the attack moved from the apartment to the basement of the multi-story building, where they discovered clear signs of fighting. However, the police are still unfamiliar with certain aspects. Certain details, such as the numbers on Lola's legs and Debia's admission that she drank her blood, suggest a ritualistic nature. In any case, the police confidently dismissed the black market organ trafficking theory. They see it as just another stroke in the accused's psychological profile. Debia has been charged with murder, torture with violence, cruel treatment of a minor under the age of 15, and concealing a body, all of which carry a maximum sentence of 30 years in prison. However, it is possible that she was not acting alone. Initially, police arrested 5 more people. First and foremost, Debia's sister was arrested because everything occurred in her apartment and the basement of her home. However, the police later determined that she had no knowledge of the crime and was not at home at the time. The other 3 suspects were also released fairly quickly, and their names have not been revealed. Rashid, Debia's former boyfriend, 43, has been charged with concealing the corpse. The girl claims he is the mastermind of the crime. It doesn't help him that he turned down a taxi driver who offered to help Debia with her suitcase. Those words also raise suspicions about the man. Did he know what was inside? He claims he didn't know what was in the suitcase, didn't open it, and had no idea what was inside. In the first week of November, a closed hearing was held in this case. The judge noted that the accused appeared completely calm at the time. The main question is whether Debia's crime was the result of a nervous breakdown or a desire to exact revenge on Delphine. If she is discovered to be mentally unstable, she will be treated by psychiatrists in a suitable specialized facility. If she is found competent to stand trial, she will be prosecuted. In early December, the psychiatrist who examined Debia submitted his report to investigators. He described her as extremely dangerous but not mentally ill. In other words, while she is not completely stable, this does not render her insane or incapable of being held accountable for her crime. She is fully capable of admitting that her actions were terrible and illegal, and that she should be judged for them. Of course, Debia's lawyers will most likely request additional consultations with psychiatric specialists. The defendant is currently being held in solitary confinement at France's second-largest prison, Fresnes, which is located slightly east of Paris. According to media reports, she rarely goes for walks and prefers to watch TV. According to reports, whenever she sees herself on television, she expresses joy and does not conceal her pride in herself. Debia had been living illegally in France for several months prior to the crime, so politicians used this story to bring up issues that were important to them. They quickly declared that France's anti-legal migration measures are deficient because migrants are responsible for many crimes in the country. In other words, if Debia had been deported sooner, Lola would still be able to attend school, participate in gymnastics and figure skating, and spend time with her parents and older brothers. However, Lola's parents believe that politicians are using their daughter's tragic death to score political points. Johan and Delphine have decided that staying in Paris is too difficult, so they have left for Pas-de-Calais, where they originally came from. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The discovery of the victim's body is usually the first piece of information we receive after a murder. From that point forward, the police begin their investigation to determine what happened and who committed the crime. But not this time. In this case, the typical scenario was disrupted when the victim identified their assailant before he committed the crime. This story occurred recently, in early May 2022, in the city of Peleón Norte de Santander Department, one of Colombia's 32 departments. In this city, there lived a 16-year-old girl named Ana Karina Blanco Duran. She was the oldest of 3 children in a modest family, similar to many others in the region. However, this had no impact on Karina's personality or dreams. She was in the 11th grade and eagerly awaiting graduation. Karina's relatives and friends described her as disciplined and determined, but also cheerful, sociable, and optimistic. However, like most teenagers, she had doubts. She expressed her thoughts in a letter she wrote for a school assignment 2 weeks ago. In the letter, the girl stated that, like everyone else, she had goals that she wanted to achieve. However, at the time, she was preoccupied with being happy, studying, and assisting her mother, whom she described as a beautiful, strong, and resilient woman who had a huge influence over her. The following year, the girl intended to attend university and study psychology or philosophy. This would allow her to pursue her dreams, the most important of which was to buy a house for her mother. At the same time, Karina acknowledged her overwhelming fears and doubts. She wrote that she was afraid of growing up and facing the big world alone. She sometimes wished she could go back in time and play with dolls again, something she didn't get to do as a child because she had to grow up quickly and help her parents. Karina, almost prophetically, explained what would happen to her in 2 weeks in her final sentence. She wrote that she feared human evil, and she was not mistaken. What she was afraid of eventually shattered her dreams. Karina awoke early on May 3, 2022, as she usually does. She lived in La Vega, a village in the Cashra municipality. Karina had to walk for at least an hour every day along several country roads to the bus stop that would take her to school because her village was relatively remote. The morning progressed as usual. The student awoke, ate breakfast, said her goodbyes to her family, and left the house at 5:30 a.m. However, shortly after Karina left, her father began receiving messages from her. It was unusual. Karina wrote to her father that while walking down the country road, she noticed someone following her. A man was approaching her very closely. When the girl quickened her pace, the stranger did the same. If she attempted to take a different path, he would follow her. Karina was understandably uneasy and suspicious. She mustered the courage to take a discreet photo of the stranger and send it to her father so he would know who was after her. Cesar Blanco, Karina's father, became extremely concerned for his daughter's safety. He dashed out of the house, taking the same route to the bus stop that she had taken, but he couldn't find her anywhere. The man assumed the danger was over and Karina had safely boarded the bus. Unfortunately, this was not the case. Karina's parents were later informed by the school that she did not attend class that day. Karina's parents reported her disappearance to the police. Because it was a small village where everyone knew each other, word of the incident spread quickly among the locals. The girl's family distributed a photograph of the stranger who had been following her since the morning. A few hours later, a man who worked at a local farm mentioned another farm worker who looked very similar to the man in the photograph. Despite the blurry image, he believed he recognized him. Additionally, that worker was late for work on the same day. Armed with this information, several villagers and Karina's relatives went to the farm where these men worked and demanded answers from the person Karina had most likely photographed. The man in question was Alexander Quillo, a 55-year-old Venezuelan native. He had arrived in town 4 months ago and was staying with a relative. Alexander had found work on the farm where he was located. The people were outraged by the schoolgirl's disappearance and acted aggressively. He eventually admitted to assaulting Karina, killing her, and disposing of her body in the Cashra River. It's understandable that the villagers, particularly Karina's relatives, wanted to take matters into their own hands following such a confession. However, the police arrived just on time. The officers apprehended the suspect, rescuing him from the angry mob. The police took Alexander Carrillo to the station and began interrogation. He repeated what he had previously told the villagers. He admitted to killing the schoolgirl and revealed where her body was disposed of. Following the crime, he cleaned himself up, changed his blood-stained clothes for clean ones, and returned to work. The man truly believed he would never be found, unaware that the victim had taken a photograph of him. During the interrogation, villagers gathered near the station. They were furious and wanted to take matters into their own hands. Concerned for the man's safety and believing his life was in danger, the police decided to transport him to another location. They escorted the suspect out of the station and attempted to get him into the car. However, when the crowd began to act, they dragged Carrillo from the vehicle and attacked him. The police couldn't intervene because there were so many of them. The mob beat the perpetrator with sticks and stones before someone attacked him with a knife, killing him. Even after that, the crowd refused to disperse and blocked the police from approaching until they were certain that the man had died. Karina's body was discovered on the riverbank, exactly where her assailant had indicated. Her bag was nearby. The girl was partially undressed, and the autopsy revealed she had been sexually assaulted. She died of 2 penetrating wounds to her chest and neck. According to the police, Alexander Carrillo had been watching Karina for several days, meeting her every morning as she walked to school while he went to work. This version is supported by the fact that, a few days before the attack, Karina informed her school friends that she was being followed by a stranger, which made her extremely uncomfortable. The police have stated that the investigation will not be terminated at this time. They will investigate the actions of the local police officers who allowed the man's lynching, as well as who initiated the attack and delivered the fatal blow. According to local media reports, it was a relative of Karina, but the individual's identity has not been revealed. Pain and outrage swept through the city. An event was organized at Karina's school to honor her memory, while also protesting the killing of women. Students and teachers wrote an open letter to express their outrage at the current state of affairs. She wasn't drinking, she was not dressed provocatively, she wasn't in a bar. She walked to school every weekday wearing rubber boots because she lived on a farm, and she, like many other boys and girls in the country, had to overcome obstacles in order to receive an education. She feared that someone was following her. She was just 16, terrified. Her dreams, desires, and life were stolen from her. After Karina's voice was silenced, all that remained were the voices of those of us who demanded a safer environment and normal families in which children were taught not to hit, violate, or murder one another. Karina's killer did not see her as a person with her own life, dreams, and loving family, so the villagers decided to repay him in kind. Lynching is considered unacceptable by many, and it has no place in a civilized society. However, for many others, it simply reflects a lack of faith in the justice system. They are dissatisfied with the prevalence of impunity and the fact that the criminal will never face the harshest penalties. They believe the police are not doing their jobs, so they have decided to take action to remedy the situation. It is heartbreaking to see girls who leave for school and never return, becoming victims of murder. But in this case, Karina was the one who exposed the criminal. Karina did not behave recklessly. She immediately sensed the danger emanating from the persistent stranger, secretly photographing him and sending it to her father. She let him be caught before he could harm another innocent girl. Unfortunately, it was too late for her. However, without that photograph, the police could have gone days, months, or even years without finding the killer. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In December 2010, at St. Malachi's Church in Tyrone, Northern Ireland, it all began exactly where it ended. In front of more than 300 guests, beauty queen and educator Michaela Hardy and athlete John McArevey exchanged vows. But 3 weeks later, John came back with his young wife's body, buried in her immaculate wedding dress. What caused Michaela to pass away? Who could be so cold-blooded and cunning as to murder a woman who had just recently started to enjoy her wedded life with her beloved? And will international cooperation aid in the investigation of one of the most horrific and unforgettable crimes of the past several years? In 2005, John McArevey, the captain of the Irish football team, and Michaela Hardy, the daughter of one of the nation's best football managers, met in university. The young couple fell in love at first sight, and had never been apart since. Michaela gladly accepted John's proposal while on vacation in Paris. On New Year's Eve, which was also Michaela's 27th birthday, they scheduled their wedding. Following the formal wedding, the newlyweds flew out on their 3-week honeymoon. Before the most anticipated portion of their trip, 2 weeks at the 5-star Legends Hotel, situated in the fishing village of Grand Gabe on the northeast coast of Mauritius, began, they spent the first week in Dubai. Michaela thoroughly investigated local hotels before deciding on Mauritius as their idyllic honeymoon destination. They chose the Legends Hotel because it has a lot of good evaluations and is well liked by Irish travelers. They asked the hotel's receptionist if they could be assigned to one of the better rooms when they first arrived. They were told that room 1025 in the premium block was available. On January 10, 2011, after having breakfast together, John opted to play golf while Michaela sunbathed. They had lunch together once more. After lunch, Michaela usually looked forward to tea with something tasty. While she went to the room to get Kit Kat bars with her favorite dark chocolate, which she had bought from Dubai and placed in the refrigerator, she requested her husband to get tea. Although John offered to bring her the snacks, she chose to go alone because the accommodation was only 150 feet from the restaurant. While waiting for his wife to come home, John viewed videos and shot some pictures. After a while, he started to question why Michaela hadn't returned. He made the decision to find her. John knocked on the door but got no answer. He went to the receptionist after forgetting his key in the room and failing to see anything through the window. After guiding him back to the room, the corridor attendant used his key to open the door. However, the corridor attendant heard a man's cries for urgent assistance as soon as he moved a short distance away from the door. John walked into the room and found his wife in the cold water bathtub. Her lips were blue, her skin was cold to the touch, and there were noticeable bruises on her neck. John tried to assist Michaela, supposing she had planned to take a bath because of back problems, but had slid or passed out. But his attempts were unsuccessful. The dreams of a young, contented married couple came to an end when medical authorities declared Michaela dead within an hour. People kept coming and going from the newlyweds' room, and no one tried to protect the crime scene, perhaps since it was initially assumed to be an unfortunate accident. When the police entered the room and saw Michaela's condition and the chaos within, they assumed a murder had occurred, even though they had been told that a tourist had drowned. After being brought to the police station, the distressed spouse was detained for 5 hours while being questioned. Given that most murders are carried out by people who are close to the victims, this was not unusual. The harshness and inappropriateness of the police officer's remarks in John's situation were unusual. John was obviously overcome with grief by Michaela's passing. He found his wife's lifeless body in the bathtub, while only 30 minutes before he had seen her joyfully making her way to their room. But when a policeman noticed that he was crying, he may have tried to comfort him by saying, "Why are you crying? You're still young, you'll find yourself a new wife." If the hotel manager hadn't stepped in, it's unclear how long they would have held John at the station. The management reported to the police that a master key that was taken and fit all the locks had been used to open the door of room 1025. It became clear that a member of the hotel staff was responsible for the murder. Most likely, it was an accidental killing. At 2:42 p.m., a staff member, possibly a security guard with the master key, entered the room. Michaela opened her own door 2 minutes later. The maid's sudden appearance forced the thief, who might have been hiding in a tiny alcove in the toilet, to make a snap decision. Since cleaning rooms is a standard procedure in hotels, he could have just grinned at Michaela and pretended to do his job if it was part of his responsibilities. Nothing would have happened. He was aware that his presence in the room would be difficult to explain, though, if he was a security guard. He then saw no choice but to hide in the bathroom and wait for the woman to just go. However, that did not occur. Michaela chose to seize the chance and went into the restroom as investigators conjectured. She found the robber inside. The thief attacked Michaela in a panic after she fled in fear. He put Michaela in the bathtub after realizing that he had killed her, possibly in an attempt to make it seem like an accident involving the maid. Despite the shock, he may have also imagined that water would wash away any DNA evidence left on his victim. The murderer was still present when John got up from the table at 3:05 p.m. to see why his wife was taking so long. John could have apprehended the murderer at the spot if he had his key card with him. But by the time he approached the administrator, requested that the door be unlocked, and stepped into the room, it was 3:26 p.m., and the thief, who had inadvertently become a murderer, had disappeared. The cops were under tremendous pressure to release John. It is critical to settle the case as soon as possible when a visitor is slain in a nation that depends significantly on tourism. The local police head claimed that the island had a 100% homicide clearance rate, which gave the impression that the case would be resolved quickly. Given that Michaela was one of 30 persons slain on the island in 2011, and that all cases but Michaela's were resolved by dubious confessions, one might assume he was merely praising the work of his colleagues, but any professional would be cautious. The police once again used admissions to solve every case the following year. The investigators had a perfect crime scene, which may have made up for the police's over-reliance on instinct and intuition, if that's what it is. Surveillance cameras were installed all throughout the hotel, the room was cleaned daily, the security system recorded every entry, and the hotel itself was essentially an invincible fortress with watchful security personnel everywhere. That was not at all the case, as we shall see in a moment. 2 hotel staff members were detained by the police within 2 days after the murder, and 2 of them, Avinash Tribhovan and Sandeep Munia, were charged with the crime. The other staff members obligingly became important prosecution witnesses. Dasan Narayanan, a hotel security guard, was also taken into custody a week later. On the day of the murder, Dasan was on duty. His fingerprints were discovered on a phony key that the robbers used to replace the stolen universal key in the security room, although it was impossible to determine his precise position at the time of the crime. There was nothing Dasan could do to explain how his DNA got onto the room's safe door. He gave a preemptive explanation for why his DNA might be present if it were discovered, acknowledging that he had touched Michele's cheek in his haste to assist John. Nevertheless, the police chose to concentrate their efforts on Avinash and Sandeep, and merely charged Dasan with being an accomplice to the thefts, despite his contradictory testimony. In 2012, the trial started on May 22. The police's pattern of obtaining confessions served as the foundation for the prosecution's case. According to the prosecution, Michaela discovered Avinash and Sandeep stealing cash from the safe or her purse when she returned to the hotel that day. In order to save their jobs, the robbers chose to silence Michaela because hotel workers frequently provide the majority of their family's income, not just their close relatives. Their colleague Raj Thikoi also provided testimony during the trial. After being arrested at first, he was granted immunity and turned out to be the most important prosecution witness. Raj claimed that although he was close to the room and heard a woman's anguished cries, he chose not to knock on the door. Rather, he hid and watched as Sandeep and an upset, sweaty Avinash left the newlyweds' room. When he later inquired about what had transpired, they responded, "Nothing happened, just keep quiet. If you say anything, we'll involve you in this matter." Prosecutors mostly relied on the confession that one of the suspects, Avinash Tribhovan, gave, in accordance with standard police procedures, in addition to witness statements. Because of their negligent investigation, it appeared as though the police were being judged alongside Sandeep and Avinash, even though they were the ones who were implicated. The defense lawyers called attention to all of the investigators' obvious flaws, errors, and gaps. First of all, the hotel was not closed when Michaela's death was found, and neither a visitor nor a staff member was questioned. The evidence was compromised since some tests were not carried out and others weren't done until the hotel room was given back to them. Although palm and fingerprints were discovered in the room, their owners were not recognized. However, there was no DNA evidence that Sandeep and Avinash were guilty. Even the paper money, which the authorities said the robbers were interested in, was not scanned for DNA or fingerprint. The court was also informed that numerous significant artifacts were not captured at all, and that all of the photos taken at the crime scene were in black and white. The enigma surrounding the 46 security cameras that recorded the activities within and outside the hotel, however, generated the most controversy. The cops refused to give the defense lawyers the videotapes in spite of repeated requests. As it turned out, they were unable to conceal the footage, not because they wanted to. Due to their inability to control the cameras, the police officers deleted 90% of the videos. Instead of providing a truthful response when asked to explain how the apparatus operates, they merely hit the button, which also happened to be the record button, and when they believed they were playing back the recordings, they were actually erasing them. International media questioned whether the local authorities were purposefully undermining the probe due to the police's obvious incompetence. Lastly, the defendants asserted that they only confessed after the police tortured them. Sandeep, who reportedly handed the keycard, stated that he was forced to make the confession under threat of a firearm. Avinash also refuted his testimony, claiming that he vomited blood after being tortured and subjected to water interrogation by the police. He was also allegedly informed that his wife would be deported and that he would have to move to Ireland to live with John McAvery, who would now require a new wife. Avinash claimed that he only signed the document that was given to him, not even reading his own confession. Even though he and Sandeep were in room 1009 where a VIP customer was scheduled to stay when the murder occurred, another witness said he was coerced into providing false testimony. Sandeep demanded that his subordinate keep the space spotless at all times. He even picked up the mop personally at one point to show how the floors should be cleaned. Telecommunications data also supported Sandeep's assertion that he was speaking on the phone with his sister in Britain at the time of the incident. Lastly, it was verified by the retained security camera film that he was in a separate area of the hotel when the murder occurred. The court case took over 8 weeks to complete, even though it was only supposed to take 2 weeks. This was mostly because the defense lawyers went beyond the bounds of decency and made the trial into a spectacle. They frequently cracked jokes and caused the board, spectators, and law students in the courtroom to erupt in laughter. The defense brought up the possibility of a sexual motive for the crime, implying that Michaela's husband was involved. They implied potential wrongdoing between John and his wife and mentioned an intimate aid they discovered in the hotel room. But it was actually a straightforward insert from Cosmopolitan, a women's magazine Michaela had bought at the airport. Then, using a purportedly verified video, they tried to demonstrate that John and Michaela had a heated argument. But the people in the video weren't Michaela and John. Rather, they were two Germans who looked like them. In order to verify that he was the man in the video, John had to reach out to him on Facebook and ask him to give a statement at a German police station. All things considered, the sensationalism surrounding Michaela's murder case caused great distress to her family. Specifically, John was ranked highly on the list of readers' choices in a survey called Who Killed Michaela that was published by a local newspaper. In addition, the police released pictures of Michaela's battered and nude body to the Mauritius newspaper, which caused her family unimaginable distress. But these 8 weeks were over, and the jury members had to decide what to do. After a guilty conviction, Michaela's family thought the accused would have the right to request a review of the case because the judge gave a clear summary of the case and highlighted the suspect's culpability. They were certain that the verdict would be just what they had expected. The court also firmly asked the jurors to make the appropriate choice from their point of view, rather than to think about how this case would affect the nation's reputation. And the jury found Avinash and Sandeep not guilty, after 2 months of trial and just 2 hours of deliberation. After the acquittal verdict, John and Michaela's families were incredibly disappointed. They endured all the agony of the process, inappropriate remarks from attorneys and police, tolerated laughter in the courtroom, and even faced aggressive behavior from the locals because they were confident that the guilty parties would be punished for the murder. They were certain of Avinash and Sandeep's guilt and believed that they were acquitted because the case received global media attention, and the jurors did not want the murder case to reflect negatively on Mauritius' image. The Hart and McCarvey families cannot forget that Avinash's lawyer appeared on a local radio station and essentially admitted his client's guilt, mentioning how Avinash cried and apologized to Michaela's family. The interview was supposed to be presented in court, but the lawyer managed to evade his responsibilities. John believes that Avinash told the truth when he confessed to Michaela's murder. He is why, when everyone hears about death by strangling, they image the killer suffocating the victim, ripping their neck with 2 hands. But Avinash recalled that when they were in the honeymoon suite, Michaela walked in and spotted him clutching a pocketbook. She asked what he was doing. She couldn't have known that Sandeep was in the bathroom. When the girl tried to prevent Avinash from leaving the room, standing in his path, Sandeep approached her from behind and put one hand around her neck. The truth is, the autopsy report was prepared much later, and it confirmed that everything happened exactly as Avinash claimed. If Avinash wasn't certain, how could he have created such a strangulation technique? Avinash added that when Michaela fell, she struck her head on the ground. That was further supported by a bruise discovered on the back of her skull during the postmortem. Furthermore, in summarizing the case, the judge reminded everyone that Avinash made his confession on January 12 and signed it on the 13th in the presence of his lawyer. Avinash would have been made to sign something else on the 12th if the cops had intended to fake the confession. Furthermore, 3 other doctors evaluated the youngster on separate days, and none of them discovered any evidence of abuse. After the acquittal verdict, a new investigation was launched. The key card that the murderer and thief used to enter the room was the main piece of evidence that the police concentrated on. Even these locks' mechanism, though, is unreliable. It is impossible to pinpoint the precise moment the murderer entered Michaela's room because the 240 locks in the Legends Hotel are not synced, and each one displays its unique time on the security system's dashboard. Because the precise hour of the crime is uncertain, this puts almost every suspect's alibi into doubt. The situation was exacerbated by the discovery of yet another serious weakness in the hotel's guest security. The number of possible suspects could rise from dozens to hundreds as a result of this vulnerability. Mauritian law states that the beach is public property if the hotel owns the guest rooms, dining establishments, bars, golf courses, and other such places. Locals own the island's beaches, and traders and fishermen have always had complete access to the hotel's grounds and the beach. Young boys are used to hanging around on the hotel grounds, and local craftsmen sell their wares to visitors. To put it another way, the hotel cannot guarantee the security of its property, even with cameras, gates, and security guards, and there is no way to confirm who entered the honeymoon room. Consequently, there were no noteworthy discoveries made during the fresh inquiry into the matter. Under international pressure, the Mauritian police examined Michaela's murder many times and even sought the services of a French laboratory for retesting DNA evidence. The discovery of DNA on Michaela's clothing that matched that of one of the suspects was reported as a major breakthrough in 2014, but this finding wasn't enough to justify a new trial. John offered a sizable reward for information regarding the case in 2017, in an effort to bring it back into the public eye. A lawyer called him a few weeks after he got back home to tell him that Sandeep and Avinash would now undoubtedly be arrested. Michaela's family was relieved and thought they would finally receive justice, but the attorney did not name the new evidence that made this possible. But months and weeks went by with no one being taken into custody. The case was formally ended in 2020, but the Mauritius government agreed to revisit it in 2021 after pressure from Irish MPs. A desire to re-examine the matter does not ensure that it will be resolved, which is the problem. It is difficult to investigate any crime after 10 years, not to mention the potential that Mauritius's authorities would not be motivated to track down the murderers. Many investigators have advanced in their careers over the course of 10 years, so if something is disclosed in the case that many would rather keep hidden, heads will roll. Following the trial, the relatives of John and Michaela sued the hotel for $1.6 million. The terms of the out-of-court settlement are not made public, but the funds were donated to a charity set up in Michaela's memory. Both the Legends Hotel, which was renamed the Lux Hotel, and Room 1025, which was renovated and given the new number 1026, are still quite popular. At a memorial luncheon for Michaela in 2013, John, who is now an accountant, met a sweet girl called Cara Brennan. John proposed to Cara, who works as an accountant, in 2015. James McAravey, the couple's first child, was born last year. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. When a distressed man called the Las Vegas, Nevada Rescue Service on Saturday, April 5, 1997, to report his wife missing, the dispatcher took the call. The man, who was identified as Mark Hollinger, clarified that Ginger Rios was the name of his wife. They had recently moved into a new home the day before and had only been married for 5 months. When Ginger walked into a store and appeared to disappear, they were shopping for a new house. The police started looking into it. Even in a city with its share of sins, Detectives had never heard of a disappearance so enigmatic. The unusualness of this case, where you believe you know exactly what happened, but you are wrong and have to start over, was beyond their wildest expectations. Ginger Rios was a 20-year-old Las Vegas resident and worker. Ginger and her younger sister Daniela were beloved daughters of her parents, George and Denise. The girls were surrounded by care and attention as they grew up. Ginger had always wanted to be a performer, and she was lucky to be born in Las Vegas because, by the time she was 20, she was a part of a popular group that played in casinos and hotels. Additionally, she met Mark Hollinger, a man who was 14 years her senior. Mark was very kind to Ginger. The young couple quickly made the decision to legalize their relationship after he helped her in every way. They were married in November 1996, when Ginger was just 20 and Mark was 34. Because Mark was a quiet introvert and Ginger was a happy extrovert, some people thought their union was unusual. However, they were already planning how to construct their family nest and were a perfect match. Ginger discovered a fantastic house with a buyout option that was for rent in the spring of 1997. Ginger could already picture converting the house's large basement into a dance studio. She dreamed of eventually buying the house because she liked it so much, but she and Mark needed a good credit history in order to make this dream a reality. Ginger wanted to purchase books that offered pertinent advice because they needed a clear plan for how they would handle their money. In the city, a store that carried the exact books Ginger was looking for was becoming well known. Spy Shop was an odd moniker for it. It resembled an adult candy store. Its bookshelves were stocked with lockpicks, police badges, concealed surveillance cameras, automobile alarms, image transmitting glasses, and even tools for removing store security tags from clothing. It was ideally situated in the heart of the city. The young couple went shopping, including buying books, on Friday, April 4th, which was literally the day after they had moved into their new house. Mark parked right in front of the entrance at about 4 in the afternoon. Ginger took her wallet, which contained some cash, and her identification, and went inside after telling her husband to wait in the car. Mark thought she would emerge quickly, but he was able to finish his cigarette and she hadn't shown up yet. He waited a bit longer, thinking she might be in line, and then made the decision to see how his wife was doing. The store was small enough for him to notice Ginger's absence right away. He inquired if the man and woman behind the counter had seen Ginger and gave them a description of her. Naturally, they responded that she had simply entered, purchased 2 books, and departed. She couldn't have gone very far, they added. Despite his surprise, Mark chose to browse other stores in case she needed to buy something else. He entered each one and inquired if anyone had spotted the slim brunette, but nobody had. There were no limits to his awe. She couldn't have just slipped past the car, which was parked directly in front of the entrance. In the middle of the day, Ginger had just vanished. Mark went to his wife's parents because he had run out of options. George, Ginger's father, thought right away that the spy shop would undoubtedly have security cameras if any store had them. After she left the store, they might be able to see at least which way she went. In addition to being notable for its distinctive merchandise, this store closed earlier than other establishments in Vegas. So Mark and George rushed back, praying the storekeeper hadn't already left. Mark was able to identify the man and woman getting into a van with a baby, even though the store was closed. They came over and gave an explanation. The man identified himself as John Flowers and asserted that he was the shop's owner. He clarified that in order to avoid traffic, he and his spouse had already closed the doors and set the alarm because they intended to depart before the weekend. He would be pleased to show them any video on Monday, but they had to move quickly. Despite their extreme frustration, Mark and George didn't want to clog up traffic for a family with a small child. The men went home and decided to call the police in the morning if the young woman wasn't there by nightfall or evening. Mark dialed 911 as soon as the sun came up. After being assigned to the case, Detective Jeff Rosen naturally started his investigation by attempting to find out more about the girl's life prior to her disappearance. She seemed to have a very happy life. She was truly loved by her sister and parents. Her career was booming. She had recently moved into a new house, and she had only been married for 5 months. She didn't seem to have any reason to flee, or did she? Is there something that nobody is aware of? What if she had purchased something else that made her disappear in the store instead of financial books? A few weeks ago, George remembered, his daughter had talked about going to that same store, but he had no recollection of her discussing anything out of the ordinary or buying anything during her visit. Her family came to the conclusion that she had to have been kidnapped in some way, but how could this have happened so quickly without her yelling or phoning for assistance? Did this mean she was acquainted with her kidnapper? The young woman did not take out her most recent paycheck or use her credit cards after she vanished. This implied that her disappearance was probably not voluntary. The detective also talked to the girl's friends and co-workers who had a very different perspective on Ginger's life. Initially, the girl was not as ecstatic about her career advancement as it may have appeared. She felt that she ought to have pursued a solo career by now, instead of serving as a backup vocalist. Second, some strangers who saw her on stage made persistent advances and even harassed her, which she didn't like. Thirdly, she experienced severe mood swings as a result of having to take weight loss pills. Lastly, she had been living in a hotel for a while in order to avoid going home because her marriage was not going well. Detective Rosen believed Mark was concealing something because he had heard enough, but Mark's tale had remained unchanged. Ginger's parents maintained that it was a waste of time and money to suspect Mark because he had no apparent reason to hurt his wife. However, there were no other leads in the investigation. Only Mark's story had been told. The girl's purchases were verified by the shop owner, of course, but could anyone be certain that Ginger didn't go back to the car before Mark did something to her? Mark fervently hoped his wife had just escaped. At least she was safe, even though it wounded his pride. He even made an effort to carry out his own investigation, interviewing people and looking for Ginger or any leads in the city with George. Mark was Ginger's husband, so on the one hand he loved her and undoubtedly spent every moment he had free looking for her. Detective Rosen, however, interpreted this as an effort to deflect attention away from himself. In fact, Mark's leads were insignificant compared to the police's subsequent lead, which was aimed directly at Mark. Patrol officers discovered what turned out to be Mark's burning car in the parking lot of a nearby shopping center. What did he say about this? He was unaware. He just left the car in the parking lot and took a cab home after work when the engine began to make odd noises. To put it another way, the police had to assume it was a coincidence because the probable crime scene, assuming Mark had actually done anything to Ginger, was on fire. Despite the fact that it would take some time, forensic specialists took the vehicle for examination. The detectives decided to restart the investigation from the location where she was last seen by someone other than her husband because they had spent too much time concentrating on Mark. Although John Flowers, the proprietor of Spy Shop, was not there at the time, one of his staff members gave the police permission to search the area. They went through every room, but they didn't perform a thorough search. When Detective Jeff Rosen entered the storeroom, the overpowering smell of bleach nearly knocked him off his feet, but he didn't find anything odd in the store itself. He saw a small reddish-brown stain on the wall that might have been blood. Just in case, they made the decision to take it for analysis. John Flowers was notified by Rosen that the police had come to his store. Although John was shocked that they hadn't located the girl yet, he was happy to answer all of the questions. He clarified that the reason for the bleach odor in the storeroom was that he had to clean up after his dog using it as a toilet on a regular basis. A small drop of blood might have gotten there that way. He would have to visit the store to locate the security camera footage and the book purchase receipts, then turn them over to the police. When Rosen inquired about the books Ginger had purchased, the surprise was revealed. One book focused on contract killers and the other on establishing a new identity. However, why did Ginger purchase these? Did someone coerce her into purchasing these books and then murder her in one of the ways outlined in the second book? Or did she truly intend to vanish? Though it was too small to analyze, the tiny spot on the wall may have bled. But since everyone already knew Ginger had been in the store and gone, determining her subsequent whereabouts was far more important. Given Ginger's remarkable beauty and public appearances, there were, in fact, a number of potential leads. She could have been seen by a large number of people, including those with malicious intent. In addition, her father was a dealer at one of Vegas's most well-known casinos. Things can get messy when it comes to money. Weeks passed, and there was less and less chance that the girl would be found alive. When the response about Mark's car arrived, guess what? They discovered nothing at all, including no blood or indications of struggle. It was then that Rosen remembered John Flowers. He thought about watching the security camera footage to see if Ginger had been approached at the store's exit, but it was too late for him. "Where have you been all this time, guys?" John exclaimed, explaining that he had watched the video and witnessed Ginger walk into the store, select the books, pay with cash, and walk out. The video had been replaced with fresh footage from the security camera because no one had arrived to watch it. John was also unable to locate the book's receipt, even though he was positive it was somewhere. John appeared reluctant to continue working with the detective after this, in part because of the negative impact that the police, the media, and interested bystanders had on his business following Ginger's disappearance. Although it made sense, selling lockpicks and phony police badges in a store already stocked with law enforcement gear severely strained his small business. Rosin was aware of this, and John had nothing to encourage him to speak with them. The police had no fresh leads, and the case was put on hold. The truth was there, in fact, but it would take several more months for the detectives investigating Ginger's case to realize it. A team of hunters discovered a shallow grave in the Mojave Desert on May 5, almost 400 miles from Las Vegas. The body in the grave was identified by the medical examiner as that of a young, dark-haired girl between the ages of 15 and 18. The murderer had not taken her very distinctive jewelry, which included a pink ring with 3 different colored stones and another ring that resembled wire loops intertwined to form the letter Mem or W. Could the M represent Mark? Or was it a family heirloom because Ginger's mother's maiden name was Waterworth? However, she had no identification on her person. The local police released pictures of the jewelry in the hopes of garnering public support, but they would not find out for a very long time. Meanwhile, the detectives needed a body or a lead to solve the case. On August 16, 1997, Jeff Rosin was suddenly contacted by phone. The caller claimed to have a lead on the Ginger case and identified himself as an Arizona federal agent. Rosin was curious. What was the connection between Ginger and John Flower's alleged sale of unlawful eavesdropping devices? The agent clarified. The agent went on. John had fled because he didn't want to be taken into custody, but Cheryl Subzone, his wife, had been taken into custody to be questioned. She abruptly began discussing Ginger Rios, who had vanished in Vegas a few months prior. While they were curious about the whereabouts of her husband, the agent went out of the room to call Rosin. Only now did Rosin realize that he had never asked the proprietor of the spy shop where Ginger was last seen a formal question. Nevertheless, Ginger's spouse had mentioned that a man and a woman were behind the counter. Rosin rushed to Arizona after requesting that the agents keep an eye on Cheryl. Rosin had no idea what would come out of Cheryl's interrogation. John Flowers turned to Cheryl and asked her to go buy film when Ginger came in to look at the books. When they worked together at the store, she frequently ran errands, so this wasn't out of the ordinary. After 10 minutes or so, Cheryl came back, and Mark entered. John informed Mark that his wife couldn't have gone very far because she had just left. After thanking them, Mark walked away. Cheryl's husband appeared to be a completely different person. His face was filled with fear. The man said, "I did something terrible. Whatever you do, don't go into the storage room." Cheryl didn't know what he meant, and she never thought her husband had hurt anyone. She asked him what was going on. She was disturbed by his actions, though, and after a little while she made the decision to look in the storage room. She discovered a young girl's lifeless body inside, with a pool of blood encircling her head, and there was blood on the carpet. The girl had suffered severe physical abuse. Before John sent Cheryl to get film, the same girl had come into the store. When Cheryl realized that John was right behind her, her disgust quickly gave way to fear. He took her by the neck before she had even turned around, warning her that if she talked about what had happened there, something bad would happen to both her and their child. Although Cheryl complied with his orders, she made the decision to speak the truth now that John was fugitive. John's explanation of the situation to Cheryl was of interest to the detective. John informed her that Ginger was in possession of a note from 2 of his former workers requesting payment. John was allegedly so enraged by Ginger's impudence and the contents of the note that he struck her so forcefully in the face that she fell back, struck her head, and passed away. But Cheryl had never seen the note and was certain that this was a lie. She was certain that John had spent hours in the storage room, wrapping the girl's body in plastic bags and dousing her in bleach after stealing garbage bags. He had informed the staff member that the dog had urinated in the room. After placing the body in his van, he instructed Cheryl that they must depart for Arizona right away. At that point, Ginger's husband and father came up to them and begged them to play the security camera footage. Ginger was lying inches from John and Cheryl, but they looked them in the eyes and lied. That's not all, though. Cheryl was also aware of the location of her husband's burial. You see, John and Cheryl had visited the Mojave Desert on multiple occasions. John once drove off with their baby and the body of the girl, leaving Cheryl in the middle of nowhere. He obviously drove home after burying her and coming back for Cheryl. For him, though, this was insufficient. In order for John to cover the shallow grave with a layer of concrete, they returned there multiple times. Cheryl was pretty sure the police had already found Ginger's body because it was the last time John had run back, screaming in panic, "They found her! They found her!" At any rate, she consented to show the detectives the place in return for not being charged. Since they didn't think Cheryl had anything to do with the murder, they accepted her offer. They followed her to the location. Upon their arrival in the desert, the local officers began to make connections between Cheryl's revelation and the body discovered by hunters in May. After asking them to stop, Cheryl took them to the location where her husband had been. Instead of discovering an empty grave, the police arrived at what appeared to be an undisturbed concrete slab. They found the body wrapped in plastic bags there. They were initially identified as Ginger because of a tattoo on her lower back, but they chose to hold off on telling her family until DNA testing was completed. Several questions were left unanswered by this. Were there two victims? Did John murder them both? Why, if so? Who was the other girl? They were now able to obtain a search warrant for the store in Vegas, where they discovered evidence of Ginger's blood. Later, the DNA analysis verified that she was also the owner of the body found in the desert. Mark was devastated because he had hoped that his wife had just moved on and started a new life. He held himself responsible, believing that he ought to accompany her to the store. But how could he have thought that his wife, a mother and his devoted wife, would be attacked by a total stranger, the proprietor of a well-known and often visited store? After a brief period of hiding, John was taken into custody at a Los Angeles hotel. The detectives found that John Flowers, the proprietor of the spy shop chain, was not present when the extradition procedure started. Rather, a 26-year-old man named Craig Jacobson was wanted for offenses in Florida. The boy had battled mental health problems since he was 10 years old, with borderline personality disorder, paranoia, and probably antisocial personality disorder. After a year in a mental health facility, he was sentenced to 30 months in prison and 3 years of probation. However, he vanished in 1995. John appeared in his place. In addition to this discovery, 2 months earlier, the police had discovered another possible victim of Craig or John. Before she could even look at the merchandise, the owner of the Vegas store came up to the adolescent girl, slung her over his shoulder, and carried her into the storeroom without saying a word. She was extremely lucky, because John Flowers let her go after being frightened away by another customer who entered the store. Fear prevented this young woman from calling the police, and it might have been problematic for her to contradict the statement of a well-known businessman. Naturally, this was prior to the revelation of John's true identity. Psychiatrists examined him several times over the next few months and concluded he was not fit to stand trial. Despite being certain that Craig was lying, the prosecutor was concerned that the crime might go unpunished. He informed Ginger's family that a plea bargain would be the best course of action. Prior to being eligible for parole, Craig was sentenced to 25 years in prison after entering a guilty plea to the murder. Craig said that the other girl's name was Mary Stoddard. When he abducted and murdered her, she was the 18-year-old daughter of a chiropractor who had traveled to Vegas. In order to at least receive a life sentence or perhaps even the death penalty, Ginger Rios' family hoped that he would be charged with Mary's murder. The catch is that Mary Stoddard, who Craig described as the daughter of a chiropractor, was still alive and well. They had already taken a DNA sample and made a 3D model of the unidentified girl's possible appearance, but her body had already been exhumed. As it turned out, the documents containing information about her place of burial were lost, and no one knew which grave she was in, so this was all the police had. To put it another way, they had lost the body. The police, however, persisted in their efforts to identify her. There were 300 people on their list of missing persons. After 13 years, they were finally able to identify the girl on June 30, 2010. She was, more specifically, a 15-year-old girl from Phoenix, Arizona named Christina Mary Martinez. The girl lived in a group home, but she was mistreated there, so she frequently fled. She was taking a load of laundry to a self-service laundromat when she vanished on May 3, 1997. She passed Phoenix's spy shop on her way. Even though Christina had a rough upbringing, she had a lot of loved ones who were always looking for her, including her friend Valerie. To raise awareness of Christina's disappearance, Valerie set up a number of social media accounts. Valerie used to say, "I will never stop thinking about her, and I won't give up, no matter how long it takes. She is more than just a case number to me. I cherished her." Never giving up on finding someone is the essence of true love. Valerie had no idea that Christina, who was 16 years old when she vanished in the desert, had been found a week later. Regarding the girl's ring's mystery, the letter M on it stands for Martinez. It's interesting that Craig dated Mary Stoddard when they were both younger, according to the real Mary Stoddard's sister. If this is accurate, the man was already acting strangely at the time, and he might have become so obsessed with Mary that, after they broke up, he would constantly look for women who looked like her to vent his resentment. Given that Mary is still alive and Craig referred to Christina as Mary, it's plausible that, like many murderers, particularly serial killers, he had this fantasy in his mind when he committed the murder. Like the teenage girl from Vegas who survived because another customer scared the killer away, Craig most likely didn't plan his crimes, but instead gave in to impulsive behavior. Given that we know Ginger had visited the store prior to her disappearance, it's also possible that he specifically targeted victims. Craig never gave an explanation for his actions, but because Ginger's underwear was discovered around her ankles, investigators think the killings were motivated by violence against women. In any event, he will now be imprisoned for the remainder of his life after being charged with a second murder. Craig's ability to fool so many people with such ease is astounding. Mark and George, who were looking for Ginger, his own wife Cheryl, who was unaware of his secret personality, and even seasoned Vegas police officers who had seen a lot in their careers. A store owner with his wife and infant behind the counter makes you wonder where one can feel safe. He really seemed like a typical family man. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.